So as far as the third world aristocrat video from today goes, I gotta say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.
Mr. Radio Voice, he's doing his shows. He's roasting some ass and he's picking his nose. He speaks like a pro on the Steel Toe Show. He's making a mess and everyone knows. Ready or not, he already came. April is a hoe and she's snorting for fame. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He spilled the beans. He's rooting for rage as he gets her thrice. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He had a felony charge, but he's gonna walk. He's got a big mouth and he talks the talk. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He's always a guest with Alex Stein. He's making a wish. He's taking his time. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. Oh, hip hop dibbity dap to the wop 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 wop. Hong dong whittle dangle wang. Oh, he sang doodly mama splatting your hat. Do the poot cakes.
Good morning. Don't sneeze, you homo. Don't sneeze. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, don't sneeze. Don't sneeze. Oh, welcome to the program. I started talking, and now my allergies have kicked in, and I'm dying. I literally I've been fine all morning. I opened my mouth to talk, and it was just hay fever went out and in, out and in. My eyes are watering. Oh, my God. Where's my Emmanuel Macron Coke baggie? And by the way, comments last night, we talked about the potential cocaine train conspiracy theory. I don't know if you've seen it. The Emmanuel Macron, the rumor that, you know, he and the German chancellor and the British prime minister were doing coke on a train on the way to Ukraine. Some Sam I Am shit right there. And that Macron grabbed the baggie of coke. It was a baggie of coke. Now, other sources say that it was a Kleenex, and he had a boogie Kleenex, and he just grabbed his boogie Kleenex real quick. And I got in trouble with many people in the Steel Toe chat last night for saying that I think this is probably more of a Kleenex thing than a guy in front of the media and God and everybody left a fucking baggie of cocaine in a public train office. I just don't think that was the case. And I got a lot of shit for it, but then I saw a zoomed in picture of it, and I was like, ooh, boy, you know what? That kind of looks like a Coke baggie. But then somebody then in the comments overnight left an interesting comment. They said, Aaron, a world leader might keep their tissue in a baggie so that other, intelligence operatives can't collect their DNA and shit. And I'm like, you know what? That sounds kind of James Bondish. That sounds kind of rad. So now I don't know what to think about Cocaine Train. Here's what I'll tell you. I don't think that Cocaine Train matters, because I think Cocaine Train is like all those world leaders are doing drugs and degenerate shit together anyway. Whether or not that was a cocaine baggie on that train, I don't think we need that to make the inference that all of these world leaders are fucking drug addicts and degenerates. I just don't think we need that to think. I mean, just look at Sturmer and Macron and the new German guy. They all look like they'd shove their noses up each other's assholes. Do we need, what do you need? A fucking Bonnie Blue video to know that it's true? Renegger says, you would be the expert on cocaine habits. No, remember, I'm too much of a pussy to be a drug addict. I mean, thanks for the compliment, I guess. Yeah, he was too scared to let cocaine run his life. I mean, I'll say this. Accurate. I was definitely too scared to let cocaine run my life. There's something about seeing other people just quickly destroy themselves and become different people that makes you think, maybe not for me. You know, that's why they call me Courage the Cowardly Dog. That's why and by the way, I'm sure nobody will mock that up. I'm sure they won't. Thank you to Gray Duckling for $10 this morning. He started us off with a 10. Apparently, he was really nervous about what our starting goal was today. Gray Duckling wanted to throw $10 at the show before we even started, which, by the way, I am 1,000% all for before show super chats. It makes me think you believe in me. But Gray Duckling threw us $10. I don't know if the morning show starting at 2:30 every morning gets to him or something. But it does put him in third place in the standings. I like where the standings are at, by the way. We've pretty much knocked out every dime we've needed this week. And we only have one person over $100. I love that. We did miss by $30 last night, but there's an easy solution to that. You guys only have 220 to go. And if you knock out that extra 30, I'll go till 11 today. I'll go till 11, and then you guys can bail out the evening show for once. That could be fun. That could be a whole bunch of fun. So here's what I think. I think we should get into the chat. We should hang out with you guys for a couple of minutes, and then we have plenty of stuff to talk about today. We've got David Hogg lost his little Democratic Party job. That was quick. How long did that last, honestly? Like 3 months? They made David Hogg the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, and then he did like 5 news interviews, and they're like, all right, kid, get the fuck out of here. They thought that if they put David Hogg in charge of this shit, like if they made him a member of the DNC, even if it was just a PR thing and he didn't really have any real authority, that it would somehow attract the youth vote. The youth vote doesn't like smarmy little queebs telling them how they should vote. That's not how you attract the youth vote. You talk about shit that appeals to them in a way that appeals to them. How do you do that? I don't fucking know. I don't know what skibbity means, bro. I can't, don't come to me like, I hate that people have that idea that you can't criticize someone else doing something unless you have an idea on how to do it better. I don't know specifically what to do, but I know what's fucking dumb, and David Hogg is dumb. So you can't be like, oh, what are you criticizing David Hogg? Well, what would you do? I don't know. Not get David Hogg to run the shit. I would do something other than that. By the way, I have to make a confession to you guys because it's in the back of my head now that I offered you guys 11 o'clock. I said if you guys knocked out that extra 30, we'd go till 11 today. I made a tea time I said I wasn't going to golf again, but there's going to be a big rainstorm tonight, and all the nice weather is going away, and then I'm not golfing on vacation now. So it's like, I'm not going to be able to golf for a while. So I made one last tee time today, and I made it for 11:30. So if you guys knock out both goals and I have to go till 11, you're putting me in a real golfing bind. So I figure you guys might be entertained by that. Again, another part of the draw for knocking out all the goals today and getting us back to perfect. Thank you so much. So the David Hogg thing, good riddance. They shouldn't have done it in the first place. And aren't young people turning MAGA more than ever before? Isn't that the big news? That young people are going right wing more than any other previous generation. Bowls Deep with 99 cents. Hey, thanks for chipping in, buddy. Look at that. Couple hundred more of you doing that, and we're good to go today. Hey, do me a favor before we really take off from the dock here. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. It does make a huge difference. Numbers have looked great this week. Fuck you, Meme Copium, for going live yesterday when we were on a roll. But hey, God bless the kid. I can't stay mad at him. I can't stay mad at old Meme. Let's go to Where should we? I can pick a random place to start in the middle of the chat here. Let's start with McBuster. He says, not the tooth hurty bit. Nobody with more than a 1-digit IQ thinks it's funny, and only the gays think it's cute. What? That our goal is 2:30, and that's usually the time you go to the dentist? Is at 2:30? You know what it is? Maybe you might not get the joke. That might be it. There might be a disconnect between you and I, and maybe I can do something to fix that. You see, the joke is that the time 2:30 sounds a lot like tooth hurting, and you should go to the dentist when your teeth hurt, right? So I just don't think you got it. And that might be why you don't like the joke. See, now don't the rest of you feel that you don't have to feel stupid and ask, right? L-Train says, let's do some internet drama. Fuck these fake-ass news stories. You know internet drama is way gayer than fake-ass news stories, right? It's way gayer. McBuster says, we don't want the youth to vote. Raise the voting age to 32. How much different would the world look if we raised the voting age to 32? Number one, immediately, way more racist. Like, as you get older, it's just kind of, like if it's 30 and up voting, you're not going to get a lot of woke politics. Put it that way. Dub says, cool dealers use vials, not baggies. Oh, well, see. So, Emmanuel Macron, he's not even a cool guy. Bigot on Socialist Media says, will you get under 100? Yeah, but I'm not going to break. I'm trying to break 90 this year, but I'm just not chipping and putting well enough to do it. It's Wag says, ain't this a job? Hitting goals to golf, LOL. What a great fucking job. Isn't that something? If the audience supports it and they think it's fine, who's it hurting? It's Wags. How much fun is that? They get to fuck with my tea time a little bit. I didn't realize. I'm sorry, Wags. I'm supposed to stay in and be a monk because my show runs on membership, subscriptions, and donations. I forgot about that. Wags, 100%. I'm sorry, buddy, and I will get right back to my monastery after the show. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, I'm not awful at time management. Someone did this to me. Aaron Imholte. Thank you. Redbird with $1 says, too much of a bitch to get addicted, but too stupid to walk away as it destroyed everything you cared about. You're a special kind of stupid. I'm here, ain't I? I'm kind of impervious to that criticism at this point. People are like, he did this, he did that. Yeah, and the fact that I'm here proves that got away, got out, pulled my head out of my ass. So I can kind of laugh at that criticism because, again, I don't even have to say anything. Here I am. McBuster says, now see, this is not true. Aaron dresses up in a pink lacy Bo Peep dress as he serves the tea to his other LGBTQ buddies. Pass the scones, please. I don't. By the way, is that a Mr. Nanny reference from when they were having a tea party? Isn't pass the scones? If that's a Mr. Nanny reference, then bravo. Saint Caesar says, Aaron, did you see the bump that Sabu took that people are saying killed him and that the wrestlers in the locker room made him take a drug before the match? We talked about that last night. We talked about Sabu taking kratom and that it got him in the ring, I guess. And that, look, he took a bunch of bumps where he went through fucking barbed wire and cut his body all to shit at 60 years old. None of that was very good at keeping him alive. None of that, helped him live. So I don't know how they can break it down to one bump that took him out. Let's go to Dub. Oh, no, Dub's just writing about the Germans. I don't allow any, what do you call it, any slander of my people. Not on this program. We're a special breed. People wonder, they're like, Aaron, why is it you say you learn the hard way? I think it's my German heritage. Hobo Chili Recipe says, bumps, isn't that what got you in trouble? Hey-o! Hobo from the top rope. All right, guys, go ahead, knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. You know the score. Let's get into some stuff. I always like to start lighthearted. I don't like to jump into the heavy stuff. Speaking of the game of golf, since you guys brought it up, we have our first video we have today, our first clip, is a guy. The title of this video is, "It's these kind of shots that keep you coming back to the golf course." Now, anyone who golfs knows that, there's a lot of sayings about golf. There's it's a great way to ruin a perfectly good walk. It's the most stressful way to relax ever. But the thing about golf, as frustrating as that as it can be, there are a few shots every round that make you go, "Holy shit, I'm getting good at this." And, oh my God, like I think I've got this shit down. And you will keep chasing that shot. Like I shot a 42 on 9 holes my first time out this year. And I'm like, holy shit. Now it was at Boulder Ridge, which is a little bit easier, but it was a 42 regardless. And I'm sitting there going, holy shit. And I've been chasing that round all year, all month, not all year. I've been chasing that round another 4 or 5 times. And that's the way golf is. Golf is a microcosm of addiction. You do one good thing and you chase that one good thing. This next guy, you know what I love about him? Let's big screen this dude. There we go. You know what I love about this guy? This shot is going to keep him coming back to the golf course. He's going to forget how he got there in the first place. That's the thing about amazing shots, like amazing rescue shots or recovery shots. You don't think about the shot that got you to that spot. You think about the awesome shot you hit to get out. There's an old saying about golf. There are no pictures on scorecards. Meaning, if this is this guy's second shot and he puts it up on the green and he 2-putts and he pars the hole, par's a great score, right? That's a scratch golfer. Did it look pretty? No. He hit the ball in a fucking bog and then he 2-putted. But there ain't no pictures on the scorecard. Looks like a par to me. So let's go ahead and watch this guy. The title of this video is, "This shot will keep this man coming back to the golf course." So he's down in a bog with his feet. His feet are in the pond. If you're just listening, his feet are in the pond. He's ankle deep in water, hitting out of mud. Mud and muck goes flying everywhere. That ball is barely playable.
Wow.
And he fucking puts it right up. Get in. Get.
Oh, my
shit. So he buried. Fuck that. That might be an eagle. He might have just eagled that hole. This might be shot number 2 on a par 4. Up it goes. The best part about that shot is the fact that he probably had to wipe water and muck from his eyes and then find his ball.
Wow.
And then get in the fucking hole. Get in.
Oh my God! What?
That's the fun part about playing golf with a group of people, is that on shots like that, there's always one guy who can't help himself and he has to yell at the ball. Go in. Get in there. Roll, baby. That's the nice thing about playing golf, is you're playing against yourself. And that, you're not really worried about what the other guys are doing. If they're doing well, that's great. You can celebrate them. Versus if you're competing against people, you might take out your pitching wedge and kneecap a motherfucker, depending on how competitive you are. But that shot will keep him coming back over and over and over again. Man. I'm jealous of that shot. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says there's no pictures on the scorecard, which is a great thing because Aaron would illegally disseminate them. Respectfully. Kind of opened myself up to that one, didn't I? It's a good joke. Wish there were a couple bucks behind him. But damn good joke. I got to go. Buffalo Jockey says, you're no good at radio, marriages, boxing. I hope you can at least become good at golf, because if you fail at that, what's next for someone your age? Pickleball or cricket? Nubud Kufan. Dub says, if one saw him getting rolled by a reptile, I would LOL. We can't just celebrate the man with the nice golf shot. We have to hope he gets literally eaten by an alligator. McBuster says, the fun part about a group of people playing golf is that they are so close together. Better target. The fuck? Target for what? They're not hurting anybody. Leave them alone, McBuster. Redbird with $1 says, that was supposed to be sarcasm. I've watched addiction destroy family members' lives. Your level of adjustment and recovery in the last year and a half deserves respect. Wow, thank you. You know, here's the rough thing about this crowd, though. Like, watch the reaction you're going to get in the chat from devout fans of years and years who have spent a fortune on this program. You just said something very nice and very respectful, and I appreciate it, and it means a lot to me. Now, there's a little delay in the chat. Watch what the chat's going to say about you saying, Aaron, your recovery in the last year and a half deserves respect. I mean, I hope you like the gay F word because it's a coming. Bigot on Socialist Media says, Aaron has done well. See, now watch what's going to happen. Hobo Chili Recipe says his addiction of cake is still a problem. Oh, Hobo, last night I had a big old bowl of leftover tater tot hot dish. Oh, it was so good. So good. Buffalo Jockey gifting a membership to Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. 2:15 away from this morning, buddy. Yeah, see Renegger calling you an effing gay F word. Annoyed Wawa says, okay, honestly, how hard was it to be encouraging as Ape struggled to grasp the game despite you already investing in the Ladies Wilson complete set? It wasn't a Ladies Wilson. It was the mid-range set. She actually didn't do too bad. She was decent. Oh, no. Oh, God. Okay. Jesus, I just got a text from my daughter before she left for school. We always text before she leaves for school. Hold on one second. I thought I was terrified at the text I got. One second there. I just saw her send me a text that said, I think Johnny is awesome. And I was going to call her mother and scream at her for letting my daughter listen to this program. But her and I text a lot about wrestling and music. And she was talking about the song Johnny on Eric Church's new album, Evangeline and the Machine. Thank God. Oh, my God. She wrote, I think Johnny is awesome. I thought she meant Johnny, our co-host, right? Thank God she meant the song. Do you guys, my daughter and I both have impeccable musical taste. I don't want you guys to be left out, I don't want you guys to be left out of the fun.
Now machines control people. And the people shoot at kids.
People shoot at kids.
I shudder to think about what the next thing is.
Now this song called Johnny, it is like it's a message to Johnny in the song The Devil Went Down to Georgia, who played his fiddle and sent the devil back to hell. And Eric Church is writing like a, come back, Johnny kind of a song.
Yeah, Johnny, oh Johnny, where did you go? The devil's broke out of Georgia and he's feasting on our souls.
He's feasting on our souls.
It's fire on the mountain. The flames are closing in.
You know what should Johnny do, Eric?
So run, get your fiddle boy and send him to hell again. Yeah, back to hell again.
So that's the song she's talking about. Now, I told her that my favorite track on the album is Bleed on Paper. But, look, people agree and they can agree to disagree. Bleed on Paper to me is a much better
Nothing
song.
but my old man son, best damn
See, now this
thing
one's
here.
my favorite.
But I keep on singing what I know between a minor and a major. And keep pulling at the bittersweet, and if it ain't the latest flavor, little bit of devil, little bit of savior, whole lot of life cutting like a razor, with some blue ink, a blank page, and an old 6-string. I bleed on paper.
Oh, what a song. What a song. Aren't you guys happy you tuned in this morning? I'm in a great mood. You're in a great mood. Let's go. Redbird with $1 says, bring it, birches. I think he means bitches. Aaron, you're still a fat gay F word. See, but now you broke. You gave me a compliment, and then people started to lean on you a little bit, and you went right back to the gay stuff. So, I don't know. Now, annoyed Wawa supervisor thinks Redbird didn't mean to say I've done well. He meant to say I'm well done. The boy is cooked. Cheeto's asking, how was your Five Guys last night? Oh, I couldn't wait till nighttime. I had Five Guys right after I got back from the gym. Wait, what? Hulkamasha Baby says, I respect you for doing what you should have been doing the whole time, D-Gen. Guy's got a point. New guy says, through your life, you learn not to eat certain things. Well, you know, I mean, you live, you learn. You know, you develop a taste for some things, you spit other things out. Let's go to Ryan the Garbage Man Pro. Says, you are raising a victim. I can't believe you subject your daughter to that sorry excuse for music. That's okay. I play Hall & Oates sometimes, too. Throw in some Phil Collins. She likes Volbeat. So there's that. Last Day Under the Sun and Lola Montez. Her two favorites. McBuster says Eric Church is gay. His music makes kids turn trans and shit. I don't. Oh. Hulkamash says, so you're tailoring her music early to scare good boys or attract gays, huh? That's not, I don't have an approach. There's no method to my madness. Jesus Christ, this is terrible. I want to hire a hitman. I have a target. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, bleed on paper, because he fell in love with a woman that no longer has to worry about doing that anymore, and it ruined his marriage. Pickle Ranch now available at all Wawa locations. Oh, Aaron playing Eric Church isn't helping the gay allegations. Also, Kurt Hennig's rap is crap over Eric Church. Oh, look, if you think I'm going to besmirch the good name of the West Texas Rednecks, you're out of your mind. If we go West Texas Rednecks, rap is crap. Yeah, it's a way better. Yeah. Little 1999 WCW for you. Kurt Hennig and the West Texas Rednecks.
I like country music. I love country girls. I like Willie Nelson. And don't forget about Merle.
Don't.
There's only one thing that I hate, 'cause it's a bunch of crap. I hate rap.
Oh.
I like NASCAR racing. Richard Petty's still the king. Yeah, they call me a redneck, but you know that's a beautiful thing. There's only...
He's from fucking Robbinsdale, Minnesota. That was my favorite part about Kurt Hennig's hillbilly angle. It's like, dude, Robbinsdale is like a decent to-do suburb. I don't know a lot of rednecks that come from Robbinsdale.
One thing that I hate, 'cause it's a bunch of crap.
You know what he hates?
I hate rap.
So that was the West Texas Rednecks. I can't believe that WCW ended up losing the Monday Night War. It just it baffles one. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, join the Steel Toe Morning Show where Aaron shares the playlist he plays when gobbling down Five Guys juicy meat. I think that's I think that's a bit of a rash accusation, if you will. Let's go to Mr. Approachable. I agree you've done very well at avoiding leg day and your chin exercises. I plank. You want to know some gay shit I did? I did some real gay shit. I was tanning like yesterday. I'm tanning. I'm going to Florida. I'm going to and not the gay key. And I went tanning, and while I was on my back tanning, I did the hip lifts where you tighten your glutes, you lift up, and you tighten your glutes, and you hold for a count of 5, and then you go back down. I did 3 sets of 10 of those while I was tanning. I think we lost 3 audience members due to head explosion from gayness. Sorry about that. Tim Finman says Robbinsdale is, or at least was, ghetto as all get out when I was out there. Is it? I thought Robbinsdale was decent. They're saying Robbinsdale is the hood. I didn't live near Robbinsdale. I lived in Shoreview. I lived in the north suburbs. Shoreview to Robbinsdale. I went there once for a baseball tournament. Oh, it's only 14 minutes away? Oh, shit, it's down by Columbia Heights in North Minneapolis? Yeah, you guys are right. Robbinsdale is the hood. What am I thinking of? Is Richfield nice? Richfield might be I might be thinking of Richfield instead of Robbinsdale. Well, but that even proves my point more. If Kurt Hennig's from Robbinsdale, Minnesota, then he's even closer to rap. Shoreview to Richfield, 22 minutes. Yeah, okay, that one's south of Minneapolis. That's the one I'm thinking of, by Bloomington, Cottage Grove, Eagan, the nicer places. South suburbs are for the pussies. North suburbs is where the OGs came from. Redbird with $1 says, if you would visit anything other than the degenerate population points in Minnesota, you would realize it's full of rednecks. Yeah, like even if you go just as north as like Blaine and Ham Lake, it's pretty hillbilly. It gets, it turns redneck quick in Minnesota. Hulkamash says, no, Richfield is trash. Here's the deal, though. You guys forget, I'm a north suburbs kid, so my idea of trash is different than your idea of trash. Shoreview, Moundsview, New Brighton. That's the area I'm from. And there's 2 parts of Shoreview. There's like North Oaks, Shoreview, where like Kevin McHale lived. I didn't live there. I lived across County Road I from the Arsenal that just started on fire. Totally different. Mike Big Hunt, yes, I do have to stain my deck. Staining the deck has been on the list this summer. We are going to get that done. I apologize if I offended anyone. That is my bad. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, doesn't your daughter like this song? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I am Walter, becoming a member for 36 months, says, I collect betting money for golfers. What am I, a greenskeeper? Danger Bear Wolf Turtle with $5 says, the shit my ears are being subjected to could be considered grape because it is definitely not consensual. Have a good day, but please stop. Wow. I can't believe we're even talking to me this way. Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you guys very much. We're racking it up here in the early going, 2:05 away from this morning. And we got the 30 that we lost by last night. So technically, we're 2:35 away from an 11 o'clock show. Let's see what Red Fox Mad sent us. He says, doesn't your daughter like this song? Oh, this is one of the greatest songs in all of human history. We haven't watched this in a minute. This is one of the most fantastic tunes of all time. Who was the name of the guy who showed us this? He guest hosted one day, Dr. Phillips or whatever. Oh. I forgot about this part. I shouldn't tell our audience that this is one of the best songs out there. I'm sorry. But Struttin' is a good tune. Dr. Till, that's it, Medicine Woman. This is a song by Thumpasaurus Struttin'.
Here's my strutting, do-do-do. Strutting my way on over to you. You like my strut?
I like yours too.
Strutting my way on over to you. You like these days, got nothing to do. Hit the
Sidewalk and strut for you.
Strutting in the morning, strutting the noon. strutting in nighttime
Under the moon.
Hey, you, I like you too. And do you mind if I strut for you? Baby, feel free to strut for me. You gotta strut, everybody should do. Watch that thing go side to side. Strut so hard with the strutting thighs. Strut your way into my mind. I'm fooled, cause strut's so fun. Having a strut don't cost $1. Take my dog, don't forget the cost. But I'm the dog and I like your smell. Can't help it. You strut so well, and baby, you got a head start. Strutting your way
Into my heart.
Take your hat off, make yourself at home. Have a steady night, then strut on home. Day 1, I'm in love with your strut.
Day 2,
I'm in love with your strut. Day 3,
what? Guess what?
I'm in love with your strut.
Guess what? Day 4.
I'm in love with your strut. Day 1, I'm in love with your strut. Day 2, I'm in love with your strut. Day 3, I'm in love with your strut. And guess what? I'm in love with your strut. I like your strut.
What a fine tune. It's a piece of Americana, as the kids might say. Let's go to people are asking if I have a, what do you call it, a witness for my nuptials in Florida next week. I've two rumors I have to clear up constantly. One, I'm not getting married in Florida. 2, I'm not going to the gay key. Those are the 2 rumors that I have to keep harping on, unfortunately. Buffalo Jockey says, you live in the St. Cloud area. That whole area is a trailer trash hood pit. I mean, let's remember the word allegedly while we're, throwing around our accusations. McBuster says we need a 30 mic run from south to north azimuth. Light them up. Copy that. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Mike Big Hunt says, oh my God, Aaron is definitely enjoying this video. He's definitely got a chub under the table. We don't need to talk about what happens to me when I'm doing this show. All right. You just let me work in an environment that I feel comfortable in. That's it. Annoyed Wawa says they can't make hot dish in Florida, and that's basically Aaron's dowry. Spunker says you also said you weren't swinging. Yeah, I also said my wife wasn't a drug addict, so I guess you're right. My word is worth shit. I'm just going to have to prove to you I was never in the gay key. Redbird with $1 says, I can see why you enjoy this shit, homo. I'm starting to think I don't have any fans and that even the people who like me just want to yell at me and call me names. Like gay boy. And this may come as a shock to some of you. Sometimes when you call me gay boy, hurts my feelings. It does. Hurts my feelings. 2:05 away from this morning. Thank you guys very much for starting us off this way. All right, I think we're pretty much caught up. I think we can get started with, although we did get started with that golf video. You guys just had a lot to say about it, so I hung out with you for a while. Let's go. Let's get into business here a little bit today. We've got a little bit of a bombshell. You guys like bombshells? Everybody likes bombshells. Everybody likes a little gossip. Everybody likes a little whisper campaign, right? Well, I don't know. Like, as someone who's had a jaded, bitter, regretful ex make shit up about you, I can understand where we should take this with a grain of salt. But Prince Andrew's ex-girlfriend, Lady Victoria Hervey, claims that it was the Mossad, it was the Israelis who took down Prince Andrew in an attempt to take down the royal family. Now, this is not a reach. This is something a lot of us have been saying. We've been saying that Mossad employed Jeffrey Epstein to bring rich and powerful people onto this plane and to this island and for these parties, and he would have them have sex with underage girls, and he would film it. And then you would go to those people and you would have blackmail on them and they would do whatever the Israeli government wanted them to do. So in Prince Andrew's case, the Israeli government could go, hey, royal family, do what we want you to do, or we're going to release all this stuff we have on Prince Andrew. And that, I mean, for a lot of people, for a long time, that works. That kind of blackmail definitely has its uses. So now, however, now we have an ex-girlfriend of Prince Andrew coming forward and saying this absolutely 100% is an Israeli psyop. This happened on Piers Morgan's show because apparently Piers Morgan doesn't care if he dies anymore. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says this is the place Aaron is going to in Florida. We'll get to that in a little bit, buddy. Thank you. We're about $200 away from today's goal. Thank you guys for your generosity. So this is Prince Andrew's ex-girlfriend on Piers Morgan. Let's take a listen. Her confirming. Now, I know a lot of you will say, I don't need this bitch to tell me that, Israel is behind all the Epstein stuff and all the blackmail. I know you don't, but it's nice to have another voice out in public.
Can't tell you his name.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Because there's a lot of normies that don't understand any of that, don't know that, and would never even theorize that. They think that Epstein was just this rich guy.
I mean, if you can't tell us, then you just have no credibility.
Well, the FBI has
Victoria.
everything, but
if you don't say what is the motive,
2 years ago.
well, what is the motive?
Because I want this guy to stay alive.
But what is the
dying
motive
in this case?
What is the motive of the person who, in your view, falsified this photograph?
Oh, well, they were taking down the royal family, weren't they?
Well, who were?
Maybe Israel.
It's funny, like, people can't say Jews. It's just so funny that they can't say Israel or Jews. Like, they just stand there like, I know this is going to sound bad. Like, to some people, it's like saying the N-word. Like, oh, who would do this? Who would do this for the blackmail? And she's like, are you going to make me say it, fucker? Like, can't there just be a white person nod? Like, can't there be a goy nod that he goes, who would do this? And you go, and he's like, oh, okay, well, now I understand. Like, we got to develop some goy nonverbal communication. It would keep us out of so much trouble. You'd be like, well, actually, I think this was a blackmail attempt. Oh, now, come on. Who would attempt to blackmail? And you could go, and you go, oh, yeah, say no more. Instead, like, you force this woman to hesitate and go, hey, and that's how you end up with people going like, yeah, the Jews. And you're like, oops, I shouldn't have. Probably came out a little too aggressive on that one.
Who knows?
Israel? Goodness me, come on. What do you mean, who knows? I mean, you're putting forward all these photographs. You've got no...
This is real.
No, it's not. This is all...
It is real. Is it not? It is real. It is real. It is real. It is it not? It's not, is not real. It's Israel.
Okay,
false.
all right.
This
Well, maybe go
table
back to
is
bed.
full-
You're 70
Why would Israel be
something, right?
taking down the British royal family?
That's worse than the person who has to go, Jews. Is the Piers Morgans of the world who have to play retard. Why would Israel want to take that? Why would Israel want to manipulate behind the scenes to gain an upper hand in negotiations with a foreign power with a large military? I just don't understand where this crazy talk is coming from.
Tell me that.
Well, you tell us. You're the one who
say
raised
that.
it.
This
You
is a
raised
fact.
it. You raised it that Israel is
Calm
behind...
down. Or,
Never has Kanye been needed on a panel more.
look,
What
just
tell me to
chill.
calm down.
So
You're the person...
this-
who
Why would
said-
Israel be trying
Why would
to
Israel want
concoct
to
a
be
picture to shame the royal
I
family?
don't know because
But you just
they're-
said it.
I'm not talking about those agencies right now. I mean,
You know what? Now I understand why Sam Show gets frustrated with me. Because I'm getting frustrated with this woman in the same way he gets frustrated with me. In the same way that Sam Show says, Aaron, just say it. Aaron, just come on. I'm doing the same thing to her. I'm like, you know what you want to say. You're just worried about how it sounds. And is that not also part of the PSYOP that Israel is running? Is Israel not also running a PSYOP that it shrinks the Overton window as to what you're allowed to say, even if it's accurate, because they will paint it as anti-Semitic? I heard Mark Levin, who should almost be arrested for treason at this point if I thought he was more loyal to America than Israel, which he's not. But Mark Levin was saying that if you call people neocons, that means you're anti-Semitic. And it just so happens that neocons tend to rubber stamp everything Israel does. I don't know about you guys, but who do you think of when you think of neocons? Because when I think of neocons, I think of George W. Bush and Dick Cheney. Like, I don't think of Jews when I think of neocons. So I think that's absolutely bullshit. But that's part of the tactic. Part of the tactic is taking innocuous words that can be used as a good point against a certain group of people and then turn that into a slur. So you can't use it anymore. Like, this woman knows what she wants to say. She knows why Israel would doctor these photos and get blackmail on the royal family but she's worried that someone's going to call her anti-Semitic. And, you know, shame on Piers Morgan if he does that, because remember when Piers Morgan wanted to criticize Meghan Markle, they were calling Piers Morgan racist, and that's how they tried to silence him. So if anyone should be empathetic, it should be him.
That clear. What I have...
You just said it was
but
Israel.
Without talking about that, this is
we
hard
want
facts.
to talk about that.
Guys, you're going to get this lady fucking killed, all right? Back off a little bit.
What is the genesis of your conspiracy
Tom,
theory?
just stop. This isn't a conspiracy.
According to, if we're talking about Genesis, I would say it must be some misunderstanding. You know, if you're asking about the genesis of this, I would say Israel seems to have an invisible touch. Yeah, he reaches in and grabs right hold of your heart. They seem to have an invisible touch. Yeah, they take control and slowly tear you apart. Sorry. You know what Gaza doesn't say about Israeli missiles? Oh, how I wish it would rain down on me. Hey, what's the genesis of all this? Israel. Sorry, can I just say the last 45 seconds of this show have been completely for me.
These people do not fit in that space. I've measured it.
These people? You mean the big honkers?
They do not physically fit. This guy on the left is 5'8", 5'9" at highest with his hair, and he's higher up in the doorframe than Andrew is.
But
Tell me that.
This is the other thing they do. They kind of slow walk you into sounding like a crazy person, and then they can discredit you because, like, even if you have a point, you start waving shit around. You're like, look at that fucking guy with the hair, and then this guy here with the, and they're like, oh well, she's nuts.
To Tom's question.
It doesn't add up.
Who had the motivation to do this?
Who is behind Jeffrey Epstein? Like, who is that? We don't know exactly who that is. Who put Jeffrey up to this? Who told him to set Prince Andrew up?
You know.
Well, nobody said, because there were...
Nobody, you hear that? Nobody set Jeffrey Epstein up to do this. You see, he acted all on his own. He's just a guy who was able to get foreign heads of state to just hang out with him because he was just a super rad guy with good coke. Redbird with $1 says, yeah, it's safe to say you burned your credibility with a good chunk of us, and it's not prove, not tell from now on. All right, Redbird, thank you very much for the $1. I appreciate it. I have no idea what that had to do with anything. Hobo Chili says, I think of you when I see little Debbie. I don't see, we weren't talking about that, though. Mike Big Hunt says, Aaron is definitely looking forward to the air hostess on the plane asking him, would he like some nuts? Wait, but I don't like to eat. I'll probably bring my own snacks. And I don't understand what you're trying to say. Jesus. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Aaron and Anne Frank have some similarities. Both liars. You know what? That's wildly offensive. But also, you said you didn't say we both have tits, so I like that one. That one's okay. Stories with Joe says, I can't even watch this on YouTube, Aaron, because the Jews or something keep stopping the stream. What? No, that's on your end. I was going to say, are you kidding me? Stories with Joe says, I watch videos at 1080p all day, and you start talking about Epstein, and I can't even run it at 360. Oh, interesting. HRH Princess Chelsea becoming a member for 7 months says Meghan Markle worked for Jeffrey Epstein with Mossad. Is that an alligator, or is that is it documented or is it proven? I didn't know about that. Speaking of Epstein, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Not on Jeffrey Epstein, on this stream, of course. Also, if you're not a member on Rumble and you hate watching ads on Rumble, just become a member for $5 a month and you stop watching ads on this channel. It's really nice. Speaking of the Jeffrey Epstein thing, one of the people in the Trump administration that I have a huge problem with, Pam Bondi, there is now can you really call it a conspiracy theory if it's being reported by media sources? there is a whisper campaign out there that Pam Bondi is indeed not in charge at the Department of Justice anymore, that she is playing the part like an actor, and that Stephen Miller is actually running the show at the Department of Justice. Now, this would be interesting to me. If Pam Bondi is on the outs in the Trump administration, and Stephen Miller, who is like a known rabble-rouser, like he likes to cause trouble, is in there running the show at the DOJ. If this is something that's happened recently, I wonder if this has anything to do with Pam Bondi dragging her feet on releasing all the Epstein materials, and that maybe they're sending Stephen Miller in there to crack the whip and go, let's fucking get this shit out there. We made a promise. Let's get it out. If that's the case, that would be awesome. Now, it could also speak to my other conspiracy theory, which is Trump is only pretending he wants to release the Epstein stuff because he might be in a lot of it. And so he's using Stephen Miller to kind of pull back the reins and not release all the Epstein stuff. Either way, it's fascinating to think about. I tend to like Stephen Miller, but I don't like Stephen Miller. Like, I like the job that he does, and I like the effect he has on the press and the media, but I don't like him, like his personality. He's a douche. But it's kind of like when you have a player on your sports team who's a total asshole and the whole league hates him. Like, I'm sure the Golden State Warriors Warriors fans love Draymond Green, right? Draymond Green's a fucking dirty player and an asshole and a dipshit. But if he's your dipshit, then you love him. And that's kind of how I feel about Stephen Miller. If Stephen Miller was a Democrat, or if he was working for a neocon or anything like, if he was working for Mitch McConnell, I'd be like, Stephen Miller's a fucking cunt. But he's working for Trump, and he's being a cunt at people I want to be treated like cunts. So I like Stephen Miller in a way. Now, according to the New York Times, take this for what it's worth, Pam Bondi sees her role as that of a surrogate, a faithful executor, and high-volume messenger, compelled to cede ground to empowered players in the West Wing like Stephen Miller, because he's a joker. I'm not. He's a midnight toker. The Times story emphasized the influence wielded by the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, whom it identified as helping set the agenda for Bondi's department. It was clear from the start that Mr. Miller, who is not a lawyer, would exercise control inside the government, current and former Trump aides said. This is interesting, and this is great gossip, but it's also an unattributed, unsourced report from the New York Times. And fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me, can't get fooled again. And I'm tired of watching these mainstream liberal media sources have all these stories where they go, oh, an unnamed anonymous source says that, Trump called black people doo-doo heads. And you're like, yeah, that didn't happen. Oh, no, our unnamed anonymous source said he did. It's like, oh, who are they? Well, I can't give that up. Well, you're not accusing them of capital crimes. You're accusing them of gossip. Who's the gossipy Gertie? Oh, well, we can't reveal our sources. Like, you could reveal your source on this. Who gives a shit? An unnamed source says Stephen Miller's secretly running things at the Department of Justice. Oh, who said that? Well, I don't want to get them in trouble. You won't. They're gossiping. That's all this is. So I don't buy it for a second. I think that Stephen Miller might, be talking to Pam Bondi and be like, what are you guys up to? What are you doing? I got to report back to the president. But I don't think he's secretly running shit. It's just more of this, like, as soon as someone tells the New York Times something bad about Trump, they're like, we're not even going to double check this. We're going with it. MSO says, oh, yeah, more rumors. You guys heard all these rumors about Stephen Miller from the Trump administration? I forgot about this one. MSO says some people call him a space cowboy. Did you guys know that the Stephen Miller in the Trump administration, some people call him Maurice, and some people accuse him of speaking of the pompatus of love. These are all very serious accusations, but again, I cannot properly source these. I'm going to investigate these Stephen Miller claims. Tomorrow, I'm going to hop on a big old jet airliner, and I'm going to figure out what's going on with this Stephen Miller stuff. So if you guys have any other rumors about Stephen Miller, I would love to hear them. I would love to hear the audience theories on Stephen Miller. Some people, you may not know this, some people call him the gangster of love. Again, these are rumors. These are things we cannot confirm, but they're very interesting to think about when it comes to Stephen Miller. What happened to you guys? God bless MSO. The rest of you are getting soft. I got to say, the rest of you are getting soft because you guys would have, 5 years ago, you guys would have been all over this bit and we'd have been good for another half hour. Ryobi says Stephen Miller from the Trump administration is headed down south and is still wanted today. I hear he's actually south of the border. He's doing magic tricks. You know what what his magic words are? Abracadabra. He wants to reach out and grab you. Veldrain with $1 says, he says, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. You can wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. He's a little late on the Phil Collins thing. Fauci's Pangolin says, some say Stephen Miller will take the money and run. I've heard that too. And that's really too bad. And then King Kong Dong doesn't even do a song. He just goes, Stephen Miller helped 9/11. Ryan the Garbage Man says, Stephen Miller from the Trump administration told me about a guy named Billy Joe and Bobby Sue who shot a man while robbing his castle. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Stories with Joe says, I heard Stephen Miller thinks Jews are pedophiles as well. See, we're not having fun. We're just accusing him of Jewish pedophilia. We're not doing the fun song bit that everyone was doing. It's not as fun. Miss Tay, I'm soft because I'm a lady. Renegger says Aaron is known as the Lady in Red. That's a Chris DeBerg song, you dick. This isn't as fun. King Kong Dong says, I'm having fun. Fuck the song bit. Wait, what? No. Father Justin Queso says, Stephen Miller made me feel like a woman. But man, I feel like a woman is a Shania. Next you guys are going to be going, I think Stephen Miller saw a long, cool woman in a black dress. It's the Hollies, for God's sake. Wood U says, and you would know Chris DeBerg. Need we say more? They had Lady in Red in heavy rotation at KLFD AM 1410 in Litchfield, where I started out doing radio. So I knew Chris DeBerg. Approachable says, Stephen Miller came in like a wrecking ball. That's Miley Cyrus. What the fuck? Oh. Nader P says, all these music puns have given me a total eclipse of the heart. That's Bonnie Tyler. We're not even trying, are we? We don't even feel like doing it. A couple people do the Steve Miller bit. It's working. It's going great. We're having a good time. And you guys just take a shit all over it. Oh. Hobo Chili Recipe says, Stephen Miller made Aaron turn into a glutton for cake, a real Manchurian gravy candidate. None of that has anything to do with music. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says, you need to bring back Oz if you want to start beating these bits to death like a dead horse. Thank you, guys. 200 away from today's goal. Thanks for your generosity. Approachable says, here we go. We got a music pun. Let's check it out. Approachable says, when Stephen Miller joined politics, he was quoted as saying, I went down in a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. That's not. Trampling at the Zoo say, here's a Stephen Miller pun from the Trump administration. We'll have some fun with this one. Trampling at the Zoo says, Stephen Miller likes to boot, scoot, and boogie. I just, Oh, thank you, Helgi. He says, crime keeps on slipping in the Department of Justice. There you go. Thank you, buddy. Dysrhythmia says, time to change the topic, but don't dream it's over, Aaron. That, again, not a Stephen Miller song. Renegger said, Stephen Miller from the Trump administration also said, save a horse, ride a cowboy. That's Big and Rich. That's not even the same decade. Gray Duckling with $2 says, this bit is going the distance. It's not him. King Kong Dong says, Stephen Miller took a serum to make him a super soldier, then got frozen in ice after fighting Red Skull. That's a movie. Fauci's Pangolin says, Steve Miller gave me a ticket to an airplane, ain't got time to take a fast train. Stories with Joe says, what made it worse is the bitch was a witch and the red was to do with some kind of sexual ritual. Thank you. Rust Belt is going to give us a Stephen Miller pun. This is good. He says, Stephen Miller, after a long day's work, said, I should have been a cowboy. I should have learned to rope and ride. Eaton Clam says, I saw Stephen Miller bite the head off a bat in concert while his wife Sharon counted his money. That's not even it's not this. Veldrain with $1. There we go. Stephen Miller from the Trump administration said, feed the babies who don't have enough to eat. Shoe the children with no shoes on their feet. How's the people living in the street? Oh, there's a solution. Thank you, Veldrain. Now everyone's going to call you gay for doing the bit right. Mike Big Hunt says, Stephen Miller said he woke up in the morning and raised his weary head. He had an old coat for a pillow and the earth was last night's bed. Chevrolet JB says Stephen Miller was down by the lake. Oh, which lake was that, Chevrolet JB? There's a lot of lakes, you know. I just want to know which lake Stephen Miller was at. You know? Luxray Luxor is not even trying. He writes, something. Stephen Miller hates the Jews. Professor Tie-Dye says Stephen Miller from the Trump administration said soon we will live in a yellow submarine. Renegger says Stephen Miller also had a weird anger towards snakes on the plane. That's a movie with Samuel L. Jackson. That's not even a song. Ryan the Garbage Man Pro says Stephen Miller from the Trump administration started swinging with Aaron and then gave his wife a bunch of coke. Oh. Fauci's Pangolin says Stephen Miller is the happy face killer, a.k.a. Dennis Quaid. First of all, it was played not by Dennis Quaid. It was played by David Arquette, and that's a Lifetime movie. Mild says, I really liked Stephen Miller on SNL Weekend Update before he went and did his own HBO show. It was Dennis Miller. It's a different guy. Harry Ball says, Stephen Miller from the Trump administration said, English, motherfucker, do you speak it? That's Pulp Fiction. Again, that's a movie. You guys, there was a singer named Steve Miller. He had a band called the Steve Miller Band, and they sang a whole catalog's worth of songs, and I thought we would have fun confusing the Trump administration Stephen Miller for the singing Stephen Miller, and it did not go well. It did not go. The long and short of it, I think we failed. I think we failed. $200 away from today's goal. You guys are doing great on that front. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you for the generosity. Keep it going. Keep it moving. A few bucks at a time. We'll have this thing all taken care of. All right. Look, you won. You guys won. I'm moving on from the Stephen Miller bit. Started out promising. MSO, thank you for getting it started. The rest of you, I fucking hate your guts. How's that? All right, you guys want to watch a little Owen Schroyer going off on Mark Levin? You guys, we got a lot of Middle Eastern news today. Trump is really poking Israel. That sounded weird. Trump is going over doing something that's really pissing Netanyahu off, and that is getting countries to agree to peace in the Middle East. Trump is doing this thing that's really upsetting the Israelis. It's called doing what's best for America. It is historically something Israel despises to the point where they will let our Twin Towers get knocked down and let 3,000 of our people die without warning us, even celebrating the attack, thinking that we will fight their wars for them, that they're too small to fight. So one thing Israel hates is when we're happy. You know, we're in a very abusive relationship with a small country with Napoleonic syndrome. And right now, Donald Trump is trying to make sure that the United States does not get into any more foreign wars and that we can negotiate peace deals with Muslim Middle Eastern countries. Meanwhile, Israel is apparently gearing up for a full-scale invasion of Gaza, which is completely unnecessary. And it's just Zionist relocation of the Arabs who live there. So, you know, isn't it amazing that a country that was founded after Adolf Hitler tried to systematically eliminate the Jews, that these people are now creating scenarios that excuse them to go in and invade a section of a territory so they can get more Lebensraum? Isn't it amazing that the Jews are now pushing people out of their ancestral homes for more Lebensraum? I mean, it's amazing how these things are a circle. It's incredible how we can go from Nazi Germany oppresses Jews to Nazi Germany is defeated, to Jews get their own country, to Jews have a group of people they feel superior to, which typically means everybody, and the Jews now go to conquer another people and relocate them for more Lebensraum. It's amazing. You know, it's like poetry, you know, they rhyme, of course. Let's go to Owen Schroyer. Not the guy who played Mini-Me in Austin Powers. That's Vern Troyer. Owen Schroyer from InfoWars, one of Alex Jones's guys, went off on Mark Levin, and I'm so glad he did. I can't stand Mark Levin. First of all, even if he wasn't a guy who had dual loyalty to this country, even if he wasn't a guy who pretended to be America first, but was really in the pocket of Israel and only gave a shit about Israel and only loved America while we would do whatever Israel wants us to do. Even if I didn't hate his fucking positions, his voice makes me want to grab a small bird by the head and just break its neck in half. I hate Mark Levin's voice. Well, Owen Schroyer did a little Mark Levin impression, and I'm happy to say it's pretty good. Let's take a look at the old boy.
Leadership in the media. Now America is a little compromised, isn't it, Mark? It is a little compromised now, so we can't be independent. And you had nothing to say about any of that. But now that Israel's foreign policy is being threatened, now all of a sudden, Mark, yeah. Isolationist because we don't want a foreign country controlling our policy in the Middle East. Isolationist because we don't want to start another war.
Yeah, that's 100% what these people are saying. If we don't want to go and bomb Muslims who have done nothing to us, by the way, they have not threatened the United States at all. They have no beef with the United States. We have no beef with them. You know, we've proven that George W. Bush's if we don't fight them over there, we'll have to fight them over here thing is bullshit. Just have a reasonable, sound immigration policy and you'll be safe. You'll be fine here at home. But you know, we just have to worry about our own lunatics on antidepressants shooting up schools. But it's incredible that, you know, if you don't want to go in and get in a war on somebody's behalf, they can call you every name in the book. And by the way, these pro-Israel people like Mark Levin, what they don't understand is they do more to hurt the good name of regular everyday Jews than anybody who's railing against Israel. Because it makes you look like a schemer. It makes you look like a game player, a propagandist. It makes you look like a manipulator. You know, and you equate people who criticize Netanyahu, who's insane. You equate people who criticize Netanyahu and don't want to follow him into endless war. You equate that with anti-Semitism and Nazis. That's bullshit. And that is going to cause more problems for the reputation of Jews than anything that anybody critical of Israel is doing right now.
Isolationist. Okay, Mark.
The ones that actually have individuals as guests on their programs, who are Holocaust deniers,
Oh,
who
there
are
you
terrorist
go.
deniers, who trash our country,
yeah, he's getting desperate
trash
now.
our military.
Listen how desperate he is. Trash our
I
military.
have no.
You would gladly send every American soldier to die for Israel, Mark.
Bingo. And that's the point. And Mark Levin criticizing other people for not having certain people on their show. Do you think Mark Levin would have Owen Schroyer on as a guest? Not in a million, not without calling him a Nazi or a Holocaust denier or an anti-Semite. Not without any of that shit. And like, Holocaust denier? You fucking kidding? Nobody's even said 5.8 million, Mark. Like, nobody's talking Holocaust. Isn't it amazing? Like, only the pro-Israel Jews want to bring up the Holocaust every time. No, the rest of us not bringing up the Holocaust at all. Not debating it, not discussing it. We're talking about current events. You know, the minute Israelis start losing an argument and people start seeing them for kind of the bullies that they are and start seeing Zionism as the kind of relocationist Lebensraum tactic that it is, the minute they start getting exposed, they just go, oh, Holocaust. Say, yeah, it was terrible. That was really bad. Trail of Tears was bad too. You know? Trail of Tears was awful, but I'm still going up to the casino.
Don't you say a damn thing about our military. Don't you say a damn thing.
Fine. They crush pussy, bro. I'm sorry. Oh, he's yelling at Mark, not me.
Desire to candy coat anything about them.
If it was candy coated, Mark would eat it. But he has digestive issues.
Period. And these are people that history will deal with in a very, very harsh way.
Oh.
History comes too late.
We'll see
Deal
about
with
that.
A regime that wants a nuclear weapon.
Who's he even talking
wants
about?
The
back to Iran.
intercontinental. I stress.
That's the other thing. They want that Iran war, boy. Hey, Israel, if you want an Iran war, go fucking get it. This horse shit where they use I'm not kidding. I just looked down at the ground and I saw a phantom Gordy. I thought Gordy was sitting on the ground next to me. And I swear to God, he's not there. There was a phantom Gordy to my right. Bizarre.
Continental.
Notice how he's like, oh, the people that have on their show. Who has people on their show? Name the show host, Mark. The Holocaust deniers. And the
Stu Peters. And you know what? If you're Mark Levin, you could shut him up with one guy. On sure, be like, name one guy who has Holocaust deniers on his show. And you go, Stu Peters. You're like, oh, fuck, I forgot about Stu Peters. You know what? That's a good one. That's fair. Stu Peters is out of his fucking mind.
terrorist deniers. Who, Mark? Say a name, you coward.
Call him a chicken shit.
And
I
then
love
it's back to
chicken shit.
Iran.
Ballistic missiles.
Iran so far away. Sorry.
To deliver them. We cannot be the generation that ushers in nuclear weapons, and this has been my point.
Stop speaking like it's FDR. Stop speaking like it's the day after Pearl Harbor. Israel has nuclear weapons. Who's been more violent and aggressive in that part of the world than Israel? They have nukes. Why wouldn't Iran have nukes? Let me tell you something. Consider the world. Let's practice a little empathy here. Consider the world that Iran lives in. You've got Israel constantly saber-rattling and trying to recruit the biggest superpower in the history of the world onto their side to start a war with Iran. And both of those countries have nuclear weapons. And Iran sees, hey, who does the United States talk to differently? Who does the United States tiptoe around? China, Russia, North Korea? What do those three countries have in common? Oh, they all have nukes. They can all nuke Washington, D.C. Well, we sure would like one of those nukes. It seems like the great equalizer. You know, it seems like our ultimate concealed weapons program to keep us safe on the streets. And they wouldn't be wrong. So, yeah, if I was an Iranian, I'd want nukes. I've got Israel threatening me. I've got Israel trying to recruit the United States to threaten me. They've both got nuclear weapons. I'd like them too.
My point to the president, my point behind this microphone, and it always will be. If I wasn't Jewish,
What? Mark Levin is Jewish? Knock me over with a goddamn feather.
If I was Christian or a Muslim or Buddhist or Hindu. Or
Shut up.
atheist,
We get it.
Gnostic,
Religion.
Or deist or whatever. My view would be exactly the same.
Bullshit!
Thank you, Owen.
Bullshit! You do not speak for Christians conservatives, Mark.
Oh, Mark. He said Mark like he's
Bullshit! You are not going to sit there and say, as a Jew, I'll speak for Christians and say the same thing. No, you...
Yeah, you don't get to kill our Savior and speak for us. That's kind of a dick move. That's like you killed my prized pig to make pork chops for dinner, and then you made me cook them. Like, I don't... Like, bro, don't kill my Savior and dictate what I think. I mean, that's a little harsh. You get to choose one. You get to speak for me or murder my Savior, and you guys made your choice over 2,000 years. Well, hey, we're coming up on the 2,000th anniversary. What do we got? Jesus died at age 33. That's 32 shots from twin Glocks at 16 apiece. That's 17, which means one of my guns was holding 17. 27 hit your crew. 6 went into you. Everybody got to die sometime. Hope your funeral never gets shot up. Bullets tear through the innocent. Nothing is fair. Just roll up, shooting from wheelchairs. My heart is racing, tasting revenge in the air. I let this shit slide for too many years, too many times. Now I'm back with a couple of gats, couple of nines. If you is really with me, get busy, load up your semis. Do more than just hold it, explode the clip until you empty. That's my response to Mark Levin.
Won't. And you know what? You don't speak for Jews either.
Ooh, I do.
You don't speak for American Jews.
I speak for Jews, and may I say, prices are a little high. I think they could come down just a little bit. I like to see the reduction in inflation. A little slow.
Jews either. And you have done so much harm to the reputation of good, conservative, American first Jewish Americans. You have done so much harm to them now that they should throw you overboard in the...
Ooh, that sounds a little Holocausty. No, I think he's right, though, about that. I've been thinking that for a while now. Like, all these really pro-Israel first Americans, like Ben Shapiro, like Mark Levin, I think they're making it tougher on Jews. Because they're making it look like every Jew feels this way, and they totally don't. Like, there's a lot of Jews, even in Israel, who don't like Netanyahu, who think he's a psycho. So, I mean, the people just criticizing, just simply criticizing, I don't think they're the ones that are causing problems for Jewish people. I do think it is people like Levin, people like Shapiro. Veldrain with $1 says Stephen Miller from the Trump administration said doot, living in the USA, living in the USA. Sorry, late in the chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. Miss Tay gifting a membership. Who got it? Ep didn't. Ep didn't got the membership from Miss Tay. If you want to forward that membership, pass it along to somebody else. We love those little membership chains. Thank you guys very, very much. No, Gordy is not really. Now people are theorizing that Gordy is dead because I saw a phantom Gordy sitting. Gordy is fine. I let him out this morning. He's okay. Stories $1 from Veldrain says Israelis like to put their noses into everyone else's business. Solution: mandated rhinoplasty. Stories with Joe says, I just know that the Antichrist in the Bible is supposed to bring a lot of peace, and someone seems to be talking a lot of peace. Just saying. Maybe Trump's playing his role. Eating clams, Jeff Jordan says, isn't it nice how it's out in the open finally and people are waking up? Thank God. Well, yeah, but the Israelis aren't going down light. They're just going to call everybody anti-Semitic. They're just going to call everybody Jew haters, and it's like, oh, sorry, we want peace. We'd rather there's not war, especially in our name. You're right. We're the assholes. Soja Nuker says our government is full of Zionist, satanic, communist mass murderers, terrorists, and pedophiles. That's like an Alex Jones rant right there. Mark speaks for douchebag Christians like Hagee and his ilk. Yeah, let's not let those evangelical Christians off the hook too, because their whole thing is they want to bring about the Battle of Megiddo. They want to bring about the Battle of Armageddon. And they feel that if they installed a Jewish state of Israel and the Christians support it, they will get their Battle of Megiddo. That will usher in the rapture, and that will usher about the return of the kingdom of Christ to earth for 1,000 years. 1,000-year Reich! Terrible, terrible idea if you like peace and tranquility, because you take a rough road getting there. 383 Novocaine with $1 says Mother of the Year. We're just about ready to move on from this topic, so we can open that one up. Sam Show says, and no, it's not the first religion. That's fucking retarded. Well, no, of course it's not. Every ancient civilization had their religious beliefs, for God's sake. Sam Show says, until you reject Abraham, you aren't serious about the Jew problem. I don't even. You're getting too deep for me now. Eliminate dual citizenship, then let's see who decides to stay and who moves to Israel. I would like to remove dual citizenship because I find it to be a very serious problem. Because you got people in media and you've got people in politics who are advocating for shit that is very clearly against America's best interests. And it's something that needs to be called out. And, you know, I got to say, these right-wingers who are pro-Israel, they're a lot like the lefty political correct crowd. They're a lot like the woke left. In that, if you have a legitimate criticism of them and their ideas, they go to slanderous statements. They go to anti-Semitic, racist, same thing the left does when you want to criticize anything they do. You know, what's that old saying? A racist is anyone who wins an argument with a liberal. An anti-Semite is anyone who doesn't want the Jews to blow up the Middle East. I think that's what an anti-Semite is at this point. Remove 2-for-1 taquitos and Aaron will achieve 215, says Chevy fan. Can I give you guys the news? 221 this morning. We're 6 pounds away. Now, I've been 6 pounds away and I've backslid before. But I think I could get, if I really go for it, I think we could hit 215 by the keys. I think I could. I think it's doable. Hey, guys, go ahead and throw in a bunch of money at the toe. We're 195 away from this morning. We missed by $30 last night. I will go until 11 o'clock if we knock out both the goal and that extra 30. Thank you very much. Nothing in the PayPal, nothing in the Venmo so far this morning. So go ahead and be the first to drop in there, and we'll see what we can do. Oh my goodness, some text coming in. Speaking of dual citizenship, did you hear Marjorie Taylor Greene call Ilhan Omar a traitor? Well, I mean, that's not exactly... I mean, there's plenty of clips of Ilhan Omar talking about how she's Somalia first. I mean, it's like I said, that dual citizenship thing is... There's a lot of that going on. Let's go ahead and check it. Oh, boy. Approachable's got a clip. Let's see. Guys, does anybody have a fucking dead baby story? We got to get moving here. Oh, that's right. We made like $70 and knocked out our goal yesterday talking about who was it? Somebody sent in a story. They're like,
hey, guys, back at Randy here.
They said, you won't see the media cover this story. And it was like a war crime of like murdering babies with grenades in Yugoslavia and shit. And we're like, Jesus, this is a fucking downer. But then all this money started to come into the show. And I'm like, well, I mean, this is a bummer. I hate this, but do we got to do dead baby stories in order to get people to throw in a couple of bucks? I don't know. No, we're not calling it Dead Baby Rumble Friday. Chevy fan. Oh, God. Well, anyway, we do have an anti-Jewish spurg in the chat. Soja Nuker, I like you. Welcome to the show. I hope you enjoy it. But no, I'm not going to stop the show for every chat you have. Notice that I don't read a lot of people's stuff. And when you're writing things like Hitler was right, I'm kind of saving you from being retarded when you say shit like that. Because, like, You're the kind of person who takes the people like myself who are very critical of Israel, and you're the one who makes it very easy for people to call us anti-Semitic and shit like that. So if I don't read all of your stuff, you don't need to spurg out and write 15 things and go, look at me. It'll be okay. $2 from the Grand Poobah says you're down to 221 after all this fasting. How fucking fat did you get again? I mean, 225? God, make me feel like a piece of shit, why don't you? Thank you for the $2, Grand Poobah. Appreciate it. 190 away from today's goal. Keep it going. Let's get it done. And let's do the 190, and let's also do that extra 30 from last night. You guys can bail out the evening show for once, so they can shut their mouths about you morning show folks. Thanks again for all your generosity. Let's make it go. You got $5 or $10 for the toe? We love you. All right, somebody sent this in and said Mother of the Year. Let's take a look, and then we'll get back to our stuff for today.
It's back and Randy here with San Antonio Zone Kins 5. I'm outside Rhodes Middle School right now, but in my hand...
Well, you see, baby, we got kindergartners, we got first graders, baby, and we got all the way up to the 5th grade, if you will. And I'm going to teach these kids about reading. I'm going to teach them about writing. I'm going to teach them about arithmetic. And there will be gorilla shit all over them there. Sorry, it's Rhodes Middle School. I just assumed that it was. I mean, it's either going to have a teacher like that or they're just going to play Downstate Kingdom forever.
Right here is an arrest warrant that details a disturbing plot to attack the middle school by a student. But this arrest warrant is for that student's mother. Let me explain. 33-year-old Ashley.
Holy shit. She had a kid, huh? Somebody dumped a load of jizz inside of her body, and that jizz grew into a child, and she had it, and she kept this look. And, never have I seen, hey, here's a picture of a woman who raised a school shooter. Never have I seen the picture and been less confused. I totally get it. You're like, you're not going to believe it, Aaron. Here's the mom that raised the school shooter. And you're like, this might upset you. I 1,000% believe this.
Pardo is facing an aiding and commission of terrorism charge. According to the warrant, she provided her son ammunition and tactical gear. The warrant states the
What are the odds this woman doesn't have a swastika somewhere in that batch of tattoos?
child's grandmother reported him to police after she discovered multiple loaded magazines, an improvised explosive device, and a note about mass shootings in his bedroom. The warrant states the mom bought him the supplies in exchange for babysitting his younger siblings.
Hey, honey, do you think you can be a big boy for mommy while I go out and find you a new daddy and you could babysit your little brothers and sisters? Sure, Mom. All right, when I come back, I'll get you some AKs. I'll get you a couple of extended mags. I'll get you some modified sawed-off shotguns. I'll get you some Kevlar. I'll get you a bandolier. What do you think? That sounds great, Mom. I love you, Mom. Love you too, son. You're my whole world. Don't let the pit bull eat the kids.
But this isn't the first time the child has been in trouble with his school. In April, he was caught researching a mass shooting on the school computer. He was sent to alternative school but returned to campus on May 8th.
Why do we keep doing that? Every single one of these school shootings, the kid basically comes in with a banner and a fucking marching band going, I'm gonna shoot everyone. I'm gonna kill everyone at my school. I'm angry and mad. And then they go, hey, you better stop saying you're going to kill everyone. People are going to think you're serious. And he goes, I am serious. I'm going to shoot up the entire school. And they're like, all right, why don't you go to ALC for a week or two and cool off, mister? And then he comes back and they're like, all right, so you're over the whole wanting to shoot up the school thing? Nope, I'm still going to fill you all full of lead. All right, well, you're late for stats course. You're late for AP US history, so get on in there, you little scamp, and go, you don't understand. I'm going to murder you all. I'm sure you are, but, trigonometry isn't going to do itself. Fuck. So the mom's an asshole. The school's retarded. Kid's the only one with any follow-through in this story.
Mother made the discovery yesterday. So yesterday, police showed up to the school to try and take that student into custody. He allegedly showed up to school wearing tactical pants, a camo jacket, and a mask. However,
wow, it's almost like he wanted to shoot a bunch of people like he'd been promising.
when they showed up, they couldn't find him, but he was eventually arrested off campus, is facing a terrorism charge. We know he is still in custody, but his mother bonded out of jail. Her bond was set at $75,000. For more on this story, head over to kens5.com or you.
Yeah, I think, that mom, she, she's doing her best. She's doing her best to be there for her babies, I think. She's, they're her whole world. And these men ain't shit. That's my position on the whole thing. Chevy fan says, give the kid a break. It was career day. He was researching. Oh. Approachable says, honestly, I have to applaud the guy who got her pregnant. If I ever got that drunk, I'd die. Yeah, that was he walked out of the room and she was still sleeping. He's like, I got to straighten my life out. I got to get my shit together. I got to quit drinking. That's enough. It's getting ridiculous. It's getting really, really bad. King Kong Dong says, I bet she can be fixed, Aaron. Oh, yeah. You know what? We can fix her, guys. We can fix her. Chevy fan says, Aaron dressed the same in high school, but it was because he was a No Limit Soldier fan. Well, you know me. I was, Master P till I die. You know how it be. You know what it do. 190 away from today's goal. Let's get a move on. I don't want to have another day like always. Let's get a move on and knock that out. Just $5-10 at a time, guy. We don't have much to go. Let's just make this nice and easy today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. If you can't give us any money, money's tight. Hey, hell, we understand. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up. Even if you do have money, hit the thumbs up button. Hit the like. Hit the subscribe. Hit all of that stuff. The share button. All of it. Go ahead and throw us a couple of likes and shares. Throw us a couple of likes and shares, and let's get that all hammered out. Oh, my God, we're not even over 600 today. Whew. Bit of a nightmare for the old. Monday was huge. Tuesday was pretty respectable, even with Meme Copium on. Oh, taking a bit of a dusty butt fucking today. Let's peek. Oh, no, never mind. I'm sorry. I got that wrong. We are up over 600. I apologize. But, 7 to 800 is where we like to be. I prefer 8. I can live with 7. I don't take a straight razor to my veins at 7. Breaking news. Donald Trump will be skipping an Israel visit on his first trip abroad as president. This was big news yesterday. He's meeting with a bunch of Middle Eastern countries, trying to make peace in the Middle East, trying to get together a coalition of countries that promises to recognize Israel, and then using that as a cudgel to get Israel to withdraw from the West Bank and Gaza Strip and get back to a two-state solution. Israel's response has been to saddle up for a full-blown invasion of the Gaza Strip, which if they do that, I think the United States should oppose it. It sounds like Trump will oppose it. But right now, it does seem as though Donald Trump is doing things his way, which is good. But it's going to, if you think they're going to let him just do this thing the way he's been doing it and there won't be any pushback, I think we're only seeing the beginning of tumult in the Middle East. But thank God it's not war, I'll take anything. I'll take Israel being pissy. I'll take hard-nosed negotiations. I'll take all of that over more of these stupid fucking wars. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, hit the thumbs up twice so it counts as 2 like. No! Do not hit the like button twice. That's not how it works. Hit it 1 time or hit it 3 times. That's the way it works. That's the only way to make it work. Let's go to the very funny news we have today. David Hogg has been ousted from his position after a late-night vote at the DNC. David Hogg now holds the record as the shortest tenure as vice chair of the DNC. Wow. Look at that. David Hogg. There is the face of a disappointed little boy. I mean, they brought some 25-year-old dipshit in because they thought, hey, young guy, right? Look, young people, that's a young guy. We're going to get more young people votes, right? No, everyone thinks he's a douche. We all remember him and how he made that shooting all about himself. And, then he just wanted to take everybody's guns away. It didn't have anything to do with the shooting, but he just became the anti-gun guy. And then he did his gay little feud with Mike Lindell and tried to release his own pillow. And it's like, the guy's just a waste of jizz. And they put him in there like, we're going to make him the vice chair of the DNC. What's his political acumen? And they're like, oh, he didn't die in a mass shooting. It's, all right. I'm sure there's lots of those people around. They don't need an official co-chair position at the DNC. On Monday, the credentials of the DNC voted 13-2 to void the election results from February, in which Hogg and Pennsylvania State Senator Malcolm Kenyatta were elected to serve as the co-vice chairman of the DNC. The vote comes as Hogg is reportedly planning to spend up to $20 million to fund primary campaigns against incumbent Democrats. Oh, that's what happened. So David Hogg is like, yeah, they gave me a fucking job and they gave me access to party funds and I'm going to do some crazy shit. I'm going to primary sitting Democratic politicians. And the DNC went, whoa, 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 motherfucker. That's anti-machine shit. And he's like, yeah. We're the machine, dickhead. Don't kick our guys out. We've already got them bought and paid for and bribed. You want to now bribe a new crop of people? And he's like, no, I want to get true believers who will be progressive in here. Motherfucker, that's not what we do. We bribe people to just do the job that the pharmaceutical companies and the military-industrial complex want us to do. Do you know how much time, effort, energy, and lack of a soul that takes, you little shithead? Now you're going to take $20 million of our party money, which it ain't growing on trees anymore. Barack Obama ain't been here in a long time. And you want to take that $20 million so we can get new retards in here that we have to train up? God damn, it's hard enough to get Jasmine Crockett up to speed on how this shit really works. She won't shut the fuck up. And now in comes David Hogg, and he's like, I got big ideas. And they're like, we don't give a shit. So they kicked his ass out. He wanted $20 million to fight against the Democratic establishment. And the Democratic establishment said, hey, shithead, we made you. Get the fuck out of here. By the way, it was Tim Walz and James Carville who were lobbying really hard to keep David Hogg. I mean, I'm a little disappointed in James Carville, but that checks out for Tim Walz 100%. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says about Trump's Middle East tour. Oh, so he's like going to mirror JFK, right? Including those notes in the files, right? Well, I can't imagine that Israel's too happy about what he's doing. $5 from Waylon says, Aaron, we call you gay to toughen you up. We see hope within you, and we're here to save you. Aw, thank you, Waylon. That's so nice. Hey, guys, 185 away from today's goal. Keep it up with those fives at a time, and we'll be A-OK. Little PayPal, little Streamlabs, little Venmo, too. Thanks for spreading the love around. We appreciate it. 185 is the number, and we're going to give you an extra hour today if you knock out that 30 that the evening show left us. Yeah, I mean, the fact that James Carville still has a say in the modern Democratic Party is, like, it's pretty wild. People are saying Tim Walz got trolled at the fishing opener. Okay, I want to see that. Hold on. Oh, no, Ethan Ralph vomited on it. Oh, God. I went on Twitter to try to find this Tim Walz thing. I can't go on Twitter to find stuff that you guys are talking about without running into something horrific. So Ethan Ralph apparently had another fucked up, hammered, shit-faced stream. And he walked away from his stream for a while, and apparently he vomited, and he came back. Take a look at this. He came back with allegedly puke on himself. Oh, right. That's puke. And that looks like a guy who just puked. Oh. vomited on himself. Oh, Piggy make puke. And then he shut it down. Oh. Piggy made puke on himself. What was I looking for? That's it. Thank you, AF Stream Watch. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Let's keep that one. Thank you, AF Stream Watch, for that clip. Tim Wall's fishing opener. And I didn't hear about him getting trolled or anything. I feel like I would have saw this. Okay, here we go. He got heckled on the lake at the fishing opener over the weekend. Let's take. I've not seen this.
A fisherman, he couldn't pour minnows out of a bucket if the instructions were on the bottom.
It's because they're in Chinese.
Because they're in Chinese. He can't, well, he does read Chinese. Maybe he reads Chinese, I don't know. He spends he loves China. You missed the way I said China.
Oh, so a guy just heckled him as Donald Trump? Seems like he's laughing. It seems like he's got a pretty good sense of humor about it. Still think it's funny. Yeah, I mean, look, if you run for vice president, if you go national and you lose, you have to go back to your state. It's always going to hit you. Like, you're always going to get dinged up. Oh, my God. Look at this one. Somebody sent this in. James Carville to David Hogg. I said, put your mouth on the curb now, boy. Jesus. Wow, I didn't know James Carville was so anti-David Hogg. Obama phone Pro Max 5G with $1.99 says, suffer, Ralph. It's not a good look. But like, if you voluntarily go on all fucked up, I mean, nobody can protect you from yourself. Waylon says, there it is. Thank you. I was proud of it. Yeah, you made that quick, too. You made that really, really quick. 180 away from today's goal. Thank you, guys. You're knocking it down nice and easy. Nice and easy. We're 180 away from today. And again, a bonus of 30 gets you an extra hour for today. Let's go ahead and open up our 7 o'clock hour stories. And, of course, all of this brought to you by our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. They have trucks and wreckers that can handle everything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment. Again, that's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Go check out their selection of firearms, tactical gear, knives, optics. They also in-store handle everything suppressor-related. So if you're in the market or you have any questions, your number one stop has to be Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Talk to Derek and Tracy and check out their selection. If you have any questions, they're the experts to ask at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. By the way, speaking of Midland Armory, did you know that Oz is back in the engraving business? This is one of his older pieces, but I saw him advertising on social media recently. He's getting back into the gun engraving business. I think that's awesome. You didn't see that. You did not just see that. Did not happen. That did not happen. Oh, boy. Chevy fan with $5. Thank you. Look at that. $5 at a time. Everybody with their fives coming into the toe. Thank you very much. Coming into that didn't sound, that sounded different from how I wanted it to sound. Give me tips with $1. Says, Aaron, did you hear Pete Rose got unbanned from MLB? Will be eligible for the Hall of Fame in 2028. Yeah, I hate it. Because I love Pete Rose. And Pete Rose is one of the greatest baseball players of all time. All-time hits leader, the whole thing. And the fact that they did this after his death really pisses me off. Because, Pete Rose, did he bet on baseball? Yeah. But he bet on himself. Like, he didn't bet on anything that ruined the integrity of the game. He was such a competitive guy that he bet on his own team to win. And if you want to punish him for betting on baseball, fine. But not letting the all-time leading hits player into the Hall of Fame is fucking horseshit. And the fact that they're doing this after he died, I don't know. That really, when I saw that news yesterday, that really pissed me off. That really made me mad. Epp didn't. I dribbled a little water on my shirt, and now Epp didn't is calling me Aaron Ralph. All right, that's low. You son of a bitch. That's really, really low. How dare you? Boy, I really didn't think that being called Aaron Ralph would distract me and hit me as hard as it did, but it really did. Landers says Pete Rose is too white and doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. Well, when the guy's got a good point, I guess I can't argue against it. I mean, he's got me there. Pete Rose is white. God damn it. I hate it when they're right. Fucking white, dude. Let's see. We've got possible Derek. Whoa. I'm getting some breaking news sent to me here. What about a Derek Chauvin pardon? Oh, by the way, Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, tomorrow is bike night at Stoney's. Holy shit. This is last night. This is last night's Channel 5 news. I thought the idea of a Chauvin pardon was done. There was not going to be a Derek Chauvin pardon. What happened?
There are concerns tonight about new civil unrest over the murder of George Floyd.
Oh, sure. Let's do that again. It's funny. There he is in a security shirt smiling. I don't see him beating the shit out of a pregnant lady in that one.
This month marks 5 years since his death sparked protests and riots here locally and around the world. And the city, county, and state are preparing for new potential protests. Jay Coles is here to explain why. Jay?
Yeah, Kevin, multiple sources tell me there are two things driving this. First, in recent weeks, we've seen calls from conservative commentators for President Trump to pardon Derek Chauvin.
They've been doing that since the day Trump got inaugurated. This strikes me as some kind of psyop bullshit. This strikes me as Trump's approval ratings aren't going down as fast as they want. Trump's getting wins with the China trade negotiations. He's doing well in the Middle East, the UK trade negotiations, Canadian trade negotiations, a peace tour, the whole deal. It sounds like they're trying to start some shit. I haven't heard Donald Trump say once that he's going to pardon Derek Chauvin. In fact, the only time I've heard Trump address it at all is he's like, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about pardoning Chauvin in my administration. This strikes me as like needing some shit to talk.
Second, sources tell me the city of Minneapolis is almost certain the Department of Justice next week will move to end its consent decree over the MPD because it's happened in other cities. So preparations are happening now, just days before the 5th anniversary of George Floyd's murder.
That's great. So the media is going to stir up and pump up more unrest, almost like they want this shit to happen. What's the matter? Too many black people voting Republican for you? Is that what it is? Too many black people becoming conservative? Is that the issue? We need to stir up more white versus too many white and black people talking to each other and realizing they have a lot in common. We got to stir that shit up again. You manipulative cunts. Nobody is talking about pardoning Derek Chauvin. Like, I've seen one Ben Shapiro rant on it, and that's it. Nobody in the Trump administration is thinking about Derek Chauvin right now. But let's ramp that up ahead of the 5th anniversary of all this shit. God, it's so irresponsible.
This is what Minneapolis looked like after former MPD officer Derek Chauvin killed George Floyd. And it's something...
I want to put that in killed. He killed George Floyd.
State and city leaders do not want to see happen again.
Are you sure? Because it sounds like they do.
6 total sources today. They tell me Governor Tim Walz, the Minnesota National Guard, Attorney General Keith Ellison, Mayor Jacob Fry, and Hennepin County Sheriff DeWanna Witt have all...
Do I need to say it? I don't want to be mad today. We're having a great time. We're having a solid time on the toe today. I don't want to be mad. Hennepin County Sheriff. I'm sure she was the most qualified law enforcement person for the job, and she's doing great.
All been briefed on a potential Chauvin pardon and the possible end to the federal consent decree that called for extensive reform at MPD. And tonight, law enforcement is now preparing for possible civil unrest if those two things happen. Mayor Fry is not talking about those plans, but his Commissioner of Community Safety, Todd Barnett, in a statement says, quote, "We've heard the same rumors as everyone else, but the bottom line is that Derek Chauvin would remain behind bars, serving his state sentence, even if his federal charges are pardoned. To be clear, we have no credible intelligence about any pardon or planned disruptions here in Minneapolis."
So why are we talking about it? If not to just stir shit up a week before the anniversary. God damn it, man. I don't ever want the mainstream media calling people irresponsible or speculative ever again. You wait until 2 minutes into a 3-minute story to have a state official or a city official say, we have no credible intelligence about any pardon. Then why the fuck do we even have to have this story? This story is a nothing. It's another Trump nothing burger. It's another Trump thing. He's like right there. This shouldn't even be broadcast on television. To be clear, we have no credible intelligence about any pardoned or planned disruptions. But goddamn if Channel 5 News won't try to make one.
Sources tell me the Minnesota Department of Corrections would be ready to take Chauvin from a federal penitentiary in Arizona to Oak Park Heights maximum security prison here in Minnesota. Attorney General Ellison telling MSNBC over the weekend, Chauvin's not going free.
He still owes Minnesota 22 and a half years, and he's going to do it either in Minnesota or somewhere, but he's not getting out.
Yeah, so what the fuck are we babbling about these last 2.5 minutes?
And on Monday, Governor Walz told reporters,
no indication whether they're going to do it or not, but I think it behooves us to be prepared for it with this presidency, that it seems like that might be something they would do.
What? Why? Boy, you are still bitter about losing, aren't you? What indication has he given that he would do that? Yeah, because this is the administration that would pardon a fucking criminal. That's the administration. You know, it's not the last one. It's this one.
White House reporters asked Trump if he would pardon Chauvin.
Your allies are calling on you to pardon Derek Chauvin. Are you considering pardoning Derek Chauvin?
No, I haven't even heard about it.
No. There's no reason to be reporting this shit other than to stir people up. That's all this serves to do. Thanks a lot, guys. That's awesome. Not see-through at all. $1 from 383 Novocaine says perfect timing for Walz to send the National Guard north to fight fires instead of protect the shitty Oops City. Yeah, there's a fire that broke out near where I grew up. Whoa, what was that? I went back to my childhood and I squeaked. There's a raging fire at what's called the Arsenal. That's what they call it. It was a munitions plant during World War II. And it's just been, it's thousands of acres and it's just sitting empty because there's all kind of cleanup they've had to do from all the shit they produced there during World War II, spent ammunition, shit like that. They just buried all of it in bunkers. And apparently these wildfires, they have a cause for the wildfires, and it's so unfortunate. This is, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. The Arsenal fire, I'm sorry, that was over the weekend. The wildfire that we're going to talk about here is one in Duluth. These are a different wildfire that were caused by, of all things, a discarded lit cigarette. Oh, this hurts. Let's take a listen.
Is ready to go. Let's bring in Sheriff Ramsey, St. Louis County. Thanks again for joining us. We appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so we just heard the briefing. I'm sure you probably were listening to the same thing, hearing from the governor and all those officials. I'm curious, though, what have you seen on the ground here in the last, I guess, 24 hours is when we last talked to you. How have the evacuation efforts been going?
Shut the fuck up. I'm reading this one. God, local news. You really do see a difference in quality between local and national. A northern Minnesota sheriff says a discarded cigarette and an unattended campfire might have sparked two of the massive wildfires that have burned thousands of acres in northern Minnesota this week. I mean, you gotta get tougher on shit like that, I guess. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sure it was an accident. I'm sure you didn't mean to light all these fires, but you gotta go. We got to make an example out of you, in my opinion. You got to face some kind of charges. Not putting out your campfire, especially throwing the lit cigarette. Fuck, it's been dry in Minnesota, really dry. Like every county in Minnesota has a red flag warning right now. Every county. You go on local news websites to get stories, and it's just a drop-down list of red flag warnings. And it's just, I have 3 boxes. I cut up a Christmas tree for firewood recently. I have 3 boxes. And I know that if I just threw a spark in there, that whole thing's going up. Like it's dry as a bone. Thank you guys very much for watching. We are at about 700. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Let's pump those numbers up a little bit. It took a year and a half, but Steel Toe is officially back to where it was before all of this stuff. We're back to our core audience. Thank you, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, we haven't exactly raked it in today, but we've been knocking down the goal pretty well. Keep throwing in a few bucks. Let's knock this out. Nothing on PayPal and Venmo and Streamlabs so far. So go ahead and get generous, and let's hammer this out. 175 away, $30 miss last night. You guys have a chance to shut up those evening show people and pick up their slack for once. Veldrain with $1 says, hey, Aaron, race war. Come on. You know you want to. Race war. Come on, let's go. No. I ain't got no quarrel with them Viet Cong. I don't need to have any kind of race war. All right, throw a little support behind the program. Let's update this P. Diddy trial stuff. Again, I've said it for years. I just don't get into these celebrity trials. I'm kind of like, wake me up when we get to the verdict part. There's a few stories that come out of this. There's a few stories that come out of this Diddy trial that are kind of interesting. Chevy fan says, play my link. I don't see it. It says Aaron is a football coach. All right, we'll get into the Diddy shit in a little bit. This better be good. Our numbers are lower. Our numbers are lower today, and the goal isn't exactly dropping like a rock. There's been small goals this week, and we've still struggled. So we're just about to jump into the Diddy thing, which people might be interested in. This better be good. So this is Aaron is a football coach. I'm sure it'll be hilarious, and it won't be the same fucking joke for the 40th time.
What the fuck was that? You fucking idiots! You're all fucking idiots and you fucking suck! Jenkins! You fat black piece of shit! What the fuck is the point of being fat and black if you can't fucking tackle? Jefferson, what did I say is the only career path for you if you're fat and black?
Rapping and tackling, sir.
Thank you, Jefferson. Jenkins, I heard you in the shower, you fat fuck, and you sure as fuck can't fucking rap. So fucking tackle.
It's me as a football coach. Not starting to get worried about today's show at all. Not starting to worry about today's show at all. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, thumbs up, shares, whatever. Keep it going, boys and girls. So anyway, back to the Diddy trial thing. So we learned yesterday that Diddy liked to have people pee on his chick. He was big into the cuck chair and all that. And now we're getting testimony from Cassie. That's the woman, the partner of his, who he was throwing around that hotel. You know, that infamous security video. We also found out that Diddy tried to pay a security guy $100,000 to make sure that video didn't go public. Whoopsies. Cassie is recalling her first freak off. Let's go ahead and hit play on TMZ so I don't have to read this.
Well,
shit
Cassie Ventura is still on the stand testifying, and some of what she got into here, we will give you a warning. It is a very vivid description of something that happened during at least one of the freak-offs.
And this came up in opening statements, and this has to do, and again, if you're going to be offended by this, if you're squeamish, you don't want to hear this.
Fuck off, get to it. We're on TMZ. You think we have any morality left? I love how he thinks people who surf TMZ are like, well, you know, I'm going to be offended. I'm going to be upset. It's all a fucking gossip rag site. Of course what you're about to say is going to be offensive. You guys have no morals.
But the prosecutors brought this up, that the sex worker, they said, urinated on Cassie during these freak-offs. What Cassie testified is it was more than sex worker. It was Diddy.
Diddy as well.
In addition.
Right.
So Diddy's peeing too. Everybody's, what's with, you know, we got to talk about black people and the peeing on people. Because Patrice O'Neal would talk about peeing on people. We got the R. Kelly peeing on people. We got Diddy peeing. What's with black people and not wanting to use the toilet? Like, with the pee-pee and the poo-poo and the, like, can we have a separation of church and state here on the pee-pee, poo-poo, and the sex? Can we? No, we're gonna piss, huh? We're gonna piss.
The prosecutor says, did you want to be urinated on?
I didn't want anyone to urinate on me, she says. And then how often did it happen? She says, often enough.
And she says it was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. Why were you choking? It was too much urine.
See? No. Can we throw this fucking guy under the jail, please? Just not even, I don't know about any laws or codes that he broke, just for making us listen to this shit. Can we just throw this under the jail if we could?
My mouth. Who else urinated on you? Sean. Did you want him to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me.
Hey, look, a reasonable person. Look, hey, I didn't want anybody to piss on me. That's not really a thing. We've gotten to such levels of moral exception that we just tolerate shit that we've gone too far, because like the pee-pee stuff became like, well, you know, that's just an accepted fact. Nope. We got to bully those people. We have to shame those people. We're not pissing on each other. There's no pee-pee poo-poo.
Then it gets interesting.
No wee-wee and caca, please.
The prosecutor says, why didn't you say no? Presumably before that, she had said she never said it.
Yeah, you just got a couple of giant black men hovering over you with their dicks out, peeing all over you. Yeah, why didn't you just say no thank you? They would have listened.
And she says, it was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men.
I think that's the key test.
This is something that like Eastern European gangsters do to get information out of people. This is not sexy.
Testimony here. We talked about yesterday that the prosecutors teased this idea of urination being so far outside of the norm that no one would consent to it that was rational or a reasonable person. That's what
I think you should be thrown in a mental institution if you consent to being peed on. Yes. You know what? I agree.
She's saying on the stand, of course I didn't want to be urinated on by two men, so don't say this was part of our consensual relationship.
What the defense, I think, is going to do, and I'm just guessing here, is they are going to say that there is a community where stuff like this happens.
Yes.
And so it's not something that automatically is forced, and they're going to probably call somebody to the stand to address it. So if they do it, and I have no idea if they are, but if they do, then the question is she tolerating it? Because it's gross.
Correct.
I get it. I understand it.
No, look, and honestly,
Harvey needs everyone to know he's not a pisser. That's very important in this whole thing. Harvey needs everyone to know he's not going pee-pee on anybody.
I'm totally not here to yuck anybody's yum. What you're into.
No, let's yuck some yums. Let's do some yum yucking. You guys want to do some yum yucking? I want to yum yuck. You piss on people, you're a freak of nature, and you ought to be ostracized from society. I don't want you around. You don't get an opinion. You like peeing on people? Go do it in a fucking cabin in the woods. Nowhere where there's electricity do you get to pee on people. This fucking guy right here, This is part of the reason our society's rotten and dead. Is because guys like this are like, well, you know, I don't want to take away anybody's thing. I do. No peeing. We pee in the potty like we learned when we were little kids. We're not going to pee on. It's not sexy. It's not hot. It's not fun. You smell like piss afterwards. Ugh. And that's supposed to be your girl. That's supposed to be your angel, your beautiful. You want to see her get pissed on, you piece of shit? No, I want to yuck some yums. Like I said, I want to do some yum yucking today. That's fucking disgusting. And yes, you're less of a human if you pee on people.
You're into, right, it's consensual, great. But I'm just saying that I believe that for most of the jury, that is very vivid.
It's vivid, but...
Bro, guys, we're getting Sharia law. You understand that, right? Like, there's only one answer to any of this. You're getting Sharia law and you're getting Gilead. Because enough people are going to get sick of hearing about this fucking degeneracy that they're just going to go, yeah, you know what? I don't care. If you want to start killing people who pee on people, whatever, I'm fine with it. Well, we're going to bury them up to their neck in dirt and we're going to throw rocks at their head. Yeah, it's fine. Don't piss on people. Like, we're just going to get tired of it. All the degeneracy.
Description that will...
Charles, it's vivid. But they are going to... I've seen juries. Now, I don't know whether this jury is going to do it, but they are ultimately going to look at force and coercion. And now the question...
No, the jury's going to look at girls getting peed on and they're going to go, send this guy to hell. Fuck him. Guilty. Move on.
She's saying, in my head, yes, of course I was. But then some juror says, did he ever direct her, order her, force her? Did she ever say that?
I have a better idea. I have a way better idea. Here's what we should do with this Diddy trial. Ready? Let's just firebomb the whole thing with everybody inside. And I know there's going to be good people. I know we're going to lose decent human beings, but they've already heard about pee pee poo poo caca wee wee. So their brains are melted from that. So I don't want to make them live with that. Let's nape the whole fucking thing. All right? Judge doesn't have to hear about any more pee pee poo poo. None of the spectators need to hear about it again. And then Diddy dies and every bad person involved in this thing dies. I'm willing to have collateral damage.
That discussion is going to go on. I don't know how they're going to come out, but they're going to have that discussion.
Hi, my name is Andrew Washington, and
I don't care. I don't care about your. We need to talk. Guys, do me a favor. I don't want to do this. It's too much work, but could you guys gather the black community for me? We need to gather the black community. I need to talk to them about pee pee poo poo. We need to talk to black people about their piss fetishes. We need to shame it. We need to tell them, you know, like when missionaries go to Africa and they convert tribal Africans to Christianity. I think we need to talk to American blacks and we need to tell them that the pee stuff has to stop or we're going to start firebombing communities because this is an abomination that ends with this generation. Nomo with $2 says, a summer of shame 2025 sounds needed. Yeah, we need a reset summer of shame. For sure. No more pee-pee poo-poo. All right? We're done with it. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says, peeing on people is disgusting, but between consenting adults, who gives a shit? Same applies to your junkie swapping kink. All of them, no. I don't consensual. I don't care about consensual at that point. I do want to. I'm telling you guys, as I get older, I become more of a fascist. I care less about freedom. I don't care if you're consenting. I don't care really if we round up people who pee on each other. I don't. And if we want to re-educate them, fine. If not, we can talk about that too. Gray Duckling with $5 says, because it's sanitary and I like the taste. Yeah, that's why I say do it in a cabin in the woods. The fact that here's my deal. You can say, oh, Aaron, what if the P. Diddy peeing was consensual? Nope. They've now brought it into my world. I've had to hear about it. Fuck you. You're going away. That's why I say go pee on people in a cabin in the woods. But the minute I start hearing about it, I get to say what I'd like to see done. And I'd like to see cosmic vengeance, to be honest. 165 away from today. Thank you, guys. A little $10, $15 rally. That's it. Do it, get it done. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We're 170 away from 165, correct? 165 away from knocking out today's goal. Hammer it out. Call it a win for the toe. We are on our way. Keep it moving, boys and girls. We have the yin to the yang of this Diddy thing. So we have yesterday, you have Cassie saying that I got peed on. I didn't want to get peed on. She said I was so full of baby oil, I was glistening when it was all over. Diddy was paying people to have sex with his girlfriend, the whole deal. So everybody is kind of like, wow, what a disgusting freak, pig, piece of shit. Except Diddy has an ace in the hole. He has one friend who is still being loyal. And ladies and gentlemen, I give to you Boozy Badass. That's right. Boozy is still Team Diddy. He says Diddy and Cassie were stone cold freaks. Well, goddamn, you piece of trash. I like baby oil. I like peeing on people. If y'all want to see stone cold freaks put baby oil on each other and use each other as toilets, give me a hell yeah. Wearing the wrong shirt for that today. Boozy Badass is letting it be known to his millions of followers that he doesn't agree with the Fed's evidence being thrown at Diddy in his sex trafficking case. Well, isn't that what's amazing about evidence, is you don't have to agree with it. It's just there. And he says Cassie was a willing participant. Uh-oh. She get peed on by Boozy? I mean, if she got peed on by Shaboozy, that might be a little more culturally relevant now than Boozy Badass, but who am I to judge? Ahead of Cassie's testimony on Tuesday, Boozy argued that charges against Diddy should be simply domestic violence, but he firmly believes everything is mutual. Wait a minute. Aren't some of the charges in this case about like the underage girls that were at the Diddy parties and trafficking and shit like that? I mean, are we forgetting about that part? People are going, oh, come on. The peeing and all that stuff was consensual. He's not on trial for pissing on bitches. He's on trial for a bunch of other serious shit. So I don't care if the PP was consensual or not. We got a lot bigger fish to fry here. But Boozy Badass says, if anything, this should just be a domestic abuse case, not a sex trafficking case. She enjoyed the wild sex parties and the extravagant gifts on the back end. All of these years of sex parties, and you mean to tell me she didn't enjoy it? I'm convinced she enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure she did. Okay, maybe, but what about all these other women who have come forward that said they were part of this and they were trafficked and that they were underage at the time? I mean, I get, like, sometimes defending your friend means, like, just not saying anything. Like, sometimes you like someone so much that you're like, look, innocent until proven guilty. I got my friend's back. I'm a loyal guy. That doesn't mean you need to go out there and make an asshole out of yourself. I mean, sometimes defending your friend can just be not piling on. That's it. In the Wild said, gifts on the back end, that's innuendo. That's, well, a little bit. It is a little bit of innuendo, that's for sure. Let's go to, I'm done with the Diddy stuff. See, again, you know, people who have this obsession with these trials, I get to a certain point and I'm just like, all right, I'm good for today. I don't need hours and hours and hours. Like a couple of minutes, just catch me up. What's going on? Okay, and good. King Kong Dong says, Aaron, when I worked at a tower company, we shit in the cornfields. Hey, thanks for shitting on our food. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Professor Tie-Dye says, gifts on the back end sounds like Aaron getting drinks at the 90s. Thank you. That's, you have no idea how helpful that is, buddy. 165 away from today's goal. Go ahead, throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Links are in the chat. Click one of those links. Get generous. Let's go. Thank you very much. Oh, Gray Duckling went up by another 5. I forgot about that. Let's up him. He's now past Timothy, who's at $65. So Gray Duckling going up to 70. And Miss Tay, who's now in 4th place, She threw in a gifted membership a while back. She's now at, wait a minute, Miss Tay is at 66, so she's now $1 ahead of Timothy. So we've got some movement here in the standings. Wow, look at that. It is moving. Thank you very much, guys, for all your generosity. Again, 165 away. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Just under 700 of you checking out the show right now. Ugh. Oof. This is looking great on Rumble, not looking so hot on YouTube. I don't check Kick and Facebook, so I don't know where we're at there. Trump wants Saudi Arabia to recognize Israel. If he can pull that off, if Trump can get all these countries to recognize Israel and get like an actual peace process going and bring Israel aboard, and he doesn't win the Nobel Peace Prize, it's crooked as all get out. It's corrupt as fuck. Really is. Let's go to Don Lemon. You know, we haven't heard from Don Lemon in quite some time. And old Don, oh boy. Old Don is all stirred up and worked up that Donald Trump is, you know, everybody's apparently worked up that Trump wants to bring white South Africans as refugees to the United States. But I'm sorry, if you look into what's happening to the refugees in South, or the white people in South Africa, it's a clear-cut case of them needing to be rescued, of them needing to be refugees. I was watching something yesterday, like white South African farmers put wrought iron gates inside their homes when they go, not outside their homes, inside their homes when they sleep to protect themselves from B&E and home invasions. Because so many farmers have been pulled from their beds at night and murdered simply for being a white farmer. So Donald Trump is saying, hey, we help all these people in the Middle East. We've helped all these people in Central America. Here's a bunch of white people who need our help. And now the media is freaking the fuck out. And apparently he's a giant racist because the skin color of this group of people that legitimately needs help turn out to be white. And also, if you're South Africa, haven't these Afrikaners been the bane of your existence? These evil, terrible colonials? Don't you want to get rid of them too? All right. Bring them over here then. Don Lemon was not very happy to hear about Donald Trump's South African genocide claim. He thinks it's racist. Now, I don't necessarily think that what's going on in South Africa constitutes a genocide, but I do think it's a very serious hate crime problem. And to not acknowledge that is, well, kind of shitty. Let's see what old Don Lemon has to say about it. Who doesn't miss Don? Go ahead, bud. 5-second ad for Don Lemon. That's what I think. They're not going to give him 30. They'll give him a quick 5-second ad and we'll be able to hear how, you know, it's good to see that these meltdowns still happen. You know, that people are still going, fucking Trump's a racist. This thing he wants to do, it's a complete racist. So 30 seconds for Don Lemon. Wow, I'm underestimating the boy's draw. Either that or Mediaite is cutting rates, trying to bring in more advertising. All right, old Donnie's going to get a 30-second ad. Well, while we do that, why don't you guys go ahead and throw a few bucks at the toe? Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Nothing in the old PayPal or Venmo today, but hey, you guys want to do this via Rumble and YouTube all day? I'm fine with it. Let's go to this Don Lemon clip and let's try to get a little rally started this morning.
Farmer bullshit, which is the most blatantly obvious racist shit ever.
Yeah, okay. So I guess white farmers being targeted and killed. Yeah, I mean, that is racist. I agree with Don Lemon. But I think it's the targeting of white farmers that's racist, not necessarily the we should bring them over to help them. I mean, what? Are these white people who want to come here from South Africa as refugees? Are they lying? Are they making it all up? Do we get to accuse Muslims of that? Do we get to accuse Central Americans of that? I mean, I'm sorry, but I see the South Africans that are coming over here. I see the pictures of when they get the refugees when they get here. It's a family. They've got small children that they want to keep safe. When it was Biden and it was the open border that we had down there, it was always for some reason military-aged young men. And I'm just saying that if I want to, if I want immigration into my country, I'd rather have it be a small number of families than a large number of just, single military-aged dudes from all over the place.
It is blatantly obvious the way that we treat white South Africans, who, by the way, for the most part, and I am generalizing here, some of the wealthiest people are well-to-do people in the country. They speak their language. They own most of the land and the property. And somehow...
But Don, do you not understand that's why they're getting attacked? They're getting attacked because the people there, the black people there, find that to be unfair. It's not okay. It's racist. It's wrong. So they feel entitled to attack these people. That's why they want to get out of South Africa and come here. So you're telling me that wealthy, well-to-do landowners with generational wealth want to leave their country and come here? Why wouldn't a country want to inherit that? I'll take it.
They're being granted a fast track to become Americans while they're trying to cut down on immigration from other countries. You get that from where? From the brown people.
Oh, skin color. Right. If you could make an argument against America, if you could really criticize America about anything, it's that we haven't let enough people of color into this country. We've been way too difficult on letting, brown people come into the United States. Jesus.
March 7th, Trump took to Truth Social to announce he is offering white South African farmers, quote, a rapid pathway to U.S. citizenship, pointing out that South Africa's new land reform push signed into law last year, which lets the government take land without compensation if the property is not being used and there's no intention to either develop or make money from it.
So if you're basically how this works, if you're a white South African and you own a shit ton of land, just own land. And you're not building like a McDonald's on it, or you're not building a farm, or you just want to have your land. Your family owns it. You have it. The government can take it from you. And some people are jumping the gun outside of the government, and they're just taking land from innocent people. I mean, this is a real thing that's happening in South Africa. And Trump says, well, if any white landowners, if any white people from South Africa want to come over, it's amazing to watch the left bitch about this. Because it was their strategy to build themselves a voting base by bringing over immigrants that would be more likely to vote Democrat. But now as the Republicans do a similar thing, now all of a sudden it's racist and evil.
Okay? Now, I'm going to give you some context here. They're not just taking land away from white South African farmers.
Now, get ready. Because usually when a guy like Don Lemon goes, all right, I know that sounds shitty. Let me tell you what's really happening. He's about to say, they're not just taking farmland away from white farmers. Get ready for him to basically say that's exactly what they're doing.
White South Africans, about 9% of the population, owned 87% of the fertile land. Okay? Today.
Sounds like, never mind. Never mind. You know what? It's not important. Who built the slave ships? I don't know.
Black South Africans make up more than 90% of the population, and they only hold about 4% of all privately owned land.
Okay. That still doesn't beat, that still doesn't make the law inaccurate. So you're saying that, they're not just taking white people's land. The white people own a lot of land and the black people don't. Yeah, right. So they're going to take the land from white people and give it to black people. We never argued that the land ownership discrepancy didn't exist. We're saying that it's still wrong to take people's shit that they've maybe had for generations. Like, you can't accuse any of these white South African landowners of being the apartheid people. It's been over for over 30 years.
So what they're trying to do is say, hey, we need to fix an historical injustice. And figure out if you're not using that land to farm, then...
How about none of your fucking business with what I do with the land I own?
We need to have some of that land, not taking all of your entire farm. That's not what's happening. And we need to what? There needs to be equity. And now people are crying because the playing field is being leveled. And so therefore...
Playing field isn't being leveled. What they're actually doing, and they've been doing this with like infrastructure jobs in South Africa too, is they're kicking these white people out of their jobs, not letting the white people even train the black people to take over, and they're giving underqualified black people these jobs, and it's causing serious infrastructure problems in South Africa.
Therefore, it is now discrimination.
Yeah, fucking Don Lemon. I mean, that I get tired of that shit too. I get tired of the thing where people go, well, it's not exactly what you think it is. And then they name what it is, and you go, well, no, that's exactly what we said it was. Like, they'll go, oh, well, I mean, they say that this law just takes away white people's land. And we're like, right, yeah. Well, it doesn't just take white people's land. Well, what does it do? Well, it just takes the land that the white people have and gives it to somebody else. Right. That's exactly what we were saying. Redbird with $1 says, you joke about Sharia law. I'm not joking about Sharia law. I think it could happen if we start, if we keep on down the path we're on. In 1930s Germany, there were allegedly brothels run by a group where the customer would pick a child and then a trained animal of choice. Yeah, Germany got pretty degenerate. Redbird with $1 says the government can't legally confiscate the farms, but if the farmers die tragically, the land goes to the government. There we go. There we go. Nice little loophole. Nice farm you got there. Be an absolute shame if something were to happen to it, It would just be so bad if something happened to your farmland. All right, guys, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's see if we can't get something going here. 165 away from today's goal. Throw in a couple of bucks and let's see if we can't get this thing hammered out. Plus, the evening show missed by 30. If you guys knock out that extra 30, we'll go until 11 today. We'll give you a little bit extra time. UNC is insinuating that this Jordan Hudson has nothing to do with UNC football. Now, I watched a video before today's show from my guy Brandon Perna at That's Good Sports, and he was laying out this whole Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick thing. People hate her. I mean, friends, family members, coworkers, everything else. They're basically saying that Jordan Hudson is Bill Belichick's brand manager, which he hasn't needed one his whole career. But now apparently this 24-year-old fucking beauty queen is now going to be a expert brand manager. She snuck her way into a Super Bowl commercial. She elbowed her way into that. They're saying that she's been, banned from football practices. And UNC had to come out and go, oh, no, we would never do that. No. I don't know if I believe them. And now there are rumors out there. People at UNC are legitimately concerned that Bill Belichick may not make it to week 1 of the college football season. That Bill Belichick may indeed, that this Jordan Hudson thing may get so bad that he might not end up coaching a game. Let's go ahead and take a listen to the latest Jordan Hudson goss.
I know that you're aware that your relationship with Jordan Hudson has been a headline over the last.
She runs in between them. Nope, we're not going to talk about, nope. Remember the Good Morning America interview or whatever it was, or CBS Sunday Morning? Where she's sitting off to the side. They asked about how they met. She goes, nope, we're not answering that. You're not answering that. She ended up storming out of the interview.
Few months, and all of the specifics aside, because a lot has come out in the last couple of days, how do you think that impacts your ability to coach this football team, if at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's, really off to the side. It's a personal relationship, and she doesn't have anything to do with UNC football. I'm excited.
She has something to do with you. Your UNC football. She's involved in your professional life. I mean, look, you can't have it both ways. Also, did you see the story that his girlfriend has now, since meeting him, amassed like a multi-million-dollar real estate portfolio? Bro, she's 100% taking Bill's money and building herself Not like Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson together. She's building herself a real estate empire from the millions and millions of dollars that this guy has.
I'd be back in the coaches' meetings and getting ready for June, and then August when we get to training camp. So June will be a big recruiting month for us, and then August we'll start getting ready for the season.
And I know that you're not on social media and you don't read as much as everybody else has seen, but when it comes to having conversations with your players, have you been able to talk about any of those things and the specifics of what's going on off the field?
Yeah, no, I talk to the players, and when we meet with them, when they come in to visit and so forth, sure.
And how have those conversations gone?
Yeah, great. Well, again, we want to make the players the best that they can be, provide them the best opportunity on and off the field.
Yeah, you know what?
UNC, and that's what we're going to do the best for every single.
The fact that he's even talking about this is such a distraction, and I feel bad for the University of North Carolina because she didn't come with the deal at first, right? Like she kind of came in later. And the University of North Carolina is paying him $10 million a year to coach football. He's the highest paid college employee in the state of North Carolina. And this woman is in there causing distractions. The fact that Bill even has to answer these questions. And, it's also the fact that he's not on social media means that a lot of the times when he's asked this stuff, he's the last guy to hear about it. He doesn't even know. Like, she'll post pictures of him on social media, and I wonder if he even knows that she's putting them up there. Sam Show says, I'm hoping this implodes. Dude, it's going to. There's no doubt in my mind that this North Carolina Bill Belichick thing is going to be a fucking disaster. First of all, we watched Bill Belichick without Tom Brady at New England in his last couple of years there. He was lost. And then, you go to North Carolina, he's a couple of years older. You don't have the same fire in your belly for this shit. Now you add in a behind-the-scenes distraction, like Bill's girlfriend being just around constantly. Like, they keep doing these things where they kind of hide her involvement. They're like, well, it's not like she's in the meetings. It's not like she's doing this. Yeah, but the fact that she's just there and she's around, it's a distraction. It's things that, the media talks about and people talk about, and they ain't talking about the UNC football team. If they don't get a handle on this, it's going to be a fucking disaster. JH says, Bill Belichick 0, succubus 1. I mean, look, good for her. I mean, Jordan Hudson, she's a 24-year-old chick who landed herself an old-ass millionaire who lets her do anything she wants. I mean, she's making the most out of it. She ain't even married to the guy. And she's getting the bag. So, I don't blame her for it. But also, I don't like her crying victim and being like, we're not going to talk about that. Blah, 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 blah. I wish these people would openly be the people they are. Because Bill Belichick just wants arm candy. He just wants a really pretty 24-year-old to walk around with towards the end of his life. It makes him feel good. So for her to sit there and go, I can't believe that you guys are talking about me this way. You show up at football practices in a dress and heels. Fucking leave. And get out of here. Sam Show says the pussy can't be that good. Pussy's like pizza, Is there really? I mean, is it ever bad? I mean, a good day on the golf, a bad day on the golf course is better than a good day at work. A bad night of pussy is better than your hand, right? Or no? I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. Landers says it's just gay grown men that can't stand Bill is pounding some young trashy cunt. Maybe, or it could be people inside of the University of North Carolina like screaming for help and basically telling the media like she's fucking ruining everything. Again, you have to remember the University of North Carolina is paying this guy $10 million a year. $10 million. So, yeah, I think it's fair to say they get to be nervous. Still 165 away from today. It's kind of ending up the way every day does lately. So guys, a couple of rallies. We'll get this thing knocked out. I don't have to worry about it. Great show today. Thank you very much for your support. The YouTube number is way too low. I think we might be, there might be problems with YouTube. This is like way too low, like shockingly low on YouTube. Rumble's pretty normal. Shockingly, there might be something weird going on there. Either way, throw us a couple bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's get this thing hammered out. Hit follow, hit like, hit subscribe. Help the show out however you can. Maybe she may be squeezing more than $10 million a year out of him. Stories with Joe says YouTube kept pausing your video on purpose. Oh, so okay, that makes a lot of sense then. There have been YouTube problems. Oh. Well, never mind then. I was just saying it as like a cope. I was just being like, there better be something wrong because we've had fucking record lows today. But hey, who knows? Who knows? All I want to do is do a good show and make sure we make our money. That's it. Maybe you guys just knock out that 165, honestly. You get that extra 30, that's a bonus. I appreciate it. But right now, hell, man, I just want to knock out that 165 and call it a win for the toe. I was looking for a nice, relaxed week this week because we got a bunch of Rumble Creator Program money, so I got to knock that goal down by $100 every day. Let's finish it off with that good head start. All right, we got ourselves an arrest video. I don't know who this guy is, but anytime there's a public figure like athlete arrest video, I have to watch it. This is an Olympic wrestler named Kyle Snyder. He went to the last Olympics, and he was arrested recently in a prostitution sting. And I don't know. That's got to be top 5 most embarrassing moments of your life. So you're seeing a guy. And what do? Do you just go, yeah, you know, I don't know what I was thinking. I just was feeling lonely. Or do you try to make excuses and be like, oh, I was just asking for directions. We're going to go out for a nice meal. Wait, you're a prostitute? How could I have known, officer? Let's see how he does. This is an Olympic wrestler trying to wrestle with a prostitution arrest.
Police. And find her back. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is his dick out? Oh, shit. They arrested him with his shirt on and his ass and dick out? That's the worst. So they got a lady cop to pretend to be a prostitute. He bought her, and then a bunch of guys walk in when your dick's out. Oh, this is definitely the lowest moment.
Together. Yep. Yes, sir. No, put your palms together. Breathe for a second, all right? Yes, sir.
So sorry, you guys just came in and I got a hard cock, and now there's a bunch of guys with handcuffs. It's getting kind of weird. My dick's not going down. That's a little fucked up. I just, I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm sorry.
Keep that right hand right where it's at. I'll pencil on your shirt.
You're not going to let the guy put on some shorts or something before you put the cuffs on him? You're just going to leave him there with his fucking cock out, huh? Wow. Shame enough?
All right, man, listen. I'm not going to take you down the hallway, do the walk of shame. Yep. So.
Oh, no, they even told him we're going to do the walk of shame. Sorry, buddy. Gonna have you with your cock out here walking down the hallway of a hotel. Sorry about that.
What's that?
Oh, let him. They're saying put his pants on. See, now that's what sucks. So now the rookie has to put this guy's pants on. Couldn't you let the guy put the pants on before you did the cuffs? Or is this a way of like hazing the rookie? Like, hey, sorry, Rook, you got to put the pants on this guy's cock. So he's got to put the one foot in, the other foot in, and he's got to pull up, and then he's got to do the thing around his dick, and then, oh, God. Just shoot him and have a drop gun before I have to put another man's pants on him.
Thank you very much.
You step into it.
Oh, God, they do. They have to put his pants on for him. You could have done this before the handcuffs. Ah!
I'm sorry.
Just drop your drawers. You can get those later.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about underwear. Just put the fucking shorts on. Put your cock away.
All right, well,
How was work today, honey? I don't want to fucking talk about it. I'm good. I don't want to discuss what happened. what happened today at the office. It's fine. Let's just forget about it. Tomorrow's a new day, you know, positive attitude and all that.
Yeah, what property do you have in this room besides your shoes here?
That's it.
That's it? Okay.
I'll grab those.
You got that? We'll walk them out.
Okay. I live in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oof. You know, the only thing is, like, at least there was nobody, like, in the hallway of this hotel. But also, if they're walking you out and you got the T-shirt and gym shorts on, they don't necessarily know it's for prostitution. So you might save face a little. It doesn't make it not embarrassing as all hell. You literally got caught with your dick out. That's the worst. Is there anything new on this body cam arrest audio, or is this just another version of what we just saw?
Yep.
Yeah.
So? I have.
Have you really?
Yeah, he used to be my teammate.
Is that right?
Yep.
Wait, was it a gay dude? Hold on, wait a minute.
Okay, are you married?
Yes.
Oh, no, he's married too. Oh, poor Kyle. All right.
A-Y-L-E?
Yes.
And your last name?
Snyder.
S-N-Y-D-E-R?
Yes.
All right. How old are you, Kyle?
I'm 29.
Okay, are you married?
29 years old, Olympic wrestler, can't just go out and get pussy. Oof, that's rough. Sorry, buddy. I mean, I guess it's not that he can't go out and get pussy. You know, the old saying is, sometimes it's not, you know, you're not paying him for the sex, you're paying him to leave. I mean, I guess there is that part of it.
Yes.
Are you working right now?
I do work, yep.
Where are you working at?
I'm a wrestler for Team USA.
Okay.
Well, you know something, dude. You caught about 4 or 5 officers came in with my dick out, man.
So I don't really know how to.
Okay.
It's kind of like.
Have you ever wrestled Sammy Sasso?
I have.
Have you really?
Yeah, he used to be my teammate.
Is that right?
Yep.
I worked on Sammy's case when he got. What's your weight? What's your weight right now?
Oh, fun. They're all just talking about other cases they've worked on. He's like, yeah, it's my teammate. And they go, oh, so all of Team USA Wrestling is a bunch of degens. Great.
220.
Thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
It's a lot different looking 220 than my 220. They come in all shapes and sizes, you know?
Or answer anything.
So the summons, like, how does that work? Is it like
We tell you to show up to court and you fucking show up.
You know when?
Yes, I will tell you today it's going to be May the 19th, which is 10 days from today. You'll have to show up.
Oh, they're turning them around quick.
I will give you a phone number for work. If you want to contact them if you're out of state and you need to.
All right. We don't need to watch any more of that. God damn, man. Like, prostitution, should it be legal? Shouldn't it be legal? I mean, we can talk about it, whatever, but either way, like, getting caught with your dick out and the cops are coming in, that fucking sucks. That's, whether you think it should be illegal or you think it shouldn't be legal, hard not to feel, it's really hard not to feel bad for a guy who has 4 male cops knock down the door while he's naked. But then again, he's married too, so he's a giant piece of shit. Dusty Rhodes says he will be the next Kurt Angle. Yeah, Kurt Angle engaged in like a shitload of degeneracy, and he's still got to be, you know, one of the best wrestlers of all time. So there's still hope for this kid. And now he's got a little PR around him. 165 away from today. Fuck, let's go. Let's see what we got. You know, whether we start at 3:30 or 2:30, we always end up in the same spot. Ryobi says, I fucking hate you and I hate this joke. This is our first PayPal we've gotten today. We've gotten no PayPal, no Venmo, no nothing. We've made about $60 in almost 3 hours. Oof. This is turning into a normal day. Ryobi sent us $2.30. In other words, Ryobi sent us 2:30. 2:30. Well, must be time for Ryobi to go to the dentist. Dusty Rhodes with $1 says Sam Show is falling asleep. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about Jews constantly. I feel like we've done enough fucking Jew talk for today. From time to time, we're going to do some hooker shit, and we're going to do some cutesy shit, and we're going to hang out. Look, man, it ain't like the Jew shit, Sam Show. It ain't like the news shit and all that stuff I've been doing today has been racking in the dollars. It's not like the stuff I've been doing has been tickling everybody's fancy today, Sam Show. Oh, I'm falling asleep. Well, you know what? I'm falling asleep. How about that? I'm at about 600 people. Steel Toe saw the polycule peak, and now we're going right back to where we were back in the old April days. So, and the old Twitch days. And, basically, we have our core audience. That's about it. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Aaron is hard, thinking about the guy getting arrested with his hard dick out by a bunch of guys. No, I'm just pointing out how embarrassing it would be, how awful it would be if that was the way you got arrested. Red Fox Mad, I see what you're doing. I see you. Thank you for the $4.99. All right, 160 away. Let's cut the shit and let's get moving. 160 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out. Hey, you know how, you're not supposed to, you're, not supposed to teach your kids certain things too early? Like, if you teach your kids about some other shit, if you teach them about, assassinations or war or other stuff, there's a reason schools don't teach certain history things and they keep it pretty simple until, 5th or 6th grade. It's because kids can't handle certain events. So apparently someone told this little girl, she's like a kindergartner, first grader. Somebody told this little girl about the Abraham Lincoln assassination. And they told her about how John Wilkes Booth did it at a theater, went up behind the president, shot him in the head, the whole deal, told her about all of it. Well, now apparently this little girl thinks that John Wilkes Booth is hiding and waiting for her under her bed. If you've ever wondered, hey, why do we coddle these kids so much? Yeah, why don't these kids get treated, more like adults? It's because, you got to remember they're children. And as children, you got to let them grow up a little bit. You can't just let kids why don't we just teach them about all the bad shit there is? No, why don't we don't? Why don't we don't? So this little girl got taught about the Lincoln assassination, and now her parents have to deal with this. We took her to Ford's Theater one time thinking she wouldn't care, and now we have to make sure that John Wilkes Booth isn't in her room. Yeah. So now before they go to Ford's Theater and they're like, oh, what happened here? Well, the president got shot. John Wilkes Booth assassinated. That's heavy shit for a 6-year-old. They can't comprehend that. So now they're thinking that John Wilkes Booth is around and they're going to sneak out like the boogeyman and take him in their sleep. No, we can't. The Holocaust, you got to wait a while. World War I, World War II, even the Revolution, you got to wait a while. You can't just start throwing, hey kids, did you like watching Bluey? That's fantastic. Have you ever seen the Zapruder film? Look at this, back into the left. But nobody point out that I accidentally went back into the right at first. It's not necessary. We all know it was stupid. Back into the left. You see how his brain matter flies all over Connolly there? Isn't that fucking weird, kids? You see, Jackie's dress is completely ruined by blood, brain, and bone matter from her husband's skull. Isn't that something, kids? And our word of the day today is Mossad. What do you think? Lee Harvey Oswald is in my closet. No, don't worry. Jacob Rubinstein killed him in Totally Not a Conspiracy. I thought it was Jack Ruby, Dad. Yeah, Jacob Rubenstein seemed a little on the nose, so they shortened up his name a little bit. But why would they do that? Well, kids, let me tell you about a little something called Zionism. And there you go, Sam Show. I'm doing shit for the goal, and you got more Jew talk. How's that? How's that? Redbird with $1 says, you wish degenerates would be honest about who they are. How did it go? This drug shit stops now. All right, bust my fucking balls a year and a half later some more. All right? How about we do that on a day where we're actually making some money and we've got people watching? All right? Why don't we save it for a day like that? Otherwise, you're just kind of pouring it on. Nomo says, LOL, corniest boogeyman ever, right? Kind of a shitty boogeyman. Jasper with $2 says, sounds like a good commercial for Tide Spot Remover. Baba Shab says, hey kids, did you know that Zapruder was a Zionist Jew who just so happened to have the best recording of the assassination, and it was held until the year 1975? You go to school the next day, the kids go to school the next day, they go, teacher, what's Zionism? And they take your kids away from you. And then you record a song called Heil Hitler. It all just ends up going to shit. You can kind of see how these things happen. Thank you, Jasper, for the $2. Thank you, anybody who's throwing money at this program today. Let's rally up. I get excited when I go to bed now this week because I go, God, 2:30, that's fucking easy. And then it just ends up being a normal fucking morning show day as if it were a 3:30 goal. It's just, come on, let's go. Let's get this knocked out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Missed by 30. I've been giving the evening show a break this week, too. We're just rotting as a show. We're just rotting and dying. That's all it is. People are like, why do you say that? It's like, if you've been listening to this show for the last 10 years, this is what I say every day when our viewership dips by about 10 people ever, or we're away from the goal 2 hours before the end of the show. It's always falling apart. It's always ending. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Usually we try to be at 100 by 9 o'clock. I don't think that's happening today, even though we started at 2:20. Redbird with $50. Look at Redbird now. Hold on. Where does that put That put Redbird at 95. Redbird was feeling a little shame for the toe. Hold on a minute. Redbird. There we go. $95 for Redbird. He's in second. Gray Duckling is in third. Miss Tay is in fourth. And Timothy has been officially knocked out of the running. Poor Timothy at $65. He's out ski. Thank you very much, Redbird, for the $50. He says better. Well, yeah, I mean, we're going to get there. Eventually. I don't like to have to take this tack to get there, but we'll get there. Kyler gifting a membership, and it goes to Nova. Nova, you sour son of a bitch. Pass it along. 115 away from today's goal. There you go, kids. Everybody follow. See how seamless it is? You see how quick it can be if you just rip the Band-Aid off, and then that part of the show goes away, and it becomes just harassment and news talk? Isn't that so much better? I'm just trying to teach you a better way. That's all. Let's go to Approachable. He's got a clip. All right, what did I do now? Hey, 115 away from today's goal. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe we will get to $100 before 9 o'clock. I could be a stupid crotchety asshole. That could be accurate. I'd be happy to be that for you. All right, let's go to Mr. Approachable. What does he got? From time to time, we're going to do some hooker shit, and we're going to do some cutesy shit, and we're going to hang out. I don't know. That's not so bad. That actually sounds like a pretty good description of the program. Some hooker shit, some cutesy shit. That's actually, again, I'm just going to say, you know what? Pretty accurate description of how the toe works. Hooker shit, cutesy shit. It's all part and parcel. Dad Vet says, pay Aaron his money. Yeah, there you go. Stories with Joe says, I'm like an onion. You can't rip the Band-Aid off. There's just layers of hate and love. Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't know we were getting artsy today. My apologies. All right, continuing on, we've got a this actually kind of sucks. There's a guy facing charges in Maryland, and I don't know if he should. I want your guys' opinion on this. A guy in Maryland. Oh, look at that. Somebody wrote me and said Bleed on Paper is my favorite song from the new Eric Church album as well. Thank you so much. Rebecca with $5 over on PayPal says, all right already. Well, you know what? It's not your responsibility, Rebecca. Tell everyone else throw in 5 or 10. We're almost there. 110 away. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Okay, so this guy in this next story, he shot a coyote. Now, I don't think you should go to jail for shooting a coyote. I don't think you should be charged for shooting a coyote. I don't think you should be charged for shooting any kind of varmint or pest or anything that's a problem. I don't care what the DNR says. I don't care about any of that. I don't think people should be charged. Now, if you shoot somebody's dog thinking it's a coyote, now we're getting into kind of a gray area. So let's play this story out of Maryland. A guy thought he was doing a good deed and shooting a coyote that was harassing his land, harassing his neighborhood. Instead, it turns out he shot somebody's dog. Now they want to press charges. I wish we could get to a point where all parties involved could go, accidents happen. It's really sad. We're bummed out about our dog, but you didn't mean to. It doesn't look like it's going that way. You guys tell me how you would feel from both ends of this. Let's hit play.
Macy's owner described
No wearing hats when we're doing news updates. That's kind of lazy. I hate to be the wardrobe police, but fucking hell, can we not wear the hats?
contrasting emotions when we talked with her today. She said she's really sad, but she's also really angry, and said she wants to mourn the loss of a beloved pet, but also wants to know, where are Maisie's remains?
Anybody just really getting serious, like fiery, redhead, bitchy? Jesus, she's like screaming at me. Lady, I didn't shoot the fucking dog. All right? And I don't know where the dog's remains are. Stop screaming at me.
I just wanted to bury her.
Shannon Smith Wood just wants her dog.
Every guy after a divorce. I just want to bury her.
Back. Hasn't seen Maisie since she got out of the yard in Harwood by mistake on Easter. She searched for days with drones and volunteers, then called police. 2 weeks later, a neighbor, 70-year-old Robert Anthony Harley, was charged with 2 counts of animal cruelty. Anne Arundel County Police.
So did he do the shoot, shovel, and shut up thing? Is that maybe what he's in trouble for? Like he shot her dog, thought it was a coyote, and then when he found out it was her dog, he tried to like cover because they always say, it's not the crime, it's a cover up. I feel like if you admit it, if you shoot a dog and you go to the authorities and you're like, I'm so sorry, I thought this was a coyote, it was on my land, I thought it was a danger, and I shot it, I am so sorry, but I feel like it's not going to be that big of a deal. But I feel like maybe there's like a cover up we're not hearing about.
Police say Harley shot and killed Maisie. Maisie's remains have never been found.
Yep, 100%. He buried him. All right, that's it. He tried to cover it up. He shot. I can see where a 70-year-old man would think that's a coyote, though. I understand that. But also, like, you can't hide that shit. You just got to own up to what you did, take your lumps, and it'll be easier. If they have to come find out that you did it, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
I can't even function. Between the anger, so you don't even have time to grieve because you're so angry.
According to court charging documents, Mr. Harley told investigators after his son called to say there was a coyote outside, he retrieved.
God damn it, Lewis. That was my son's favorite thing when he was like in kindergarten, preschool. He liked to, if we were wrestling or anything and I was getting the upper hand on him, he'd go, "There's a coyote outside." And then you'd look and he'd smack you in the head. Like, you little shit. It was awesome, though. That was like one of my favorite quotes for a good 90-day period. Was just his favorite thing was go, "Look, a coyote outside." And you'd look, wham. You'd catch a foot to the head. You'd catch like a super kick or something. And you're like, you little shit. I thought there's a coyote outside was hilarious. But, I didn't also shoot someone's dog after my son told me there was a coyote outside. So maybe it wouldn't be so funny then.
Retrieved a shotgun and watched the animal's shadow go back and forth in the woods alongside the driveway and the roadway. All he could see was ears.
Oh, you can't. Well, that's the problem. You can't shoot at ears. You gotta, anybody will tell you gotta know exactly what you're shooting at, what's behind it, the surroundings, everything. You don't just go, oh, ears, that's a coyotes have ears, shoot it.
Robert shot the animal twice, killing it. The animal did not display aggression. He believed it to be a coyote and felt the need to protect himself and his family members.
He can certainly raise that as a defense, right? And we have the burden of proof to prove that he did cause this harm to the animal.
Mr. Harley allegedly told
Is this lady going to yell at us again? Because she kind of scares me.
police he believed he was shooting a coyote to protect his family and himself.
She's
and
yelling
he
again.
said, quote, he's positive the animal is deceased. Tonight, Shannon Smith Wood is urging anybody with information on Maisie's remains to come forward. In Millersville, I'm Kate Amara, WBAL TV 11 News.
Something ain't adding up, Like this guy ain't telling us the whole story. So he doesn't know where so it's not like he buried the animal. He legit does not know where it is. He shot it twice and he's pretty sure it's dead. Well, can you even charge him with anything if you don't know if the dog is dead? Redbird with $1 says, yep, no sympathy. If your dog is on someone else's land, you don't get to bitch. Okay. Yankee says, meh, fuck that dog. Keep your butt off my property. At Lab Glass, this is what I was thinking too. Coyotes by themselves won't come after you. Yeah, coyotes they're pack animals. And aren't they also like scavengers? Don't they also eat shit that's been left out? Like coyotes don't typically like see a live human and, one-on-one go, I'm going to fucking take him down. It's usually like there's a gang of them and they're taking out something that's either injured or dead and they're picking it. I could be wrong. Roots Calhoun says, are you retarded? Apparently. Apparently I'm a giant fucking retard. 09 Canyon says, I don't know. If the dogs are just running around, it doesn't need to be shot. But if it's hanging around bothering your animals or destroying property, that's different. Dub says, I almost shot my 15-plus-year-old sick cat, took it to the vet instead to have it get painless death, $100. My cat, after injection, vomited foam, screamed louder than ever before, and shot diarrhea out. Even dying animals can be obstinate. Holy shit. There were lone coyotes on my property all the fucking time. Well, no, all people are saying, Roots, is that lone coyotes tend not to attack people. That there need to be, unless they're, rabid and shit like that, but like they usually have to be, with other coyotes. All right. I didn't mean to upset anyone. I apologize. Ryan the Garbage Man says, coyotes love eating cheweenies. Oh, I didn't know that. Learn how to spell chewenie next time, asshole. Show some respect for the Gordster, if you will. Hey, $110 away from today's goal. Sure would be nice if you would help us knock that out. We're right around $100 at 9 o'clock, but let's not waste time. Let's just get the annoying fucking I don't have a real job part out of the way. Knock it out. Click the links. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's hit this 110. Look, I ain't even going to talk to you about the evening show's 30. I'll go till 11 if you hit it, but I'm just going to be fucking pleased as punch if you guys feel like knocking out that 110 because we've got lower goals than ever this week, and it's still been a struggle bus, except Monday. Monday morning and Monday evening was great. Yesterday... people were pointing out, once Johnny left, then the goal got hit. I don't know if has anything to do with it. And then the evening show last night just went on a crazy tear at the beginning and then just kind of fell off. So have you guys heard about the new Pope's brother? Like, I don't know a lot about I don't know a lot about this Pope and if he's going to be like another commie or if he's going to be based. I've heard people say both. But we do know that the Pope's brother, boy, he loves Trump and he just positively cannot shut the fuck up about it. There's theories out there that the Vatican is going to end up talking to the Pope's brother and be like, could you stop with all the like really right-wing political shit? So far, he says that's not happening. But this is an example of Pope Leo's brother, Lou Prevost. Of course, Cardinal Robert Prevost got elected Pope, and he became Pope Leo the 14th. But his brother Lou, his politics are a little easier to discern than the Pope's. Let's go ahead and take a listen. Piers Morgan. Piers just getting all the big interviews. You know, he gets all the big stars over on his show.
You know, this is the kind of stuff you would expect from a very pro-Trump MAGA supporter. Probably not what people are used to from the Pope's brother. So, two questions. Have you had any...
Dude, the best, like, politicians, the best celebrities, the best popes, they all have a crazy sibling. Remember Malik Obama? You guys remember him? Not who Michelle used to be before she, got the transition. Do you remember Malik Obama, Barack Obama's brother who lived in Kenya? And he was just crazy right-wing and shit all over Barack Obama constantly and was like a big Trump supporter. Like, everybody becomes a little more interesting when they have a crazy family member. Like, who was, Jimmy Carter had a brother who was a fuck-up. Billy Carter, right? Billy Beer. I mean, the best politicians, the best public figures have like the Tommy Boy in Black Sheep character that they have to kind of wrangle.
Anyone from the Vatican call you and say, you got to ease off the gas? And will you be changing?
And he said, well, stop covering up child molestation. And then the minute you start doing that, I'll go ahead and stop tweeting.
Your social media strategy going forward, Lewis?
Piers, there's a coyote outside.
Okay. No one has contacted me yet. I'm hoping that it doesn't get that far, but you never know as this stuff comes.
The Vatican only asks once.
Because I have posted some pretty, sometimes I like to go stir the pot too.
N-word? Did you think we got any N-word tweets? Come on.
Like I feel some of the people on the other side do. They throw stuff out there. A lot like I think President Trump does. He says things just to stir the pot. Because it's fun to like get into some of these debates with people sometimes from the other side. But no, like I said, going forward, I've realized now that I see some of this coming back at me, that I should probably tone it down. So I've backed off a lot of media.
Nah, come on, man. Don't do that to us now. Your brother just became Pope. Your social media is never going to be hotter. Let's get in there. Let's mix it up. Stir the pot. You know what the funnest thing about the internet is? If you know how to do it right, it can be a lot of fun. You don't sit there and argue with retards all day. You don't sit there and debate and discuss and blah, blah. What you do is you walk into a crowded room, you drop a nasty fucking egg fart, and you leave. That's how you do the internet. You come in, you drop a bunch of bullshit, make it smell really bad, and then everyone go, oh, fuck that guy. Oh, he's a piece of shit. Blah, 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 blah. And you're already halfway down the road. That's how you do it. And that's what the Pope's brother should be doing. Just take a giant shit in the pool and then walk away. But he's like, oh, I think I'll tone it down. Yeah, he's trying to make life easier for his brother. I get it. But I want to see this boomer go fucking ape shit. That's what I want. I don't want a guy who's going to be responsible and he's going to be respectful of his brother's new position. Come on, man. Dig in. Say some wild shit. Endorse Kanye's new track, Let's get after it, buddy. But you don't want to do that, do you, sport? You don't want to do that. It's too bad. Redbird with $1 says lone coyotes will play bait to lure your dog out. Then the pack will jump it, and they will each grab a limb and eat it alive from the guts in. Good shot. Yeah, you don't fuck around with coyotes. You do not fuck around with coyotes. Stories with Joe says, don't be afraid to speak. Just fix what you say. No. I don't want this guy to go changing just to make the new pope happy. The crazier, the better. Come on, let this guy be a lunatic. Have we had a pope with a crazy brother yet, like in our lifetime? I don't think we did. I think the popes we've gotten so far have been pretty, popey. We had a Nazi pope. That was pretty wild, right? We had a Nazi pope. It's the only one we're ever going to get. Pope with a crazy brother. I think that could be a story. Root says, did the Vatican not look into this? I don't believe it. If the FBI checks family before they hire you, I guarantee they do. It's part of the plan. Yeah, like the Vatican probably saw it and they were like, he's a fucking boomer who writes on Facebook that he thinks Trump is awesome and libtards is gay. Like they probably just didn't see it as a very big deal. I get it. I still want to see the Pope go. And like the Vatican's idea of a crazy YouTube and the rest of our idea of a crazy YouTube, probably a little bit different. Did you guys see this member of the House of Representatives fall asleep during a hearing? This was so good. Those guys, they work so hard up there in Congress. They're on the phone all the time, raising money from special interest groups. And then once in a while, they have to do this pesky thing called working. And they have to go to their job, They're like me. What they do for a living is they beg for money, right? And when they're not begging for money, they make them go to these stupid hearings where people ask them questions and they want to know shit. And then they have to vote on bills to become laws. It's so gay. It's so boring that sometimes some of these guys, they got to take a little siesta because really, what the fuck are we doing here, folks? This is Representative Blake Moore, a Republican from Utah who fell asleep in his chair at an early morning congressional hearing this morning. Moore was out cold for roughly 15 seconds, he was out like that, just on his shoulder. It was actually Michelle Fischbach from Minnesota, one of our congresswomen. She's my congresswoman, by the way. It was my congresswoman, Michelle Fischbach, who had to wake him up. This is kind of like being in high school, where you had your arm down on the table, you put your head in the arm, and then somebody would jolt you awake and you have drool, like you fell asleep, you napped, and you fell asleep so hard in school that you had drool on your arm. I think girls saw it, and you're a pig. Oh, it's the worst. Well, let's go ahead and watch this guy embarrass the shit out of himself. While we do that, we're only 110 away from today's goal. I would appreciate a big rally right now. Whatever you want to throw at us, throw at us. Let's knock this thing out and call it a successful day today. Our numbers have been a little lower. I don't even think we touched 700 today. That's a bummer. But we can still hit that goal and call it a successful business day. 110 away from today's goal. I'd like to see it move a little better, please. I'd appreciate that. If you don't typically give, let's throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gift some memberships. Let's go. Off we go to Congress. And old Sleepy, is it Sleepy Roy? No, Sleepy Blake. Sleepy Blake Moore, who was at a meeting for the House Ways and Means Committee and just couldn't help but take a little siesta and had to be woken up by our very own Michelle Fischbach.
Job to be done.
Oh, for fuck's sake, another 30-second ad. No wonder we can't make any fucking money today. We can't deliver on anything we promise. Delivery has been dog shit. Oh, look at this. Chad Zumach announcing this morning about 10 minutes ago. I'm officially quitting podcasting. I won the game. Nowhere else to go. Take care, everyone. I mean, you could do a show that gets more than our evening show numbers. I mean, I don't feel like I've won any game. Fucking do this to make money. And, the day we can do this for no goal, that's what I consider a win. I haven't won the fucking game. I'm a grinder still, boy. I am a grinder through and through. All right, let's see our boy fall asleep. Remember, these guys work really hard. You got to give them a break.
Stuff.
Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no.
Look at this. These fuckers ain't even showing up. They're all like, they're in their office, they're raising money, or they're asleep at 5 a.m. They can't even be bothered to show. Why would you even schedule these hearings if nobody's going to show up? God, what a cushy job. And you get to do insider trading. That rules.
Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, no. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, no.
So there's Fishback. Fishback, hey, look, my Congress lady's showing up for work. Are any of those people your Congress people, men and women? Mine showed up. Sucker. I got a nerd. I've got a dork congressman. She actually shows up for her hearings in decent clothes at 4 a.m. What an asshole.
Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no.
Oh, he is fucking out. That's not even. Remember when we thought Joe Biden used to fall asleep at shit, and he'd just kind of be like this, and it's like, okay, is that 1,000 yards there, or is he asleep? There is no debate on this one. Blake Moore is out like a light. Holy shit. That's it. You know, the minute he got onto the screen and I saw how he was sleeping, I instantly got jealous. That is the sleep of the saved right there. That's a guy who is out cold and loving it.
Mr. Moore.
Oh, no.
Mr. Moore.
Oh, this is the funniest thing I've seen in Washington in a while. Because I feel good for the guy. Because everybody knows what that sleep feels like. I mean, and as good as that sleep is, the being jolted awake part fucking sucks. Because you're so embarrassed and everybody's kind of giggling at you or just laughing openly. But man, while you're out, while you're actually sleeping, oh, that is relaxation at its peak. And again, remember, this guy has to save up his energy. He's got a lot of, bankers to call. He's got a lot of arms dealers he needs to raise money from. You know, you need those campaign contributions. He's got to run for re-election in a year and a half. We got to turn this thing around quick. Needs money. Oh. He knew right away. He's like, oh shit, I fell asleep. He was having a great dream. The Jazz were in the playoffs, and then you wake up, you're like, all right, that's right. I got to do this shitty job. Got to watch the Timberwolves beat the Warriors in 5 tonight. Oh, no.
Mr. Moore, no.
Hey, that's fine. We just elect you and pay you out of our tax dollars to do a job. Let's all laugh at the fact that you can't fucking be bothered to stay awake. Isn't it funny? We come here to vote on shit that we go on TV and tell the American people it's really important, and then we fall asleep. It's the greatest job in the world, isn't it? It beats actually being a teacher or a lawyer. Oh, we can just say we are when we're on the campaign trail so people give us sympathy votes. Oh, people are struggling and paying a lot of money for eggs. Isn't this great? I got sleepy. I'm sorry.
Miss Van Dyne.
Well, fuck that now. Can't they just let him go back to bed? Vote's over? Couldn't she have just, puppeteered him? Weekend at Bernie's the whole thing and just let him vote no? Shit. Poor guy. Yankee says, look at those self-loathing pigs. They seem to be doing all right. They seem to be doing okay. People are saying, LOL, Chad. Way to go, Chad. Chad won. Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of Chad Zumach. His standard for victory is a lot lower than mine. His victory objectives are lower than mine. God damn. $1 from Redbird says Sean Ryan did an interview with Tom Homan. He claims that the whole reason for the open border was the inner circle of the Biden administration. selling the 250,000 missing children on the dark web. I heard something similar from Tom Homan when he was on Tucker Carlson's show. He said kind of something similar. Bapa Shab says, I'm quitting podcasting. Okay, see you next week, Chad. Well, don't ruin it. I mean, let the guy have like a day or so, you know? Let him have a day or so where he's this is funny. I got this in a text. The fuck? I've got a good show. I mean, it's been topical. It's been moving. Boom, 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 boom. What do you guys want? Drama? I don't want to do drama. It's so gay. I don't want to talk about what this guy say. You understand that if that's your show, that shit never ends. That just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. I want to talk about the news some days. I just want to grab a bunch of news stories and a bunch of clips and all of that stuff, and I want to just talk about that. The problem is, and I've talked about this a million times, our audience will be like, yeah, drama's gay. I'm talking about drama, yeah. But then I do a show like this where they're like, drama-free. They don't give me any fucking money. I go where the money is. When people start, like yesterday, remember when we were doing the baby murder war crime segment? And we were like, this is fucking disgusting. Why are we doing this? And then people just started throwing gobs of money at us. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'll do that. Like, I'm a whore. I'm doing this so we can keep the steel toe, the barely burning embers of steel toe alive. You know, so it's 100% wherever the money is. But you got to know where your money is, too. Your money long-term is in the people who have been listening to you for 10 years. You notice that now that all this drama stuff is dying out, the numbers are going back to exactly where they've been since 2020. About 600 to 700, 800 people watching at a time. That's because that's your core who will keep you alive. So you can't abandon them and do shit that they hate. You got to do their steel toe show. It just kind of sucks because some days you're sitting there, you're like, oh, we're starting at 220 today. That'll be an easy one. And you got an hour left in your show and you're still at 105. And then you're like, well, maybe we should do drama. But then you're like, I fucking hate drama. Well, then throw a 20 at us and let us know you appreciate us staying away from it. That would be nice. 110 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Help me feel less crazy. That would be great. Did you guys, I don't know how many of you are baseball fans, but Oswaldo Cabrera got hurt yesterday. A Yankee, if you don't know. And it was one of the more gruesome injuries. It was an ankle injury. Way worse than Jason Tatum's, if you ask me. Jason Tatum got hurt recently for Boston. The Yankees were up 10-5. Aaron Judge was at the plate. And Oswaldo Cabrera, his ankle got fucked up so bad that trainers had to come out and cover it with a towel. They didn't want people to see it. Let's go ahead and check it out. Again, throw a couple bucks at the toe. Let's get a win today.
The other way for his third hit. Judge smacks it into right, and it hangs up for Tavares. Is it going to be deep enough for Cabrera? Let's see. He takes off. And the throw won't be in time. Cabrera able to run past and slip his hand past Raleigh, but...
Oh, I don't know if you saw it, guy. We'll show it to you again, but that was he went floppy-footed. Something broke. Something snapped. It's not quite Sid Vicious off the top rope, but that's the old floppy foot. That means something snapped.
And the throw won't be in time.
No!
Cabrera able to run past and slip.
Oh, well, it was, did he have a good first month and a half of the season? Did he do well? Were the numbers good for that for April and half of May? Because I have a feeling that might be his whole season. We have June, July, August, September. You got four. I don't think he's gonna be back in 4 months. Oh, that was full on flop foot.
He takes off, and the throw won't be in time. Able to run.
Not only that, do you guys see the score? It's 10-5 Yankees, top of the ninth inning. They so did not need that run. That run did not need to happen. He did not need to tag up from third. This was a Yankees win. They had it in the bag, and his ankle snapped in half.
Takes off. And the throw won't be in time.
Yeah.
Cabrera able to run past and slip.
That's why I'm glad I was never fast. I was always a very slow runner. You know, I never had to worry about stopping on a dime and something snapping. I had no problem stopping because I was very close to that speed to begin with. But, oh, God. And now you're going to think about that forever. You're going to be like, I didn't need to do that. There was no need to tag up. It wasn't necessary. Now you got all the time in the world to think
Flip
about
his
it.
hand past Raleigh, but he might be in some pain here.
Just a little.
He scores to make it 11-5.
Like to hear grown men making like those sound, like those shrieking, screaming sounds. Look at that foot. That's fucked. Look at this one, nice and straight. Oh, look at it, just in perfect condition. Look at this one, and ankles leaning all the way to one side of the shoe.
A scary scene here. Tim Lentich immediately
they're covering. They cover it
for
up.
The Mariners training staff as well.
Catcher goes to the ump. He's like, do you think now's a bad time to point out that I think he ran a little bit out of the baseline? All right, I'll fuck off for a little bit. Don't. It's a 6-run game, I guess. What do we even, no reason. It's fine. Ooh. I mean, kind of story topping Jason Tatum a little bit, but yeah, no, guys, I'm looking at people in the chat. I don't think tough acting Tinactin is going to help this one. I don't. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I'm guessing that's at least 6 to 8 months. I mean, whatever amount of recovery time it is in the months and not in the days or the weeks. That's definitely in the months category. Obama Phone Pro Max 5G says Timberwolves Pacers for the NBA Finals. You heard it here first. And Pacers get the dub. Hey, I'm just looking for the Timberwolves to get to the finals. I'm a Denver Nuggets fan right now. I'm an Indiana Pacers and a New York Knicks. I might be a Celtics fan depending on how long Tatum's out. But I mean, we're close. We're going to get past Golden State, and then we're going to get the winner of Denver and OKC. I really don't want to play OKC. I don't want to play Oklahoma City. But I welcome the challenge against Denver, and if we get to the finals, it'll be the first time in my life's memory, ever, in my lifetime, that a Minnesota sports team has gotten to the finals. In anything. Football, baseball, basketball, hockey, doesn't matter. It'll be the first time in my lifetime. I can't wait. Redbird with $1 says, can we talk about you drinking yourself into a coma with a 6-pack of Bud Light after the Wolves fuck up tonight? No, if they fuck up 5 and 6, I'll be mad. I don't, and by the way, drinking myself into a coma with a 6-pack of Bud Light, you asshole. I think they should win tonight, but I'm not going to be, out of my fucking mind if they don't. I think we've got a good shot in Game 6, but I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win tonight, and you can call the series right there, and we're going to the Western Conference Finals for the second year in a row. People pointing out that Yankee injury is the very reason you don't skip leg day. Red Scoper says, I stubbed my toe once. Hurt like hell. I can't imagine breaking your foot. Well, it's good that you have a frame of reference for all of this. $100 even away from today's goal. Guys, do me a favor. 100 even. Everybody start getting generous. Let's bang it out. We're gonna fucking struggle bust this thing all the way to a victory today. Help me out. We missed last night by $30, and we've been cutting goals because of how well the revenue's been doing. So let's get these taken care of. What do you say? All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Gift those memberships however you'd like to donate to this show. I'd appreciate it. Root says, ooh, that's rough, Yankee. Best of luck. Yeah, do we have any update on how long he's going to be
Aaron, really
out?
just a terrible scene of what happened with Oswaldo Cabrera there in that 9th inning. Can you provide any additional insight into what exactly happened?
No, no, other than obviously he's at the hospital. I think everyone understands it was a pretty
No, I can't. I just believe my quote I want to give you is shit's fucked up.
serious situation. So, just praying for our guy Cabby tonight and hoping for the best and trust that he's in good hands.
Just really hope that there's no Red Sox fan in the operating room. That would suck. Let's talk about that for a second. Do you think that's ever happened? Like in the history of sports, do you think that there's ever been doctors operating on an athlete and they're fans of the big rival and they actually commit medical malpractice and make the surgery mildly shittier to keep him out longer? It's had to have happened at least once, right? There's had to be some unscrupulous dickhead who wanted the Bills to win the division over the Patriots, so they repaired some guy's knee a little sloppy. Not enough to get caught and get in trouble, but enough to impact the season. It's had to have happened.
As he goes through the night here. So obviously a great game in a lot of ways, but a lot of guys feeling for their teammate who's, as you guys know, the best of them.
Well, hold on. Let me go check on Oswaldo Cabrera's stats. How's he? How irreplaceable is he really? Let's see. Cabrera stats. All right. What was he doing this year? For Christ's sake, he was batting .243 with a homer. You guys will be fine. You guys will be okay. What did he do last year? He hit .247, 36 RBI. Wow. Played in 109 games. Year before, he hit .211. The guy can barely hit his weight. You guys will be fine. Addition by subtraction. Now you can call somebody up from AAA who's hungry and wants to hit over 230. 230? You don't say. Thank you very much to Leah with $5. Says, come on, you cheap ass people. You can't keep counting on a few of us to keep this show going. If you like it, you should actually donate. I appreciate that, Leah. I don't say that to my audience, but I agree. I think if you love the show, I think throwing it a couple bucks here and there is kind of nice. Zen Man Builds gifting a membership to Deutsch Chad. Let's pass that one along. And let's get a little closer to another win for the toe. $90 away from today's goal. Let's throw in a few bucks, a little Streamlabs, a little PayPal, a little Venmo, a little Super Chats, a little Rumble Rants. Let's get that 90 hammered out. We're in the double digits now. It can be done. We've got an hour left in the show. Did you guys, speaking of Trump in the Middle East, we didn't get to this today. You know how Saudi Arabia is super anti-gay? They not a big fan of the homosexuality there in Saudi Arabia. So Trump makes a speech in Saudi Arabia in front of the Saudis, and what does he play as his walk-off music? Village People's YMCA. You can't... Dude, he's the fucking man. He goes into a place where they're like, gay is an abomination under Allah. And he's like, macho, macho man. We're like YMCA, which, by the way, it's kind of shots fired by Mediaite. Trump concludes speech in anti-gay Saudi Arabia by blaring gay bathhouse anthem YMCA. Guys, fucking take it easy. I love how when it suits the media's agenda, they can stereotype shit and they can call shit out. But when we do it, we're homophobic. We're like, Village People, YMCA. That's what dudes in a bathhouse suck each other's cocks and cornhole each other to. And they're like, oh, you're such a bigot. You're such a this. But then when Trump goes to Saudi Arabia, they're like, he's playing a gay bathhouse anthem. I make a hand job joke. I'm Satan. But you guys can call it out. And it's funny because, haha, we're making fun of Trump. But I'll ask this. How is it really making fun of Trump? Because in this instance, Trump is in a weird way, he's standing up for gay people because he's like, I'm still going to play my great gay music even when I'm in Saudi Arabia. That's pretty ballsy, actually. That's like going there playing Lady Gaga or something. I don't think this is I don't think this is the own that the media thinks it is. It shows that Donald Trump's got balls and he doesn't give a fuck what your country thinks. He's going to play his gay shit. Let's go ahead and check it out. Let's see what Mediaites flipping the fuck out about. Oh, finally a 5-second ad. No respect for the president.
So, Mohammed, I want to thank you again very much for having me. And
thank you, Mohammed. Now I'd like to draw a picture of you. What? No? Okay.
As a representative of what I think is the greatest nation in the world, we are with you all the way, and you have a tremendous future. Thank you very much.
By the way, Saudi Arabia is talking about, like yesterday there was word that Saudi Arabia is going to invest $600 billion into America. And then that number went up to $800 billion by the afternoon. And by the evening, they said the Saudis want to get that number up to $1 trillion if they can. Like $1 trillion in investment in the American economy. And this is what I like about Trump, man. Like, you can criticize him for whatever you want. But the thing about Trump, it's really simple. Like, Donald Trump goes and he works. He does the job. Like, you never go, what's he doing all day? Like, right now he's in the Middle East going country to country, working out deals, trying to get shit done, because that's the kind of guy Donald Trump is. Whether you love him or you hate him, he's a guy that needs to keep busy. He's a guy that needs to be working on stuff. He loves the competition of negotiation. Those aren't bad qualities to have in a president. Whether you agree with what he wants to do or not, the guy wants to get deals done. It would have been nice if we had that the last 4 years. I mean, look at the Saudis. They're throwing money in. The Chinese were coming to a trade agreement. The UK coming to a trade agreement. I mean, isn't it nice to have these guys who are like, what am I going to do? Sit on my ass in my office all day? Get me on a fucking plane. Let's go somewhere and get some shit done.
And please pay my respects to your father. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Look at that. In the anti-gay country, he's like, you guys want to listen to some cocksucking music?
That was President Trump wrapping up his remarks at a U.S.-Saudi investment forum in Saudi Arabia. You heard him there talking about...
You guys want to take some ecstasy and have a rave? There's glory holes in the bathroom. The drills were provided by Black & Decker.
Trillions of dollars pouring into the United States. He said he did that in about 2 months, and he touted the economic progress he's made. And then he turned to foreign policy. And there was an interesting news item in there. He noted that he had talked to Mohammed bin Salman, who you're looking at there, the crown prince, also Erdogan of Turkey, and he came to the conclusion that he would cease sanctions on Syria. In his words, giving Syria a chance at greatness. He then made this interesting...
By the way, Syria, if you don't remember we were against... Bashar al-Assad in Syria, and we backed the people who were rebelling against him. Well, those people won, and do you know who the new president is of Syria? A guy who was not too long ago the head of Al-Qaeda. Hey! American Middle Eastern foreign policy in a nutshell. Al-Qaeda, built up by the United States during the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. 2001, Al-Qaeda pulls off giant terrorist attack on American soil. 2023, 2024, Al-Qaeda takes over Syria, backed by the United States of America. It's a whirlwind romance. It's an on-again, off-again relationship with us and Al-Qaeda.
Remark his vision for the Middle East. He said he wanted to bury the grievances from the past. He wants commerce, not chaos, technology, not terrorism.
Wow. I tell you, what a complete anti-Semite. What a terrible guy. He wants peace and prosperity. What a dick.
Then he got a little bit into the Trump foreign policy doctrine against nation building and interventionism. Wide-ranging speech as we look there, the close relationship between the Crown Prince and President Trump, and you see them shaking hands there, a little bit different than what we saw from former President Biden.
No shit. They had to keep telling him he was in Saudi Arabia. It's definitely a change of pace, but how about the fact that those two are not that far apart in age? Like, that's the other thing. Biden's 82, Trump's 79, 78, somewhere around there. Like, they're around the same age, and it's just no two people are the same, I suppose, is what you'd have to say about it. Hey, guys, $90 away from today. Let's go. What do you say? Let's knock out that last 90. Let's call it a win for the toe. All hands on deck. That is a small number for hundreds and hundreds of people to handle. So just everybody gift a membership or throw in a couple of bucks. We can have this thing taken care of in no time. I would really appreciate it. It would make my performance on the show a little easier. I would stress out a little less. Knock out that last 90. Let's call it a win. I'm not saying you guys have to bail out the evening show from last night. They're perfectly capable of doing it themselves. I'll give them extra time for it. But let's hammer out that 90, especially if you're someone who doesn't contribute to the show very often. I sure would appreciate it. It's how we get the majority of our funding is from audience support. So we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. If we're entertaining you 4.5 hours a day, consider throwing a little something at us. The NFL is going to broadcast its first ever YouTube exclusive game as prominence of streaming platforms grow. You know, I don't know when the NFL's TV contracts are up, but the minute they are, they're doing the WWE thing. They're going to streaming. Like Netflix or YouTube is going to get the NFL. It's just a matter of time because, like, so many people, like, I get Hulu. I have a Hulu subscription, right? But I have Hulu Live for like 5 months out of the year for football, and then I bail on it. You know, I don't watch it anymore. The NFL is gonna get tired of trying to bring people back to regular television, and they're just gonna start going where everybody is, and it'll either be a giant Netflix deal, and then honestly, if Netflix gets the NFL, I mean, that's a huge coup for them because the whole country then is on Netflix on Sundays. Like every person in the country on Sunday is on Netflix. You thought, hey, you think that the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson thing had buffering issues. Wait until they first, I think they'll figure it out eventually. But wait until like Netflix has every NFL game on there. 09 Canyon says, let's be fair, maybe running 4 hours a day, but entertaining 90 to 95 minutes tops. Well, isn't that 90 to 95 minutes worth a couple of bucks so I don't do a shitty show the last 45 minutes because I'm sitting here panicking going, anything? Are we getting close? Are we getting close? Are we? And yes, I am going to do that. That's just the way I'm made. 90 away from today. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. Call it a win for the toe. Help us out. So the NFL is going to stream a game on YouTube for the first time in league history. And honestly, if it goes well, if it goes off with relatively few glitches or issues, I think we'll be looking at a future where the NFL is exclusively on a streaming service. Well, I mean, they've already got, is it Thursday? Is it the Thursday night games are exclusively on Amazon Prime? So they'll have a little bit of that. And these streaming services, I mean, ask the WWE. These streaming services are throwing shitloads of money at people to be just solo to them. Red Scoper says, if they got the Broncos, I'm watching. Yankee also says a Netflix subscription will go up to $80 a month. That's a good point, too. If they pay a fuckload of money to get the NFL, not only will they have to raise their subscription price, but they'll probably get it, too, right? Like, they'll probably get people to pay that for their football. In America, get fucked. Saint Caesar says, if Netflix got UFC as well, that would be WWE, UFC, and NFL. I mean, what wouldn't people pay for that, right? I mean, by the way, WWE, when SmackDown's TV deal is up, are they going to Netflix too? Is everything going to be Netflix eventually? Das Optic Nerve says, I think Apple has also approached the NFL for broadcasting rights. I mean, whoever gets them, and they might break it up. Like right now they have AFC, NFC, Sunday, Saturday, Monday, Thursday. They have different days of the week or on different places. So they could split it up and go to different places. Dive Bar says, I love paying for a streaming service and then having to pay for the movies within the streaming service. Brilliant scam. Well, that's how Amazon Prime Video works. I fall for it. Marble Arm says, I don't like it because they're snapping the ball and the play was actually over 15 seconds ago. That's the other thing. Like, if I'm on Hulu Live, I have to have it on one TV, and I can't have it on my phone, or I can't check Twitter because it's usually like, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds behind. And you'll have tweets like, oh my God, I can't believe he turned it over. And I'm like, oh, maybe they're talking about something else, and I'll be watching the game, and yep, there's a fumble. Fuck. CJ with $2 says Netflix will add a separate NFL package like YouTube TV. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, here's Netflix, and here's what you got to pay to get the NFL. And then they'll do some kind of NFL, UFC, WWE package, or, they'll put some stuff together. All right, guys, let's hurry up. Let's go. $90 away. I'm getting nervous. Don't feel good. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. Let's get this 90. I took $100 off every goal this week. I thought it was going to be an easy one. It's stressful again. Throw in. Let's call it a win for the toe. Let's start burning through some stories, and I'll try to forget that we're fucking failures over here. We've got one of the 90-day fiance girls joining OnlyFans, and this is bad because this is a crossing the Rubicon society moment. We're not coming back from this. So I don't know if you've ever watched 90 Day Fiance. Paula is my favorite of all time. She's from like 10 years ago. Paula is probably the best one ever. But it's always these either mid to beautiful girls from shithole countries, and these fat, ugly schlubs from America are like, why don't you come to America? You can get a visitor's visa, and then I'll marry you, and we'll get a green card. And then these girls come over, they're like, oh my God, my American hunk, he's amazing. And then she finds out that he like basically looks like Super Mario compared to everyone else in America. And that, you gotta wonder, like, is she gonna stay but find someone else? Is she gonna stay with this schlub? Are they gonna make it work? Like, how bad does this chick want to stay here? So it was already kind of a borderline prostitution kind of a show. Well, now they're adding the OnlyFans element. So these 90 Day Fiance chicks are learning about OnlyFans. And one of the girls got an OnlyFans, Rose Vega. And now get ready, because I'm telling you, this is going to be the new craze. These girls are going to come here, and then they're going to get social media, and then people are going to be like, oh, I watch you on 90 Day Fiance. I'd fucking drink your bathwater and shit. And so then these girls are going to be like, why don't I bottle some of my bathwater and sell it to him? I could also take a picture of my asshole. And then they'll start making, $20, $40, $50, $100,000 a month. And they'll be like, fuck the fat guy. I don't know why they sound like Asian Kevin Brennan, but this guy's an idiot. He's so stupid. But Rose Vega got a brand new gig 5 years after she debuted on 90 Day Fiance. She's joining OnlyFans. Like, look at the matchup. It was her and a guy named Big Ed. That's the show 90 Day Fiance in a nutshell. This guy meets this online. And she's from a rice paddy somewhere. I mean, she's from a desolate shithole. So, fucking Big Ed here starts talking her up. He's like, women here won't talk to me, but this one thinks I'm the bee's knees. And he flies her over. He gets her over here, and then she has her gut check moment. She's like, all right, do I marry this fucking guy for the green card so I can stay? Or do I amass what amount of dignity I have and say, I'm going to tough it out where I came from? And I don't know, like, I haven't watched the show enough to know what the percentages are, but I have a feeling the percentages of these relationships working is similar to that of the amount of Gordon Ramsay kitchen nightmares restaurants that stay open, which is to say, not a lot. CJ with $2 says, how much to watch 8 minutes of Lily versus Whitlock tonight? Knock out the fucking goal and I'll do it. I'm so tired of this fucking goal today. Knock out the goal. I'll watch whatever you want tonight on the evening show. What do you say? Redbird with $1 says, have you tried not paying for any of that horse shit and not needing to humiliate yourself? No, Redbird. Says, just kidding. We all know you like to watch grown men oil up and flop all over each other too much. Thank you, buddy. 5 gifted memberships from Thermodyne Diesel. Thank you, Thermodyne. Great to have you, buddy. gifting 5 memberships over on Rumble. Now, you guys who got those memberships gifted, pass them along, except Waylon. He's already thrown in. Jeff Jordan got one. Vic got one. Dead Game and J-Fish all got a membership from Thermodyne. So that's $65 away from today. Let's fucking go. 65 away. I'm feeling a little better, but I know better. I got to stay on top of shit. That's how it works here on the old toe. I wish it didn't, but that's how it works here on the toe. Keep it going, guys. Oh, there she is. So is she with Big Ed or not? The reality star is ready to welcome curious fans with all... It's just going to be pictures of her butthole, bro. In addition, she plans to offer travel vlogs, weekly photo sets, non-explicit boudoir videos, personalized voice messages, and never-seen spicy content. She's showing her butthole. I mean, she's not... Whatever she is, it's not my cup of tea. Sometimes I have a problem. I have an issue at this point in my life telling Asians and Latinos apart. I get in more trouble that way, you know? But I don't know if this is an OnlyFans that people... I'm sure some people will. By the way, over on the right-hand side here, you see Pokimane Hot Shots. Is it just me or she look a little retarded and a little like Glenn from The Walking Dead? Talk amongst yourselves. Now she's... Oh, by the way, Rose Vega, who's joining OnlyFans for the from 90 Day Fiancé. Guys, get this, breaking news. It's not all about the money. She's also joining OnlyFans to represent her growing confidence and freedom. Right. Yeah. Everybody who shows their asshole on video for money has had that same opinion. Oh, it's my confidence. It's my freedom. You've got tits and an ass that people will pay for, so you're putting it on the internet to make some money while you're still young. Come on. Stop with the confidence and freedom. If you have confidence and freedom, you don't need to show a bunch of people your asshole. You know? The bragging goes down the more confidence you have. You know, it's not like... Oh man, I love myself so much that I need millions of people to see my pussy and asshole and kidneys. That's how confident and you know, full of self-belief I am. Her OnlyFans account is set to go live on Thursday. See, this is bad news. This is gonna just more of these money grubbing hoes coming from the third world are now going to be like, wait. You mean I don't have to marry these fat fuckers? I can just start an OnlyFans and take pictures of my pussy wide open? Nobody told me. That's, you know what? I'm going to go with that one. Approachable says, oh, Aaron, you have no idea how bad you just fucked up. You just set up the goal is met. You'll watch anything for the evening. No, he asked me if I'd watch the Lily Gaddis versus... Who's she debating? Whitlock? Is she debating or is she going on with Jason Whitlock? Tridio with $5 says, Will Heron has a song request for the song you made about his boss. Could you help put the horse? You mean put down the horse? I can't remember the song we made about Jim Parker. I don't remember how the song goes. I don't remember... It was like something like he's a drinker and a hell of a guy. But I don't think I have it. Yeah, I can't find it anywhere. We should have saved it. Oh, well. Old donkey teeth. Don't really hear anything from him anymore, do you? We kind of buck broke that poor boy. Well, he also outlived his usefulness, so really, nobody really needed him anymore. You'd have to be desperate to talk to Will Heron at this point. All right, we got a little Justin Bieber stuff going on here. What are we, 60 even away from today's goal? 60 even away from today's goal. Let's hit it, guys. Come on, everybody, $5. It'll be easy. CJ with $2 says it's just 8 minutes of Lily calling him the N-word. I mean, that sounds fucking fascinating to me. But no, I mean, if you want me to watch it, I'll watch it tonight. But again, it has to be. We gotta hit today's goal at the very least. Oh, no. Is that... I saw this clip. I don't want to talk about this kind of shit today. Yeah, I guess one of the WATP guys was on Hughesy's show, and he was snaking the shit out of Nick and saying, like, yeah, I thought it was a bad look and a terrible idea for him to come to Las Vegas. It was fucking retarded. He's spiraling, this and that. Like, he's no better than Aaron. Because all these people are like anti-Aaron people, except Hughes. Hughesy's cool. But he's like, he's no better than Aaron in any way, shape, or form, and he's spiraling. We still encouraged him to come out, even though we knew it was a bad idea. That Adam Bush guy said that on Hughesy's show. I think Stalin's got a clip of it. You can go check it out. But, yeah, that's just... God, to watch all these people knife him. That Hackamania thing, look, I hate to say another win for the toe, but, like, my bit that I did on Vito's clip fucking crushed. It killed. It did very well. It's up there on Illicit Clips channel. And, like, the reviews on Nick were not positive. They were not positive. So... I think we, I think we, look, I knew that we were going to be fine. I knew that there was going to be a big nothing burger coming out of that, but to watch it actually happen exactly the way I thought it would, it's kind of nice. He also accused me of being a rapist yesterday. I think I'm going to send that one in. That abuser rapist shit is starting to get a little old. That goes beyond internet, if you ask me. So, we're going to, and by the way, we've seen numerous times when Nick says something about other people, it's something he does. So I think you can pretty much, you can make your deductions from that. Let's do this Justin Bieber clip. Apparently people are, I think people are trying to make this Justin Bieber meltdown thing happen. You know? I think they're... Oh, look at that. Heather's in the chat and Rumble saying they're putting the mRNA vax in your food. You need to do this right now. And guess what the website is, boys and girls? TrackDoc.com. Yes. TrackDoc.com is back. No Red Scoper. Paul's not a radio guy. He's management. He doesn't have any talent. Notice they didn't laugh at him, and he fucking bombed. And he's like, well, Aaron just had a lot of friends in school, and he played sports, and I didn't. I'm so obsessed with Aaron that I go and watch that Friday Hugg Box show just so I can be mad at him. It's like, bro, even Tukey made fun of him when he left. It's like all of this stuff was set up to make me look bad, and like everyone, the harder people tried, the more that particular person bombed. It was fucking great, dude. It was like my best case scenario of how much better I could have looked by comparison to these retards. It ended up so much better than my best imagination of the whole thing. So I think they're actually trying to like force a Bieber meltdown. I don't think it's happening. I think Justin Bieber is just he's stepped away from the music thing for a while. And as he steps away from the music thing for a while, he just does like weird, wacky shit. Like the paparazzi was waiting for him outside like some coffee shop or something. And he just walked up to him. He goes, is this all you guys do all day? Just money, 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 money. Just taking pictures, invading people's privacy for money, money, money. And they went, oh, look, Justin Bieber has a crash out moment. And they're like, no. He talked to you like men. He confronted you on the worthlessness of what you do for a living. That's not a crash out, bro. He called you out. There's a big difference. So now they're trying to force this meltdown deal, and they showed this this video. And they're like, is Justin Bieber on drugs? Because he used like a crazy eye face filter on some online video that he did.
I mean, I caught a couple. I was over there, I was fishing on the dock. I was, it must have been in 17, 18, 19. And I mean, when I tell you I reeled them in, Bobby, I reeled them in.
He's being silly. Like, how is it? Like, imagine being, like, isn't the Diddy trial going on? Like, don't you have celebrity meltdown content? Harvey Levin and TMZ are just blood-sucking demons. They really are. Like, I'm entertained by it, but it's really are. You got to know what they are. And they're bloodsuckers. They're leeches. Like, Justin Bieber puts a funny filter on his face to talk to his fans. and he's talking about the fishing he's doing. Boy, they really get vindictive with these guys when they step away from the machine, don't they? When they step away from the machine a little bit and don't want to make your music anymore, they just don't let you go. They got to go after you. They're bitter.
I was reeling in a half dozen on a good day. And that's just a little thing called, Alaska living. I lived up there about four or 5 years of my life, childhood living, and I became what...
So he's telling stories about his childhood now. He's telling stories about fishing, putting a weird, silly filter on his face. If anything, he's like becoming a dad joke, which is fine.
I don't mean to get in between the stuff that you got going on with, a couple of the people around you. It's what we like to say. It's a no bueno. There's a lot of question you ask her.
Yeah, see, this is fucking boring. Oh, he put a filter on his face and did a wacky voice. Is he on drugs? No, he's just fucking around. Boy, you guys really wanted this guy to be your fucking molestation puppet for his entire life, didn't you? And he broke free from it, and you can't fucking handle it.
Around, you say, you're worried about the what? You've been hurt. You've been afraid. You have been shut down. But let me tell you a little something. G.O.D., our boy Jesus, he's got a plan, and he works all things together.
Wow, this is really telling. So Hollywood, TMZ, the in crowd, the it crowd, the hip people, in their mind, you step away from entertainment, you start talking about Jesus Christ, you start talking about God, you start talking about positive, uplifting things. Now you're a crazy person. I hate to say that this is societal manipulation happening right in front of us, but it absolutely is. It's somebody you grew up watching and you idolized as a kid. I mean, I'm not saying necessarily you or I, but like a lot of people grew up watching as a kid and were a big fan of, and they're trying to tear him down. They weren't trying to tear him down when he was pushing borderline promiscuity and degeneracy as an artist. But now they're trying to tear him down in your eyes because he's talking about Jesus Christ and wholesome things and God and all that. I mean, if you can't see the propaganda and the message within the message in what TMZ is doing here, I don't know what to... I woke up to shit like this way too late in life, but it was 2-3 years ago. It's like they're clearly trying to take down a symbol of people's childhood and go, no, don't listen to this crazy person anymore. He might be on drugs. He's losing his mind. It's like, he's putting on a silly voice. He's telling stories. He's talking to his fans. He wants to talk to them about Jesus Christ. Oh, see, that's the devil to people like Harvey Levin. That's the devil to TMZ. It's all cultural manipulation. It's bullshit. I don't feel bad. I was going to say I feel bad for Justin Bieber. I don't, because by all accounts, he's fucking happy. He's got a family. He's hanging out with his wife, and I think they've got a kid now. Like, Bieber seems to be doing aces, and fucking good for him for doing so. But to try and be like, oh, do you think he's on drugs? Do you think he... Stop. Sam Show says, broke free. He's a baby Kanye. I don't think so at all. He's married. He's got a family. Seems to be doing okay. Justin should just go offline and go fishing every day. They'd still make up BS stories about him. Oh, yeah, they'd go take pictures, and they'd be like, look at him. He's strangling a fish. And it's him taking a fish off a hook. Like, he's choking the life out of it. Has Justin Bieber lost his mind? Yeah, Root says, well, who runs TMZ? Well, you know. Damage their reputation when they stop making them money. Exactly. And it's not like they don't have stuff to talk about. They're targeting him on purpose. All right, guys, we're only $60 away. We got a half hour left. 5 or 10 at a time. You know, fuck it. Somebody's just going to have to go 60. Like, it's not going to happen 5 or 10 at a time. It should. We've done a very good show. It's been fucking awesome. We've been crushing it again. I can't stop having great shows. But a couple of bucks would be nice. 60 away. Let's knock out the goal. We were 30 short last night, and I know the evening show has bailed you guys out numerous times. You don't have to do that to them. I don't think you will. That's reverse psychology, by the way. You're absolutely right. That is manipulation that I just did. I learned it from watching my favorite guy, Harvey Levin. But for God's sakes, let's knock out that 60 and call it a win. Is it a win if we do it this way? Probably not. But let's call it a win anyway. Another win for the toe. Do you guys want to see the guy who's taking over Doge for Elon when he steps down? Honestly, it's a culture clash, put it that way. So Russell Vought is taking over Doge once Elon steps aside. And like with Elon, you've been seeing like this big, bombastic, larger than life, charismatic guy who's got chainsaws and shit. And he's like, we're going to cut the government. It's terrible. Elon Musk. I don't even know a South African impression. It's fucked up. We're having a very fucked up time right now. And we come from a country where we're all mutts and Dutch and African at the same time. It's very. So Elon's going to get out of there, and replacing him is dry popcorn. I mean, this guy is, is he the Sahara Desert? OMB Director, Office of Management and Budget, Russell Vought, is going to be taking over for Elon Musk at Doge when Elon is done. Here's the guy who's going to be trying to cutting spending until, what is it, July 4th, 2026?
We're fundamentally changing with this budget.
Russ, I have to read this just because it's I don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. But over the last 4 years, government spending aggressively turned, this is you, I think a quote, aggressively turned against the American people. Trillions of dollars were used to fund cultural Marxism, radical green new scams, and even our own invasion. No agency was spared.
I mean, I'll say this, like, he doesn't have to be colorful, but that line fucking based, right? I don't know, like, I kind of grew tired of Elon's shtick, like a month or two in. He's like, oh, we're doing so many things. They're like, fucking show me, asshole. Oh, we're doing all the stuff. All right, what's the stuff? There's 200-year-olds getting Social Security. No, there's not. It was a computer program, and it made it look like it was, but there wasn't 200-year-old people getting Social Security checks. We're going to cut like $5 trillion. How many have you cut now? About 100 billion. Like, Elon's all bark and no bite. I hope this guy's like lethally non-charismatic, but just sits at a desk and actually cuts shit.
In the less
I guess what I'm trying to say is I want less autism this time around.
Taxpayer-funded cultural revolution. That's pretty strong language from the OMB.
It is strong, and it's based on the fact that the country saw and put President Trump in office to deal with the reality that when you have the Department of Education funding the indoctrination of preschoolers and funding the teaching of...
Like, yeah, he's a dork, but the shit he's saying is right. So I understand what the media is saying, like, look at this fucking bummer. Look at this guy that's going to take over for Elon. But it's like, I don't care if he sounds like a dork. Like, maybe that's what we need. We've had a lot of these bombastic, loud people like Pam Bondi. We're releasing Epstein tomorrow. Nothing a month and a half later. Maybe we need a few more dorky, soft-spoken guys who actually sit down at a desk and do shit.
Teachers to be revolutionaries in the classroom and have a health and human services that is trying to trans our kids through the grant programs.
Tell him when he's telling lies. Stop him when he's not being truthful.
And has research programs at NIH that is funding gain-of-function research that contributed to the last pandemic. You have something that is fundamentally wrong in this country, and we want to make sure that the Congress knows the extent to which we have concerns with many of these programs and agencies, and it's going to finally require them to cut spending.
I like this. What's wrong with this guy? Why are people saying, like, oh, look at the guy who's replacing Elon? This guy's perfect. He's a robot. He's a walking calculator. He's hard facts and numbers and everything else. Good for him. Don't sell me on the guy too hard. I'm tired of the guys who go, we're going to do all of these great things and everybody's going to be so surprised. And it's like, clock's ticking, chief. Like, you going to do? I think Elon's gone already. You don't really hear from him anymore. I think those Teslas started getting vandalized and torched and the dealership started getting protested. And he's like, fuck, I got to go take care of my business. And he couldn't do this shit anymore. Let's go to Sam Show. He says, in 6 months, you'll be bitching that you haven't heard jack shit out of Doge. Red Scoper says, are you autistic, Aaron? Yeah, definitely. Probably. Never been diagnosed. I got to have a little bit of tism, right? Hasn't that been the joke for like 10 years? Nomo says they're probably bashing this guy because he will actually do something. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking too. I think Elon was in over his skis and talked out of his ass a lot. I think this guy knows how the actual game works and he knows where the bodies are buried and he'll actually get shit done. So they're like, oh yeah, this guy's an asshole. This guy's got no charisma. Look at this dumb dick. He's shit. Because they're like, don't pay any attention to this dude. Hey, Eric, thank you for the $5. He says, coming to your local Shoreview, Minnesota Speedway on the corner of Rice Creek Parkway and County Road J, the Aaron Imholt Taquito Queso Bread and Cum. Real fresh come from our workers daily. That got dark. That got fucking dark, Eric. Thank you for the $5. Hey, guys, $55 away. About 20 minutes left in the show. Help us out. Let's get this to zero. It's just everybody chipping in a little, guys. Let's get moving. We deserve it. Good show. Great show. No drama. We've done zero drama shit today. Like zero gossip shit today. And if you're a regular who loves this show and you hate the drama shit and you're like, it's time to move on, you might want to knock out today's goal because this is the kind of shit that makes me go, killing it, funny, interactive, awesome show. Might as well do some drama tonight, seeing as we ain't making any fucking, ain't making any fucking money. Might as well do the drama. I'll keep switch. One thing I'll do for the paying customers is I'll switch it up until I figure out what it is they want. But $55 away, let's just knock it out and call it a win. Tired of it. Tired of it. If you get the extra 30 knocked out, I will go to 11, but don't worry about it. Just take care of that 55. Let's call it a win. I was talking last night about the Dave Smith, Tucker Carlson interview that I checked out. It was really, really good. The Tucker, I highly recommend you going to watch that podcast. They did some catty, gossipy shit talking of like other right-wing guys. It was actually really cool to hear. They were shitting on Mark Levin. They were kind of taking shots at Glenn Beck. They were taking shot at Republican politicians and stuff. It was really awesome. They were burying Douglas Murray. I thought that was good, too. By the way, CJ with $2 says, Elon was in Saudi Arabia with Trump 2 days ago. I'm not saying he's not anywhere. I'm not saying he isn't anywhere. I'm saying, like, he's not nearly as prominent as he used to be. Elon ain't, like, out front the way he was before. You need me more with $1 says, seems like it's always the same people donating to the toe. I know. It'd be nice to see different people step up. That's for sure. You know, that's how a lot of these shows go. I've noticed a lot of these shows have the same people making the big splashy drops. It would be nice if, it's unbelievable if like half the audience we had just got memberships. We could take care of everything every day. It's amazing. So go ahead, throw a couple of bucks our way. $50 even, 50 away. That's what, 10 memberships on Rumble. Let's go. Here's Tucker Carlson and Dave Smith talking shit about Ben Shapiro, our very own Benny boy. They don't like him very much, and that makes me happy. That makes me like Tucker Carlson more. Like, I'm a Tucker Carlson guy. Dave Smith, whatever. But I love Tucker. And the fact that, like, if Tucker would have said, I like Ben Shapiro, I'd be like, I don't really give a shit. That's fine. But the fact that he's shitting on him in this clip, even better.
That's really possible in this life is freeing yourself from like the lies. And the number one lie is I'm God. Yeah. And like I'm omniscient.
Wait, that's a lie? Fuck.
Or was perfectly wise person, whatever. It's like, you make mistakes. You're a ridiculous primate. It's a covered little bit fur. Like, just admit it.
That's one thing I can't stand. I think that's one thing that gets me about Ben Shapiro is that he's kind of got Hassan Pikeritis. Hassan Piker has this problem where he reads every piece of criticism about himself, can't help himself, and he has to respond to every single one of them. And it makes him miserable. Ben Shapiro has this arrogance about him. He doesn't handle it quite the same way Hassan does, but he just constantly is talking down to people about how he was right. Now, wasn't Ben Shapiro one of the guys pushing the vaccine at the beginning, and then he was Johnny come lately? Wasn't he a never Trumper until he wasn't? Wasn't he like, let's be patient about the pandemic until it became fashionable to, stand up against the COVID, tyranny? Ben is a snake, man. And you ask Ben will tell you he's never been wrong about anything.
It's just there. Look, you got some things wrong.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between that and your entire foundation being built on hypocrisy and that hypocrisy being shown. Look, I mean, you can't make this stuff up, right? Ben Shapiro built a career opposing identity politics as a proud Zionist.
Right? Like, he's like, identity politics is stupid. If you take your identity and you make that all about your politics and that's your position, then that's dumb. By the way, we need to back Israel in everything they do. I am a proud Zionist, and we need to... Wait, what? Like, how's that different from saying, as a trans man, I believe X, Y, and Z? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Now listen, feel however you feel about Zionism.
It's identity. Sam Show's like, all right, how much time do you have? You mean I get to feel however I want about Zionism? I need to borrow some printer paper. I need to borrow a little printer paper.
Identity politics. Like that is the definition of identity. You could not find a better example of a politics built on an identity. And yet you're out here saying facts don't care about your feelings. Identity politics is wrong. And then while you're saying that, your number one priority is this manifestation of identity politics.
Right. You're an Israel first guy, and it's all about your feelings. You got to protect your fifis about Zionism and Israel, but you're going to tell everyone else, don't be in your feelings. Don't be about identity politics. But then when we call it out and it's you, we're anti-Semitic. Oh, that's interesting. That's convenient. It's not hypocrisy. I've said before, I don't mind hypocrisy. We're all human. We're all hypocrites about something. It's the brazen embracing of your hypocrisy and not acknowledging the hypocrisy at the same time that bothers me. Admit it. Just go, look, I'm weak. I'm human. I'm a hypocrite. I say people shouldn't do this, and I do it all the time. Like, I talk about it, this country needs to eat better. This country needs to be in better shape, and I'll go grab McDonald's. That's a shitty hypocrisy about me. But if people confronted that hypocrisy and I went, well, you don't understand why it's different. The minute I start defending that hypocrisy instead of going, I'm a piece of shit, I'm flawed, I need to do better. Every single day of my life, I need to work to be better. I need to be a version of myself that I think I'm capable of rather than who I am. But I see so many of these right-wing commentators and so many of these Israel commentators, and they just have glaring hypocrisies about them, and they call people stupid for pointing them out, and they demean them, and they defend those hypocrisies, and it's fucking gross. And I can't knock out a $50 fucking goal.
Only keep that charade going for so long.
No, it's totally true.
Before someone sees through it.
There's something in people that, the lowest part of people that instinctively accuses others of doing what they're doing. And I've never really, that's one thing I don't want to be, is a guy who does that. But I remember Bill Kristol, who I worked for years and really liked and was grateful to, and he was a great boss in the 90s, and came out against me and called me a Nazi and all this stuff, like without calling me.
You know why? It's easier to call you a Nazi without calling you first, because if he had to talk to you and be a human, he'd be like, I can't call this guy a Nazi. He's all right. I like him. I've known him a long time. And then not only that, but like, if you call a guy a Nazi, you don't have to argue with him. I don't argue with Nazis.
By the way, I called him and asked him to lunch. He refused. He wouldn't go to lunch with me.
And well, would you go to lunch with a Nazi, Tucker?
Our relationship, but one of the criticisms against me, I'll never forget it when I realized this phenomenon was real, was when he accused me of advocating, and I'm quoting, for an ethno-state. Now, I have a lot of flaws. They're all on display. I've never wanted an ethno-state.
You know what's funny about that, by the way, is that Bill Kristol, proud Zionist, proud Israel supporter, Bill Kristol, telling other people that they're advocating for an ethno-state. Like, we're not going to talk about the blatant hypocrisy of someone who endorses an ethno-state, saying other people want that. No, Goy, when you do it, it's not okay. When we support our ethno-state, it's fine. When you talk about the idea of one, even if you don't endorse it, like Tucker doesn't endorse an ethno-state, I don't endorse an ethno-state, but to have Zionists tell people that they're in favor of an ethno-state, that is the height of balls right there. That is the fucking height of balls. How dare you? By the way, thank you very much to Dive Bar with $10. Says, add this to whoever's number 5 on the list. Let's do that. That's Miss Tay. So Miss Tay is now going to be at $76, and she's going to be in third place. And that's going to put Gray Duckling in fourth at 70. And that's going to put us $40 away from today's goal. Guys, let's go. Come on. You've heard him say it. You've heard him say it. They say it looks like the same people contributing to the toe all the time. We're $40 away. Throw in your 5, throw in your 10. Show a little appreciation for what we're doing here on the toe. A little bit, guys. A little something. Let's get to that 40. We got 12 minutes left. I don't want to lose twice in a row. It fucking sucks. It doesn't feel good. Let's hammer it out and call it a win. Approachable's got a clip. Let's see what we've got. Saying as a trans man, I believe X, Y, and Z. I don't understand. No. I was saying that as somebody else. I wasn't saying I'm a You're making it sound like I was saying that I'm a trans man. I'm not a trans man. I was saying hypothetically, what if you were, it's not what you're saying it is. It's different. It's not. No, by the way, some people in the chat, I'm not talking about Billy Crystal. I'm not talking about Billy Crystal. Bill Crystal, different guy. Oh my God, Sanford's son. Drop an Elon on the boy.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Oh my, Sanford's son with $100 says, what's up with Rumble? It kept freezing. Trying to pay 30 last night. Holy shit, there's a red boy from Sanford's son. And that means that now Sanford's son's at 130 or 120. I think he's at 130 for this week. Let's put Sanford's son up at the top. Sanford's son with a hundo over on Rumble. Sorry to anyone who was ready to hit send on their steel toe missed the goal thing today. I apologize. I know I've broken so thorough Joe Burrow. He's I think balls deep in fan fiction from what the Onion people send me. They're like, yeah, I get Onion people sending me stuff from the Discord, and they're like, I think you broke this dude. Like, he's crazy. He wants to like run you down on vacation. He's like, I'm going to find him. I should have told him I was going to the gay key. He probably would have had fun. But, he can't admit he's a fan either. He's like, I watch Steel Toe every day and I watch every second and blah, blah. And Misery Loves Clips is trying to explain to him, like, bro, that makes you a fan. Like, you're just a Steel Toe fan. No, I'm not. Okay, sweetheart, sugar tits, whatever you need. So I hope that he wasn't ready to hit send on his video today. I really apologize. He'll make something up if he has to. I don't want to break the kid's heart. Poor guy, all full of piss and vinegar. Thank you, Sanford's son, for the $100. I guess that means.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And also, Sanford's son now in first place at 130. Crunchy in second at 120. Redbird is in third at 95, and Miss Tay is in fourth at 76. And Gray Duckling's at 65, correct? Well, there you go. We've still got a bit of a log jam at the bottom half there. Well, thank you guys. Guess what that means? I've got to go until 7 o'clock today. Or 7 o'clock, Jesus Christ. 11 o'clock today, because you guys knocked out the evening show miss, and you went $10 over for today as well. So, holy shit, guys. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Some person writing in on a Twitter clip saying, it's still wild that people who go after Aaron are pretty much on his level or near it in how pathetic they are. I think they're below, but I can get pretty pathetic. $4.99 from Poignant Pachyderm. Oh, yeah, he triggers the shit out of people, too, I've heard. Poignant Pachyderm says, Melton is a pred. Nick gave his kid coke and got his family arrested, and you are a closet twinkle toe. Well, you know. I hear these accusations. I try to fight them back, but, you know, damn it if I don't keep flailing around and saying gay shit. Ugh. I keep thinking, I'm like, you know what? Poignant Pachyderm's going to see through it, and Poignant Pachyderm's going to see that I'm totally not a mo. And then I do something, and I'm like, you know what? I don't think I'm unconvincing. Poignant Pachyderm, unfortunately. Let's go to Sam Show says, Aaron, do a subathon. Oh, like where people go on forever and ever. And just like subs and subs and subs. Oh, man, I don't think I could do it. Hey, guys, do you remember the videos they used to have of like the, what do you call it? The border, like refugees. Do you remember the videos and stuff we used to see of all the military-aged men coming through? Well, I got a few videos today of these dastardly, racist, evil, bastard, white South African refugees that are coming to the United States. You're not going to believe how fucking terrible these people are. Like how goddamn dreadful they are. Mikey Two Milk says, Aaron, 90-day girls have had OnlyFans for years. Rose isn't the first. She's like the 10th to do it. Try to keep up. Well, then, you know what? That makes the point even better, that that's the new thing they're going to do to fucking abandon these dudes. Poor guys. These poor guys are like, I don't get no girls to talk to me. I finally got me an Asian girl to come to the United States just for me. And she's like, turns out I can take pictures of my butthole. I don't need you anymore. Fuck. Back to the internet, I guess. Maybe I'll try Burma this time. So these are the South African refugees, these terrible, evil racists that we can't let into our country because the Democrats are suddenly against helping refugees. Let's take, you know, and it's funny because the Latin American refugees they wanted to bring in here, they were just poor. That's all it was. Like they weren't in a war-torn country or anything like that. They're just poverty-stricken. These are people who literally could have their land taken at any time or be killed by criminals. So the land will go back to the government, and we can't help them. That's not okay. Look at that. Mom, dad, couple of kids. If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd worked for all my life. Look at this. What a bunch of, they're waving American flags. They love this country. Oh my God. It looks like America's a superpower again, as long as they don't come in and create gay electric cars. I'm cool with it. Here's the first official group of white farmers from South Africa fleeing persecution.
And we are excited to welcome you here to our country where we think you will bloom and we will.
How nice must it be to just be able to speak English to the people coming into your country? Wouldn't that be great? You're just talking to immigrants. You don't have to, hire a translator or anything like that. It has its advantages. Hey, Ryan, thank you for the $20. He says, more news, less internet gossip. Thanks for the show. I appreciate that. Thank you, buddy. Sorry I didn't use your screen name there. I won't use your screen name so as not to combine the two. I don't read ahead enough. But thank you for the $20. So you guys are at $200 even for tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
hopefully allow you to have fulfilling lives for your children, and then we will bloom and we will benefit alongside you. So thank you very much for coming here.
Yeah. I would like to add, again, on behalf of President Trump, Secretary Noem, we're just so grateful that you guys are here.
You know, it's funny because they're going to catch us all in a trap on this South Africa immigration thing. And the trap that they're going to catch us in is they're going to do a thing where they go, oh, you just like these people because they're not a security threat and they're economically viable. And I'm like, yes, that's why I love them being here. They're not a safety threat. They're not going to take over an apartment building like MS-13 and start killing people or robbing people or, committing crimes or anything like that. And yeah, they have skills. They can be farmers. They can be engineers, whatever. It's wonderful that they have that experience. They can come in and help the United States right away. And then they're like, and they're white. And you're like, well. And then you have to, when you're having this argument, you have to decide, you have to in your head go, all right, do I say what I'm thinking or do I give a politically correct answer? I mean, the Democrats got to make their immigrants being brown part of the issue. Like, oh, these brown people are coming into this country. We love having all of these brown people here. But we're like, they're safe. They have money. They have families. They're married. They're white. It's like, I bet you even Latinos and some black people are like, oh, shit, immigrants are coming in. And they go, they're South African whites. And even black people and Latinos will be like, oh, okay, that's cool. That's great. Thank God. Let's put some South African whites in here. Sounds good to me. And they go, liberals are so dumb. They don't understand that not all black people think the same. And they'll be like, yeah, but don't you care about apartheid? And you're like, black people in the United States will be like, give a fuck about apartheid. What do I give a shit? What about all the black people in South Africa? Where he's like, motherfucker, I ain't South African. I don't give a shit. Now let me listen to this new Kanye track. It's been in my head all day. How? Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, things to consider. If Stuffy Bunny can do an OnlyFats, there is a market for a steel toe OnlyFats. I'm good. No, Stuffy Bunny does not have a... No. I mean, I'm not gonna look it up. Hey, can I say something about some internet drama shit real quick though? As I archive Ryan's $20 he gave us for not doing drama. Thank you, Ryan. Can I say something that might be controversial to any part of our audience that's kind of hip to any internet stuff? You know the Ethan Klein denim stuff that's going on, where this pro-Palestinian streamer Denims hates Ethan Klein, and she was happy when CPS got called on him and skulls got sent to his house. So Ethan Klein shit all over her on a podcast, and now she's trying to sue Ethan Klein and has a GoFundMe going for it and everything. I found out she has an OnlyFans, and I did not see... I didn't buy her OnlyFans, so I don't know what the pictures look like. And I know I'm supposed to hate her because she is indeed obnoxious and she is a douche and everything else. Is it okay publicly for me to admit that I think that Denims chick is hot? I know that she's sided with Hassan Piker and that fucking pig Frogan. And I know that that's bad. But at the same time, I see her doing, I see her with on different clips and stuff. And I'm like, she's fucking cute, man. I can't, and I can separate the two things. I can separate this Denims chick being dumb and her being a Hassan orbiter. And that sucks. And she's retarded for that. And her just being really fucking cute. Maybe I'm wrong.
Also, sorry, I wanted to see what you said.
Let's click on a random Denims thing. And you guys can tell me if I'm wrong. of course, she's got another Ethan
All
Klein
right.
video.
Well, we get to this GDF video after. It's 20 minutes, so I really want to watch it today. I can't believe he argued that some hospitals are valid, dude. When
I posted a video a couple days ago talking about how
Israel has failed to procure any terrorist activity evidence to any of these organizations even once. It's fucking insane to me. Anyways.
Yeah, I don't care. And I don't like that she's wearing a hoodie in this one. Usually she's wearing shirts that show a little bit of titty meat. I need to find a titty meat shirt. All right, there's a little
So
titty
yeah,
meat
I
in this
said
one.
that well, it seems like he agrees with you now that he's called her a terrorist. That's true. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, I said that about it. And
Okay, so am I an asshole? Like, I know she's probably like a terrorism supporting chick, but she's a cute terrorism supporting chick. I like denims. Like, aesthetically. Like, when she starts talking, it's remarkably obnoxious. But am I wrong for thinking she's cute? Like, I don't think iDubbbz's wife is attractive at all.
Denims, OMG. He was pissed about it, and then he got me and a bunch of other Arab streamers banned for.
She's Arab? Okay, now I don't like. No.
30 days because he witnessed.
She's got to be like Lebanese or something that's like kind of white Arab. Because when I look at her, I don't see Arab. I see like Mediterranean. I see like maybe she's a little too Southern Italian.
Anti-Semitism because we said he likes Sabra hummus. And then at that point, listen, man, you get me banned for 30 days off of false allegations of anti-Semitism. You open that door, dude.
You guys, I've heard you guys before, though. You're kind of anti-Semitic. It's fine, but you're a little bit anti-Semitic. So am I wrong? I think I played enough. I don't care about the actual words she says, but like, am I like, I felt self-conscious about this for a long time because I know she's a douche and I know she's awful, but I'm also like, oh, she's kind of a cutie. She's adorable. Chevy fan says, I'd rather fuck Dylan Mulvaney. MSO says, you're creepy. Sam Show says, or not creepy, I'm a weirdo. Sam Show says, you just like her tits. I don't know. Like, I guess if you show some titty meat, I can be easily tricked. Crowder Wears Panties says, Aaron is losing his white card. Uh-oh. Papa Shab says, Aaron's Somali. I tried telling you, Sam Show. McBuster says, she's okay, but you're gay, so no sale. Crowder Wears Panties says, Anissa is more white than denims. Roots says, meh, I'm still going, but begrudgingly so. Okay, so Roots is on my side on this one. Packer Backer. Are these check your brow? Simp City. What is this? I don't have a Simp City account. What's the link you sent me here? Let me see. Do I have an account to this thing? No, I don't. Register now. Oh, wait. Register faster using Google. There we go. I'll use my Google account. Continue. There we go. Now I can click on this link that Packer Backer sent me. All right. What is Simp City? What the fuck? I thought I was in. I'm not creating a new account. I want to fucking sign in using my goddamn cunt fucking Google account. I just want to see what the fuck this is. All right. Username. Let's go. There we go. I agree to the terms. Please wait 19 seconds. Packer Backer, this better be worth it. I mean, Sanford's son paid for this extra 30 minutes, sir. So how dare you? All right, I got to wait 5 more seconds, guys, and then we can click on this. Here we go. And register. There we go. Thank you for registering. Your registration is now complete. Okay, now I can click on this. And all right, Twitch streamer that started a Fansly recently. So she just wears clothes. Fucking gay. I think I can show these on the show. Look, yeah, this is she's wearing clothing. Fucking homo. There's one of her dressed as a cow. That's haram. There's one of her showing some cleave. Yeah, that ain't shit. Honey, you got no ass. You don't need to do that. And I'm not an ass guy anyway. So don't worry about it. So yeah, I don't so this she's a wholesome anti-Semite. Isn't that something? Look at that. Denims is a wholesome anti-Semite. You don't see that very often. Papa Shab says, did you really just sign up for Simp City with your Google account? I don't know what the fuck Simp City even is. So did I do something dumb now? Did I do something stupid? I trust Packer Backer. Is that my fault? I didn't think he'd send me to something gay. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know. You signed up for a pirate site to look at this bitchin' address. Oh, is that... I don't know the internet very well. I'm sorry. You guys need to tell me these things before you send them to me. Oh, no. This is funny. Chad Zumach wrote, I'm officially quitting podcasting. I won the game. Nowhere else to go. Take care, everyone. So Ozone commented, show today then? That's the thing with like any Chad Zumach work. Like any Chad Zumach work, he doesn't let him breathe. Like he doesn't let him go. Like if you were to say, I'm done with podcasting, I've won the game, blah, 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 then you wait for like at least a week. You don't stream for a week and you just sell it. You sell the whole thing that you're done, you're retired, it's over with, right? Instead, like he'll go and he'll stream before the week is over. You know, he'll stream today, tomorrow, or Friday. Or all three. It's like, let the bit breathe. Let's not Vince Russo this shit, you know? Oh, boy. Will Heron still thinks I'm trying to get him fired because I made an AI song about his boss. That was fucking hilarious, buddy. I'm sorry, man. I broke Will Heron. I break all of them. And I think it's because it's like I said, I just take a shit in the middle of the room and then leave. And I smile a big shit-eating grin. It's like, guys, how have you not figured out my gimmick yet? How have you not figured me out, for Christ's sake? All right, holy shit, we got more wildfires in Minnesota. Can we stop who are we, fucking Los Angeles? We can't stop wildfires all of a sudden? You know how hours ago this morning I said that we had a wildfire? Now we've got 3 of them. Jesus, guys, it's not like we have a water shortage in this state. We have 10,000 lakes. Let's fucking get on top of this thing. We mentioned Richfield, Minnesota earlier today. Officials say a staff member at Richfield Middle School has been arrested after allegations he had a sexual relationship with a student. Uh-oh, it's a he too, so they're definitely going to throw the book at him. Like the female teachers, you always get the jokes and you always get the, oh, where were they when I was a kid, when I was in school, you know? When it's a guy, everybody just immediately goes, oh, fucking puke, dude. What the hell? No, throw it under the jail for this guy. You know, if it's a female teacher and it's high school and the kid's like 17 or 18, it's always like the high five jokes and shit like, hey, you thought he'd keep it a secret? You're dumb. But if it's a male teacher of any age and a female student, it's immediately like, give that asshole the chair. We're done with him. We're done. I don't ever want no parole, nothing. Just throw him in jail and leave him there. Which, by the way, I 1,000% agree with. Totally. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, Aaron, click www.notavirus.com. Trust me. Hey, okay. Sounds good to me. He says it's not a virus. It says it there right there in the link. I hate it when my audience exposes me as a giant fucking boomer. Do we have any of this Lily Gaddis, Jason Whitlock thing? And why would Lily Gaddis call Jason Whitlock the N-bomb? Doesn't Lily, like, aren't they like simpatico in terms of like politics and shit? Lily Gaddis, this is from 2014. CJ, if you wanted me to watch Lily Gaddis, Jason Whitlock shit, you're going to have to send me a link because I don't know what you're talking about. As to like what Lily Gaddis, like I know CJ has a weird crush on Lily Gaddis. He's a big Lily Gaddis fan, but I don't, I don't have her works compartmentalized as he might. You guys are now, what are you, $40 ahead for tomorrow morning? You wiped out last night's loss. You're $40 ahead for tomorrow morning. Holy shit. Thank you. Ryobi says Aaron can split denims versus cute, just like he splits sex with men versus being gay. Always has to go to gay. You know, you guys have your old reliable go-tos. You don't develop a lot of new stuff. Thank you, Ryobi. Dub says a chick I knew in high school kept flirting with a male teacher, and he said, when you're over 18. Yeah, like way back in our day, and maybe a little bit before my time, because I think by my time you couldn't say too much, like you couldn't say a lot of fucked up shit. But like back in the day, you could get away with an alarming amount of creepy behavior. And it wasn't considered creepy. Like there were a lot of like elementary school teachers that we looked back on in high school or in college, and we were like, that guy might have been weird. Like there might have been, like I remember I think my first grade year, we had an art teacher, and he was this fat, bald guy with a beard. And he would always make goofy noises. He was like, he would speak gibberish and shit to make, shit that makes 6 and 7-year-olds laugh. And then one year, he just disappeared. Like in the middle of the school year, he wasn't there anymore, and there was a new art teacher. And there was no internet back then. It was 7 years old, so 1994, around there. We're talking 94. And he just kind of disappeared. And then this rumor started. People started with this rumor that the art teacher had a peephole that led to the girls' bathroom. Now, again, this is an elementary school. And that was the rumor, and that he got fired for it. And like when we were kids, we were like, no, that's not true. That's silly. People don't do that. Why would he do that? They're a grown-up. That's a little kid. That's not a thing. But then as we got older, those of us who went to that elementary school who were still in high school, we'd go, bro, you remember that? Like, especially this was like while the Catholic Church shit was coming out and all that, like around 03, 04, 05. And we were like, you start revisiting shit, and you're like, remember that art teacher we had who got fucking replaced in the middle of the school year, and they said he had a peephole? That's probably fucking true. That's probably true. Approachable with $1 says, Aaron, click on this and sign up real quick. Trust me, you're going to like it. Approachable, just reading that link, I believe that is a Google Play Store link to download the Grindr app. I don't think I'm going to like that. I have a feeling that you're trying to trick me. Why do I get that feeling? Crowder Wears Panties says, I told my PDF file bio teacher I wanted to fuck his hot sister, and he told me to come fight him when I turned 18. I just remembered this. Isn't that that's the creepiest feeling, when you just remember something from a long time ago that you've never thought of? Like, it scares the shit out of me sometimes, because you're like, uh-oh. Because the first thing you do as a guy when you remember a memory from like 25 years ago or like 30 years ago, because I'm 38 now. You remember something from like 30 years ago, the first thing you do is go, oh shit, was I molested? Like, oh shit, what else am I covering up? I don't know. I guess I was raised Catholic. So you do think that, like, once all that Catholic shit came out, you're like, all right, I didn't go to church every Sunday, but I did go to like religion classes, and I had my first communion and my confession and my confirmation and all that. And you just kind of like, you hear all these stories about people remembering things later, and you're like, I know for a fact that I was not molested by a priest. I know that. But then you just go, a lot of people figure shit out later. Did I? Nope, not at all. Never, not once. Sam Show says, jokes on Mr. Approachable. You keep getting an error that says app already installed. Oh, darn it to heck, shoot. Gal shucks. 09 Canyon says, I switched schools in 11th grade, and the story in the whole school was how a senior who graduated that summer had moved in with her math teacher, who also quit his job. Right? And that all seems like tawdry, scandalous rumor until you get a little older and you're like, it does make sense. It does make some sense. McBuster says, we had a gym teacher in junior high that would walk around the locker room naked and try to make everyone shower at school. Never. Okay, why are you not reporting that guy the first time he does that? Atomic Ray says, I thank God for my teachers not taking up my advances on them. I may have grown up in a fucked up life. Instead, I fucked around later. Attaboy. Rachel says, what was the saint you chose for confirmation? I want to say I went with my middle name. I just went with St. Michael. I don't think I was very original. I didn't do research. I'm like, Michael works. There we go. Why fuck up a good thing? 09 Canyon says, apparently it was an open secret that they were dating her senior year. Yeah, I think the older you get, the more you realize that a lot of those whisper campaigns and a lot of those rumors you heard going around school were way more true than anyone wanted to let on. And it makes you wonder, what else was going on? What else was going on in school? And maybe it's better that you don't know. McBuster says, I had a teacher knock me out of my chair with his fist. Who would we tell? I mean, anyone who wasn't the teacher who knocked you out of your chair with his fist? Roots Calhoun says, we had a big, fat, old gym coach, and he would sit there with his balls hanging out of the bottom of his shorts. It was fucking hilarious. We had an old sub. His name was Mr. Hubert, and we called him Hub the Sub. And he was this old man. And he was so easy to take advantage of. We could tell him what the rules of the school were, and he'd let us do shit. Like, we had closed campus lunch. You weren't allowed to go out. But 5 minutes down the road from our school was a Subway. And my friends and I, Silverwolf posting a message on the top of the chat, Aaron, you grew up Catholic, but you weren't molested. You were too chubby. I mean, good, but sad at the same time. Could I be really sexy and not be molested? That would be cool. But I can't focus that up there. But I totally forgot where I was now. God damn it. Apparently it was an open secret. They were dating. Come on, there's got to be something. Teacher knocked me out of my chair. Oh, big fat. Okay, Hub the Sub. So Hub the Sub was a guy. We had closed campus lunch. But we told Hub the Sub, we're like, oh, yeah, they let us go out for lunch if our grades are good enough. And us three, our grades are good enough. And me and a couple of my buddies went out to Subway. And Hub was like, could you guys grab me a 6-inch cold cut sandwich or something? He wanted something. Old Hub wanted something from Subway. Like, we'll fucking buy Hub Subway. Absolutely. So we go to Subway. We walk in the door. The fucking school liaison officer was sitting there eating his sandwich with one of the history teachers, Mr. Redman. And we just looked at him, and they both went, how you doing, boys? Went, good, guys. How are you? And they went, good. Well, might as well order since you're here. We're like, oh, shit, we're fucked. And they did say while we were in line, they're like, you tell Hub that you can go get lunch if you want to? We're like, yeah, it was Hub. You don't want to get poor Hub in trouble. They already knew. So we get back to school, and we're like, well, maybe we got away with it. We ate. They said goodbye. They were really nice. We get back to school. Fucking liaison officer's waiting right there for us. He's like, come on, guys, into the office. You know what you did. And we're like, oh, shit. So then we had to eat lunch in some room for a week because we went out to Subway. And may I say, totally worth it. I don't think Hub ever subbed again, though. I think we might have. No, Hub was still there. Hub still got to teach. And if the girls told him anything, Hub believed it. If the girls would tell Hub something, Hub body. He loved the attention from the girls. Veldrain with $1 says, I think the dark-haired girl is wow. I am weird. All right, let's see what you got. Dark-haired girl is wow.
What's your cousin's name, Gail?
Rosie.
Rosie, how are you now?
Good, and you?
I'm not so bad.
Should I pull?
What, you mean Rosie from Letterkenny? Yeah, she's cute. I mean, for that.
Pull around back and see if they'll have a go.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Pitter patter. Wayne,
Yeah?
I want you back.
Oh.
Wayne,
Yeah?
I'm pregnant.
Oh. What's your cousin's?
You're saying that the black one, you think the black one's the cutest one. That's fine. I'd say out of all, I had a weird thing for Tanis in Letterkenny because she's trash. I don't know why that, I don't know why that did something for me, but I like that she was garbage. No reason. I don't know why. No reason. Just like that she was shit. 09 Canyon says they locked the gate to the student parking lot, had to sign out with the office to get the key and get your car out if you were late or leaving early. Yeah, some of those schools, man, they lock shit down. Dead Game says, hello, our principal came into the National Forest and escorted us back to school. We were driving. Fuck. Chevy Fan says, Trailer Park Boys better than Letterkenny. Honestly, the first 7 seasons or so of Letterkenny are really, really good. It definitely tailed off at the end. I still have never watched. I've watched a couple episodes of the last season. I can't be bothered. Kind of sucks. Crowder Wears Panties says, I've still never watched Letterkenny or Trailer Park Boys. Well, I mean, they are Canadian shows, so I suppose you'd have to grade on a curve, but I like them both. I like them both. I like Letterkenny. I like Trailer Park Boys. I'm probably more of a Letterkenny guy than a Trailer Park Boys guy. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Thank you very much for your generosity. Unbelievable. $40 ahead for tomorrow morning, which is our final goal of the week. So we're going to start at 190 for tomorrow. Hot shit, man. I appreciate it. You guys always make me wait till the last minute, but goddamn if you don't pull through. Thank you very much. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. We will be back at 6 o'clock Central Time for the final evening show of the week. Take it easy.